Okay, so welcome everybody to the Geological Society discussion meeting with regards to the energy transition. Hopefully that is now beginning to stream live, and we're just doing a test here at this end at the moment just to see if that is going live right now. Okay, so welcome everybody to the Geological Society discussion meeting. And the answer is yes, it works. Fabulous. So for those of you who are watching us live on YouTube, welcome to the Geological Society. Just to let you know, you are approximately 15 seconds behind the rest of us. So obviously that is the time zone shift between Zoom and YouTube. As far as I'm aware, Elon Musk doesn't own either of them at the moment. And we are, of course, live on Twitter as well, if people do want to take part with regards to that. But over the course of the next couple of days, for those of you who are watching us live, either on Zoom or on YouTube, we do encourage as much engagement, as much discussion as possible. So for those of you who are watching us live on Zoom, and I can see that lots of you are beginning to dial in now, which is absolutely fantastic. Firstly, if you have managed to avoid Zoom over the last couple of years, you deserve a prize because that is well avoided. But just in case that is the situation, or perhaps you're more used to using Teams or one of the other many platforms out there, you will see on your screen a little Q&A button. So make sure you've got that open. We do encourage as many questions as possible during the course of today and tomorrow's meeting. What we'll be making sure happens is that those questions get fed through into the main conference room, which you can see on your screen at the moment. So we're going to make sure that we feed through your questions so they can be posed to our speakers. We do have a mixture of speakers, both online and in person. And so we will be making sure that this is as hybrid as possible. So please do use the Q&A button, and you'll find it somewhere down the bottom of your screen if you're on a normal computer. If you're on something like a tablet or on your phone, then congratulations, that Q&A button is going to be there, but it's going to be somewhere else. Don't ask me where, but it will be there. The other button that you might like to have open is the chat button, which will be down there as well. And so please do feel free to engage with all of us in chat. Hopefully it is enabled. And in fact, if people do want to send us messages at the moment, please do send us a message here. I've just tried to send a little hello message to all of you. Again, we will have lots and lots of interaction with regards to today and tomorrow's meeting, and be bringing everybody online into Burlington House as much as physically possible. Who knows, if we run out of things to talk about, you may even get a little video tour of the building on one of our laptops. Wouldn't that be exciting? Brilliant. Thank you very much, Damien. Really good to see you as well. So you've got the Q&A button, you've got the chat button. You also have a little raise hand button. So if you want to get involved in this discussion, do feel free to raise your hand. And then we can move you from being an attendee across into being a participant as well. For those of you who are dialing in on YouTube, really good to see you streaming in there at the moment. So we can see that there are 7 of you watching on YouTube at the moment, which is great. And I'm sure that those numbers will creep up. Rick, I'm loving the little emoji that you've got there, little smiley face with some heart eyes, loving that. So I think that today's conference is going to be really good as well. So do feel free to be engaging with us either on YouTube or on Zoom. All is good for all of us. Now, from a logistics and an admin perspective, should something go wrong, shock horror, with YouTube, then basically we will just kill the feed. We will constantly be recording today's session though. And so don't worry, we will get it up, streamed live as fast as possible. But just to let you know that should things go a little bit awry, then one of our first actions is just to kill the live stream so that we can sort things out behind the scenes. With regards to Zoom, should something super exciting, like unwanted guests, for example, come and join us here on Zoom. Again, we will stop the live Zoom. For those of you who have signed up to the conference, which hopefully all of you have, which is why you have the link, keep tabs on your emails because we will send out alternative details immediately. So we do have backup plans with regards to this. If any of you are thinking of being naughty with regards to Zoom, then we have our backs covered with regards to some backup plans there. I would say, though, as well, we have intentionally left the chat, etc., as open and as transparent as possible, because we are attempting to engage as much discussion as possible with regards to today and tomorrow. So do please try and keep all of your chat, all of your comments as clean and as respectful as possible. We do engage, of course, diverse ranges of opinions. And so we encourage people to be respectful of all of those and try not to be hurtful towards one another, just cutting to the chase with regards to that. So I think that is most of our logistics. What we will see, of course, when the in-person conference starts, so it's due to start at 9:30 UK time, which is in approximately 24 minutes. We will, of course, get things like the health and safety, etc., with regards to Burlington House. For those of us online, we don't need to necessarily worry about any of that. However, as you might be able to tell, those of you who have been to the Geological Society here in London, I am personally physically sitting in Burlington House. So that wasn't a very good risk assessment with regards to if the fire alarm goes off. But don't worry, things will keep on running. We will be able to keep the conference running. We will just switch the online hosting to a different person in a different venue. So again, if you hear the fire alarm going off in Burlington House, expect a little interlude with regards to the online conference. But the good news is, for all of you who are there online, you, of course, don't even need to move. You can just sit back and watch the general organized chaos unfurl in front of you as well. So with regards to all of this, let's just do one last test here in Burlington House. So if the projectionist could please place the YouTube, or sorry, I should say the Zoom channel onto the main screen in the conference theatre, just to ascertain if this actually works into the live conference theatre. Hopefully the projectionist is there listening to what we're saying at the moment. I'm sure somebody will be, but maybe rather than the holding slide, can we just put the online conference onto the main screen just to run that last test? That would be fantastic. And also, here is a live shout out to the lovely Becky. Becky, if you would be able to come to the Arthur Holmes room now, because you are the host with regards to Zoom, the hostess with the hostess, that doesn't work, does it? But Becky's the only person who can upgrade people to co-hosts, etc. So we need you here now to help us with one of the little niggles behind the scenes. So I think we are all good to go with regards to that. Now, for those of you who are here dialing into the online conference, what have we got in store for you today? Well, hopefully all of you have seen the website. Now, there are two web pages basically to be aware of with regards to today. And let me just share my screen so that you can see both of them. So, of course, we've got the main Geological Society website, which I'm sure lots of you are very acquainted with. And you can see that there is the main conference page here, which I'm sure many of you went to sign up. The key little link to make sure you have open is where it says in very small writing, conference website. So if you make sure you click on that conference website, that is then going to take you to today's page, which we will be using to steer most of today's program. So here we have the main conference webpage for today. And what do we have in here? So let's just click on the program. Okay, so what is today's program? And don't worry, it's not provisional anymore because it's about to happen. It's about to be in the past, which means it is the program that happened. And so at 9:30 this morning, we will have the main formal opening of the face-to-face part of the conference. And so we will have all of that beginning to happen at 9:30 this morning. We're then going to be joined by the fantastic Megan. So Megan O'Donnell, Dr. Megan O'Donnell, is Head of Communications and Policy Officer here at the Geological Society. And she is going to ask us to complete some questions for her. So we're going to use today and tomorrow as a bit of data collection. Of course, many of us are indeed scientists, and so we love a little bit of data collection. And so Megan is going to introduce us to what she needs us to do over the next couple of days. For those of us who have dialed in online, we're going to have lots more data collection as well, by the way. And so there'll be lots and lots of sharing with regards to that. So Megan's going to give us a bit of a tour of some of the materials that are available to all of us, but also request us to provide her with some data so that the Geological Society can better hone their resources to help us focus in with regards to geoscientists' role in the energy transition. Then we're going to go to the first of our two main opening speakers for today. So the fantastic Myles Allen from Oxford. And so he is going to give us a talk really coming at this from the climate change direction. So the need for geological net zero. So what on earth does that mean? And Myles gives a fantastic talk. So we're really looking forward to that. And then our second keynote speaker, so the fabulous Freudis Cameron Johansson from Anglo American, so one of the world's largest mining companies. Freudis is the group head for international governments and sustainability relations. And so Freudis is a geoscientist originally. She started out her career working in oil and gas, and then she moved across into the world of mining. So if anybody knows something about how to responsibly extract raw materials from the ground and a geoscientist's role within that, it is the fantastic Freudis. So Myles and Freudis are going to open up this conference with a huge amount of energy, I am sure. And during all of that, what are we looking for? We're looking online for all of our comments, all of our questions, all of our chatter. So if anybody has any thoughts at the moment, to be honest, just with regards to a geoscientist's role and with regards to the energy transition, and then do feel free to pop that into chat. And I have to say, everybody, I'm really pleased that the incoming president for the Geological Society has just come in to say hello. Ruth, do you want to wave at everybody live online at the moment?
Hi, everybody. It's great to be here.
So as well, with regards to the online conference, we are going to be joined by lots of our fabulous face-to-face guests during the conference here today. So Ruth, I'm sure Ruth just came in to say hello. She didn't know that I was going to put her live. You did know, you've been given a heads up. Awesome. So during the course of today and tomorrow, for those of you online, if you see somebody in the audience who you would like to hear from, then let us know and we can send off our fabulous team to go and try and nab those people and then bring them in here for a face-to-face interview with all of you online. So if anybody has got any questions for Ruth, please do feel free to pop them into Zoom or into the chat, and I'll just stop sharing the program at the moment so you can properly see the lovely Ruth. So Ruth, from your perspective, on a Geological Society perspective, firstly, a massive thank you for coming in to being the president as of June, is it?
June, yeah.
Is that when you take over?
Yeah.
Fantastic. And just maybe it would be interesting to hear a little bit about your background. People are going to hear lots about my background over the next couple of days, but what's your background with regards to the rocks?
Well, I'm a specialist in construction raw materials. Please excuse my glasses. I've just come in from outside. It's very bright and they haven't cleared yet. So I've been a quarry designer for 40 odd years, something like that. And I'm also very interested in dispute resolution. I'm a qualified mediator, and that's mostly what I do these days, with a little bit of rocks mixed in and rather a lot of Geological Society and this, that and the other. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that sounds like a fantastic skill set to be bringing to the Geological Society. Not that there are lots of disputes that need to be mediated. Of course not. And so with regards to that, I mean, obviously the energy transition and everything that's going on at the moment is perhaps one of the biggest, I guess, shifts that we're going to go through hopefully going to go through over the next 30 years. From your perspective, as a highly experienced geoscientist, where do you think we fit into all of that?
Well, we fit at every cog and sprocket, don't we? The materials we need, the way that we have this ability as geologists to bring together many different aspects and deal with uncertainty, and most particularly our communication skills in terms of modelling and so on. So there's lots of transferable skills. Because of course the transition is not only to do with energy, it's also to do with our workforce.
Yeah.
So the energy workforce, those in oil and gas presently, there's huge transitions going on there, and a huge amount of transferable skill moving around and tentatively moving around in the jobs market. So it's exciting, but rather daunting. It's such a big subject and so complicated. So
well, definitely. And I think this is something where, so as you know, so my background is mostly from the mining side, which is it's so close to quarrying. I mean, we pretty much do very similar stuff. But it's what I think is really interesting is from an oil and gas perspective, we're going to be seeing some very, very talented individuals perhaps move into slightly different fields. Not that oil and gas is going to slow down. We still need a huge amount of oil and gas, of course. And as we know, all of the easy stuff has been sucked out of the ground already. So it becomes more difficult for us. But then in perhaps the mining and the quarrying space, there's some fantastic resources that have been posted online and shared around the world in recent months saying what would happen if we stopped digging things out of the ground. And I think it's astounding seeing how quickly the entire world just grinds to a halt with regards to that. So I think it's a really exciting time for geoscientists because we actually need more of us and perhaps being more innovative in terms of increasingly how we do it, because how do we dig these materials out of the ground responsibly and at scale, and also to the level of quality that people need. I don't know if you agree with any of that.
Well, I do. I mean, we must do well and we must do better. We must always do well and we must always do better. And this comes from great communication and delivery on what we promise. That's the big thing.
So delivery on what we promise. So I think with regards to this, so Ruth, I know that we're going to attract you back here in front of our online cameras at different points in time during the conference. Ruth, you will see from the programme, everybody, Ruth is going to be involved in a number of sessions and actually helping us right at the end of the conference to try and draw a lot of the thoughts together that we'll be hearing over the course of the next couple of days. Ruth, do you have any final messages or words of wisdom for everybody online?
I don't think so, other than huge welcome, and I hope you're going to be as interested as I already am in the content. But now I'd really like to go get my breakfast.
Yes, so we're going to let Ruth go off and get her breakfast. Thank you so much. Absolutely brilliant.
I did just pop my head around the door to
say hello. Yeah, we're going to put a notice on the door saying, warning, warning, if you go into that room, you will have to sit. Yeah, exactly, on camera. So thank you very much for that, Ruth. Absolutely brilliant. So as you can see, everybody online, if there are people that you would like to speak to, if there are any of our speakers as well, to whom you'd like us to try and grab into our little studio, I guess it is, in the Arthur Holmes room, then please do send us a message either in the YouTube chat or in the Zoom chat or Q&A, and we will do our best to bring all of those individuals in to speak to you and answer your questions directly. So where was I? I was just going through the program that we have in the main website. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop the website into the chat. So just in case you guys haven't managed to get hold of it yet, because there's lots of really lovely material that's in there for you to make full use of. So just to go back to sharing the screen again. So what do we have? So in the program, okay, so we start off with the fabulous Myles and Freudis. Then there is going to be a coffee break for people who are physically here in person in London. But for those of you online, of course, please do feel free to go and grab a coffee whenever you like. We're not going to judge you when you want to go and take a little break. But what we will be doing online is we will be filling that half an hour session with content. We do have some micro talks that people submitted. We're also going to be inviting those of you online to perhaps come in and have a little panel discussion with us to discuss what did we just hear from the previous speakers? What do we think with regards to all of those different aspects? And then as well, we do have some other videos and content to stream with you. So in all of those coffee breaks, the lunch break, etc., you will have content that is being created live for all of you straight away. So, yep, over the last 2 years, you may have watched everything that is possible to watch on Netflix or Prime or whatever your preferred provider is, here for 2 days only, courtesy of the Geological Society and Responsible Raw Materials. We are providing many hours of scintillating TV content, of course, that everybody wants to dial into. So as you can see with regards to the program, so we're starting off with our 2 fabulous keynotes. We then go diving into, okay, well, what about mining and metals for the low carbon economy? What do we mean with regards to that? And the fantastic Dan Smith from the University of Leicester is going to lead us through a panel session where we've got some fantastic speakers from a range of different backgrounds. So today and tomorrow is all about diversity of opinions, trying to get people to really discuss their perspectives with regards to the geoscientists' role within the energy transition and what kind of challenges the energy transition poses to us, both be they threats and be they opportunities. So we're going to start off with mining and metals, and then we're going to go into responsible resource stewardship. So what does that mean for all of us? Then there will be a final coffee break in the day, and we're going to finish off today with what does geoscience need to do to enable a just transition? So what does geoscience as a discipline, and of course we're an incredibly diverse discipline, what do we need to be able to do to enable that just transition? So that will finish out today's session. You can see as well that there's a networking event in the lower library here in Burlington House. And then it appears that everybody is going to the pub. So if you are in London and you haven't managed to come along to the face-to-face conference, you are more than welcome to come and join people in the King's Head in Mayfair from 7:30. If you're not in London, feel free to jump on that train now, because we would love to see you. If, however, of course, you can't do that, unfortunately, we will actually stop the online session. So whilst you are, of course, invited to join everybody for a virtual drink, we won't be streaming that live on YouTube, because I think that might be a little bit dangerous with regards to what might be shared live with everybody. So that closes out today, which then takes us into tomorrow, so Wednesday the 27th. And we kick off tomorrow. So the first session is being chaired by Dr. Gareth Johnson from Strathclyde University. And we're going to be looking at energy systems. We're going to take a look at decarbonisation and waste. So what does that mean? How can we make better use of our waste, and how do we decarbonise in a variety of different areas? Then after the coffee break, we're going to go into powering the transition. So that's going to include things like CO2 storage, etc. And you can see we've got some fabulous speakers lined up for that session. Then after lunch, we're going to take a look back into skills again and say, well, what sort of geoscience skills are needed to actually enable the net transition, the net zero. And then finally, we're going to come out of that into a final panel discussion to say, okay, yes, so what does geoscience need to do now for a sustainable transition to net zero? So what do we really need to be doing? We need to be clubbing together, saying, what do we need to be doing to enable that? And then, of course, we're going to be joined by the lovely Ruth Allington, who you just saw just now, who will be helping Nick Gardner, who is the lead convener for this conference, to try and draw together all that we have learned during the course of today and tomorrow. So that's our programme for today and tomorrow. Something just to point you in the direction of is if you click on the abstracts and biographies area, you can see that that's lovely. So there's my biography there. You'll hear more about me as we go through the course of today. The lovely Ruth Allington, who you just met. So if you click on that, you can see that a little bit of a background with regards to Ruth. So we've got everybody's biographies, etc., teed up on the website, together with if they are giving a talk. They've been gracious enough to provide us with a little bit of an abstract as well, which is fantastic. So, for example, Ben Lepley, who I know is in the building, I saw him this morning. So there's Ben's little background there. And of course, if you want to go stalking him on LinkedIn, he's very graciously given us that link as well. So we've got the link to the abstracts and the biographies. Also, what else have we got here? The reading corner. The reading corner is awesome. So what we've got here are some extra resources, and we are going to take the opportunity to go through a range of these areas. So what we have here with regards to all of this are obviously the link to the YouTube, which many of you are looking at now. And actually I have let me just resume sharing. So hopefully you'll be able to see me looking at a web page now, rather than just nothing at all. So you've got a link in the reading corner to the YouTube. We've also got things like the Geological Society infographics. Now, these are truly awesome, by the way. So it doesn't matter how experienced you are, these are still cool to look at, and they're really good for teaching people about what is meant by things like carbon capture storage, materials that are needed for the energy transition. So let's just click on that one and see what we've got. So what have we got here? We've got, okay, what goes into a photovoltaic cell? And what about those lithium ion batteries, etc.? So where does all of this material come from? So we've got, if I just go back to that page again, we've got lots of lovely different areas here as well. Now, there are more infographics than that, as we know, that sit on the Geological Society website, but these are pretty cool to have a decent look at. If I go back into the reading corner again, we've got things like the role of geoscience in decarbonisation. And you can see there is a policy briefing note here. So this is pretty awesome to have a little look at. It's just a 2-pager. And as you know, the Geological Society are really good at putting these together. So just a 2-pager here to say, okay, so what does geoscience do with regards to decarbonisation, with some really nice little infographics there as well. So if you haven't come across these before, it is well worth going and taking a proper little explore in the reading corner. So you can see there's lots of different materials there that we will be working our way through over the course of today. Now, we've got 4 minutes before we are due to go live in the main conference. I know that our first main speaker is here, which is fantastic. So I know that we've got Myles is here. Freudis is going to be joining us online. Unfortunately, she's a very, very busy person. We are very lucky to have her coming and joining us for today's conference. So Freudis is going to be joining us online. Myles is, as far as I'm aware, going to physically be in the room with us, which is very exciting. But for those of you who are going into the lecture theatre at the moment, this little website that I'm looking at the moment, so geolsoc-energytransition.com, this is your main conference page to be looking at, because in here you will have things like the programs, so you can take a look at what's coming next, people's abstracts and biographies, and then of course if you're looking for inspiration, the reading corner. Now, of course, today's conference is going to be absolutely scintillating, so you won't need any of this background material whilst the live conference is actually happening. But we've just put together a range of different items for you in the reading corner. Now, I know that there are many different items that we haven't included on the reading corner. So the first challenge to everybody, especially online, and let's just stop sharing for the moment. So the first challenge for everybody online is, if we are missing things that you think should be in the reading corner, so additional resources for all of us to share, please do feel free to share them with us, either in chats or in the Q&A, or even if you are watching us on YouTube, share them with us on the YouTube channel as well. And then we will try and get them up on the website so that everybody can make use of them. This is very much a collaborative endeavor. And so we do welcome everybody feeding in all of the suggestions online as well. Now, I can see that Nick is at the front of the room there in the main area. Is that him just waving at me at the moment? Fantastic. Do we want to just test the sound to make sure that everything is working in the conference centre? And then I can disappear off the screen, because you really don't need to see my face so large. That is horrific at this time of day. So my apologies, everybody. Nick, do you want to test the sound?
Yes, testing.
Yep, that seems to be working here. Fantastic.
I was going to do the joke about Elon Musk and the Geolsoc, but I won't. So that's for later. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So I think with that, just to welcome everybody online into the main side of Burlington House. So Nick, It is almost 9:30. I can see you having a little sip of water, but everybody, I give you the lead convener for this year's conference with regards to geoscience and the energy transition. Over to Nick. Over to you. Thank you very much, Nick.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, everyone. Welcome to the Geological Society and welcome to our energy transition discussion meeting today. As you can see, we're trying to do a hybrid meeting, so this is a little bit experimental, but we shall see how it goes. So I have to tell you about fire exits first of all. So if you hear the fire alarm, then please leave the building. There's a fire exit behind the stage here. There's a fire exit through the library. There's a fire exit to the front to Piccadilly, and the muster point is in the Burlington House courtyard. Do not stop to collect your personal belongings. And all accidents should be reported to reception, and first aid assistance will be provided. Thank you, I think that's it. So yes, so I'm just going to do a bit of a welcome. So thanks everyone for turning up, both in the auditorium and online. So we have 100 people in total registered in person who will come over the next 2 days, and over 350 were registered online as of yesterday morning. So welcome all of you. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to our sponsors. So SRK Consulting, who are our lithium sponsor, and lithium is the new platinum for the new era. So thank you to SRK Consulting. Thank you, Ben, for lithiumness. Geological, who is our gold sponsor, and also Pensana, who is our silver sponsor. And I'd also like to thank an anonymous donor to this conference. So thank you all for your support. Any profits will go back to the GeolSoc to support future initiatives under them. I'd also like to thank Responsible Raw Materials for providing the online aspect of this conference as sponsorship in kind, allowing free online registration and enabling the conference to be opened up to a much wider audience. And we think this hybrid format with in-person and also especially free online registration is a fantastic platform to communicate on. So thanks especially to Rose Clark for her help with this. And the other Responsible Raw Materials, and also to Amelia and the GeolSoc conference team. So I got a note from Mike Daly, who is the outgoing president of the Geological Society and who dropped the convening of this conference on my shoulders a year ago, and he wanted to say a few words through me. I apologize for my absence, but I'm leading a joint academic and industry team deploying seismometers in the world's most prolific copper basin in Central Africa, as part of a multi-physics experiment in support of the UKRI NERC Project CUBES, which is the Copper Basin's exploration science. On behalf of society and myself, I'd like to thank you all for delivering and supporting this event. Paul and Julian, especially for joining us again, and all those who are joining us for a first, but hopefully not last appearance. I look forward to seeing the video. So this conference serves in part as a kickoff for the GeolSoc's energy transition theme, and follows on from a successful series of webinars last year convened by Rob Knipe and others, which are available on the GeolSoc's YouTube channel. And Megan O'Donnell will follow me, who is the Communications and Policy Officer for the GeolSoc. She's just down there, and who will give more context around the background to the theme and I suppose the Society's aims and directions on this front shortly. But I just wanted to say a few words around the background and aims of this meeting. So we talk about the energy transition, and of all the energy transitions in human history, the present one, which is the decarbonization of the economy and the drive towards a net zero sustainable world by 2050 or earlier, is the most pressing, is arguably the most difficult, and it's uniquely the most global. And it's also urgent, as highlighted by last year's COP26 conference in Glasgow, by the UK government's recent net zero strategy, for example. There's a lot of recognition around the urgency of it now. But in contrast to previous energy transitions that were driven by the development of new technologies, the current one, the current energy transition, is driven by environmental necessity. And it is also one in which the geosciences will play a pivotal enabling role. The multidisciplinary and integrated nature of the energy transition means that it will involve working across and beyond geoscience disciplines, providing both challenges and opportunities for geoscientists to deliver innovative solutions and to develop new lines of research and applications. And geological knowledge will allow the sourcing of essential raw materials, in particular specialty metals, in many cases extracted and processed with a lower global environmental footprint. This is in essence sort of sustainable mining practices, to support new technologies in energy storage and transmission, in transportation, in construction, and in engineering. And Earth resource stewardship will be critical to the development of new circular economies, thereby reducing waste and environmental impact and driving innovation, especially in recycling technologies. Geoscience solutions will underpin responsible resource and waste management with new innovative technologies for both short-term storage, for example, hydrogen, and long-term storage, for example, CO2, and supporting a transition in home heating from gas and oil to new geothermal energy infrastructure. So geoscientists, and I guess this is a message from the Geological Society, geoscientists are therefore uniquely placed to support policymakers, stakeholders in industry and business, and communities in the wider society in the responsible management of Earth resources fundamental to the energy transition and to build a sustainable future. And basically, if it touches the Earth, then we are involved. So, you know, I strongly feel that it's the responsibility of the geoscience community to help drive this collaboration, to highlight where we can deliver new solutions to enable the transition, and crucially, to engage the future generation. And we must help identify and assist with the skills gap, both for existing workers and also to help identify opportunities and career paths for those entering university and the workplace. And it is beholden upon us as geoscientists to broaden our boundaries and to work closely with other disciplines to ensure a sustainable and equitable outcome for all. And we also need to help change the public perception regarding geosciences and especially mining. I was fortunate enough to attend COP as part of the GSL's delegation last year. And when you spoke to people, they frequently conflated mining or equated mining with coal mining, you know, out to get rid of it. There was no conceptual link to the metals that we need for the future, for example. And we also see it, you know, I work in the university, so we see it in concerns with undergraduate admissions into geoscience courses. So we need to broadcast that the geosciences not only gives rigorous scientific training, it allows students to tackle some of the most exciting and fundamental problems in science, but it also allows them to change the world, including tackling existential issues such as the energy transition. So the Geoscience has an energy transition theme, which will help to champion this goal, support communication between academia, government, business, and public community, and it aims to inspire a new generation of geoscientists. So the aim of this conference over the next 2 days are really very simple. So it is designed in part to be the conversation, to be part of the conversation between the geoscientists and those working more broadly within the energy transition, some of whom were geologists themselves or trained as geologists. And over the next 2 days, we aim to try and identify what more ideas about what geoscience needs to do now to meet the net zero targets in a fair and sustainable way, to support policy, business and innovation, and in parallel, develop new scientific knowledge and solutions. We have a range of panelists from both within the geoscience community and beyond, and I thank them all for agreeing to contribute to the next 2 days. And through multi-way discussion, we hope to identify new opportunities for geoscience research development and impact, and critically ask what the geosciences need to do now for a sustainable transition to net zero. So this conference is titled a discussion meeting, and as I said, we have a series of sessions with speakers and roundtables. But the aim is that you, the audience, both in the room and also online, are able to engage in the discussion, pose questions, and make comments, and we welcome all of that. We want to hear from you, please. And we have structured it as a series of sessions covering different relevant topics with guests giving short presentations, very pointed presentations, and then followed by roundtable discussions. We have sort of range of speakers and panelists, both from within the geoscience community and more widely. And we hope this provides a range of different views and discussion topics. So today we will look at the issues of minerals and metals for the low carbon economy, and then topics around responsible resource stewardships. And then we have a discussion session this afternoon on what a just transition means within the concept of the geosciences. And tomorrow we will focus on energy systems, both in terms of storage and waste management, and we have a session on geoscience skills. And we finish tomorrow with a sum up final panel where we try to answer the question, what does geoscience need to do now for a sustainable transition to net zero? So this is a bit of an experimental event. This is a hybrid event. As I said, we're finding our feet with this new format, but please bear with us. But it has enabled us to get a much wider range of speakers and open up to many more delegates than we would either have if this was only in person. But it is nice to see people back in the GeoSoc after a couple of years. It's a paperless conference, so the program is available on the conference website. And after the conference, everything will be available on the GeoSoc's YouTube channel. So Thanks again for coming along to the meeting, and we look forward to your contributions. Thank you. And so I'm going to introduce Megan O'Donnell, who's going to be talking to us now. So Megan is the head of policy and communications at the Geological Society. She is a geologist who has worked across policy, science communication, education, and outreach since 2019. She graduated from the University of St Andrews, good choice, initially working as a research assistant at the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, tracking and analysing atmospheric pollution. And then you did a PhD at the University of Edinburgh, investigating the environmental risk posed by shale gas operations in the UK. So your responsibility at the GeolSoc is for overseeing the GeolSoc's policy work, communicating geological information to support evidence-based policy making, communicating the value and importance of geoscience knowledge and skills, and representing the community more widely. Thanks very much, Megan. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Nick. I'm really excited to be able to talk to you all today and to welcome you to the Geological Society, my home since I left university and the place where I've worked on topics such as the ones we're going to talk about today for the last 3.5 years. So I think it makes sense to start with why the Geological Society, what's the role of the Geological Society in achieving a sustainable transition to net zero. And so with that in mind, I wanted to start. Pause for impact. I wanted to start by talking about who we are and what we do. So as the Geological Society, we aim to be an inclusive and thriving community for geoscientists. And we do this to support scientists, but also to grow interest in the science, to grow interest in the natural world, and to connect science profession and wider society. We want to share and advance the knowledge that we have of planet Earth for the benefit of not just the planet, but also for the people and the communities that live on it. And we aim to do this by being thoughtful, collaborative, and sensitive to the material that we are responsible for, by being curators and conservators of our planet. So we recently developed a new strategy a couple of years ago, and the reason I put this slide up is so that you can all take it home in the packs and in the online material. I don't want you to read it all today. I wanted to impart upon you the reason that we have this energy transition theme. And the reason that we do is because one of the 4 pillars of our organizational strategy is to advance multidisciplinary earth science, and to do so by informing global issues. And we did a load of research about what these issues might be, and one of these 5 issues is the energy transition. So we're aware that this is going to be a really important topic for not just geoscientists, but for the world to be involved in and aware of over the coming years. And so with that in mind, I want to tell you a little bit about what we've been doing in the energy transition space, because as Nick said, this meeting is new. It's I guess, our first flagship meeting of the energy transition theme, which aims to bring together all these different stakeholders to address these multidisciplinary challenges. But the GeolSoc's presence in this theme is not new, and we've been doing a lot in this space for a while. So meetings and events such as the one that you're at today are some of the things that we do in this space. We also publish in our magazine, The Geoscientists. Copies are available outside to take away for free for anybody that's interested. And contributions are always welcome. Our editor is interested. I can give you her contact details if anybody would like to write for our magazine. We also publish journals. So we have our own journals, and this is one of our newest completely fully open access journals, Earth System Science and Society. And we currently have and are welcoming submissions to a special issue on earth sciences and the race to net zero. Some of these open access publications are already available to read online, and you can find all of this information on our website. Meetings like the one that you're at today, both hosted by the GeolSoc, but also this space as a forum for other partners and contributors who want to use the special space we have in a prime location in London to convene lots of different stakeholders on important topics. We have special collections of our publications themed around lots of different energy transition topics. This one is on energy geoscience, but there's a range on our Lyell collection website that you can peruse. We also communicate the importance of geoscience and geoscience for the energy transition to the public and wider stakeholders. So we have a series of, this is an example of a YouTube series we did around COP26 and the value of geoscience to COP26 discussions. We have an active policy advisory group called the Decarbonisation Working Group, some of whom are in this room, and some of whom are online, I'd like to welcome, who contribute to advising the policy work that we do in this area. And these are just some of the people that contribute to that work. We produce infographics, which everybody online will have already seen this morning. Thank you very much, Sarah, for the plug, and of which you can pick up some outside or find online and download for free at any time. These infographics communicate the key concepts of some of the ways that geoscience relates to the energy transition. So we have one on carbon capture and storage, materials and minerals for the energy transition, energy storage, and they all explain in really simplistic terms how we can use the ground to further sustainable transition to net zero. And then lastly, but not least, we produce policy reports and technical explainers, which help to, I guess, demystify some of the more complex areas of policy relevant geoscience for those interested. And you can pick up copies of all of these, especially a couple of our new ones, Decarbonizing Heat with Geothermal Energy and Geoscience and the Hydrogen Economy, outside in the foyer, or you can find them online or in the reading corner of the website for today. So with all that behind us, why do we do policy work at the Geological Society? Well, our policy work aims to communicate geoscience information as and where it relates to public policy. So we do this to raise awareness of geoscience considerations in UK policymaking, but also to seek out and maintain relationships with organisations both in the UK and around the world. So with that in mind, and with me as the incoming head of policy at the Geological Society, I would like to offer a hand or a welcome to come and say hello to me at any point or part of today if you have comments, questions or queries about how we do our policy work, or you want to be involved in our policy work. It's basically an open call for anybody in the community or wider that wants to be involved with what we do. I'd really love to hear from you. So how do we do this? We communicate geological information to support policymaking. So we respond to consultations and inquiries. These are two examples, so for the UK Parliament, but we also do this further afield, sometimes for the EU. We also communicate the value and importance of geoscience knowledge. So we do this through some of our outputs that I've previously mentioned, but we also convene experts to contribute to government processes or parliamentary inquiries. We support our members in engaging with sort of the policymaking process. And so we do this by our database of expertise, keeping people up to date with what's going on in the policy sphere, but also through supporting early career researchers and young people to engage with the policymaking process and to get their research into the policy, to the places where it matters and where it can have the most impact. And lastly, we host and attend policy relevant meetings. So as Nick already mentioned, we were fortunate enough to bring a delegation to COP26 last year, but we also host and attend a load of relevant meetings here as well, most of which are open by request to anybody that wants to attend. So if you're ever interested in coming to anything and you have a policy angle that you'd like to present or discuss at it, please feel free to contact me to explore that as well, because I'd really like to foster more of that here. So with that in mind, that's what we do, that's what I do, that's what I'm responsible for here at the Geological Society, but I can't do any of this without the input of our community. And my work is driven by feedback from all of you online and here in the room, so our members and the wider community that I serve. With that in mind, I want to ask some questions throughout today and tomorrow to get a little bit of feedback from you guys about where you see the big emerging issues sort of today and of tomorrow around the theme of this conference. So given that today and tomorrow is all about what geoscience needs to do now to achieve a sustainable transition to net zero, I wanted to ask you all to take a phone or a laptop, go to menti.com and use the code that's up on the slide to tell us what you see the immediate challenges that the geosciences need to address in order to achieve this sustainable transition to net zero. So tell me what the answer to the question is that we're trying to achieve over the next 2 days. And then at the end of 2 days, I'll tell you all whether you were right or not. This poll will remain open for the rest of today. So it's going to be open for you to feedback at any time. And I'll pop the code and the slide up a couple of times over the course of today. So if you would like to feedback multiple times about what you think the answer to this question is, or you have some thoughts later that you'd like to add, the more information I have about what you guys think is important, the better I can do my job, and the better that the Geological Society can continue to serve you guys and put on events like this that are relevant going forward. So I'll just give everybody a few seconds to go to menti.com and use the code 99654349. If anybody needs to connect to the Wi-Fi in the Geological Society, it's the Geological Society public Wi-Fi, and the password is sediment, all lowercase. And yeah, feel free to take a screenshot of that as well, or a photograph if you'd like to come back to at any point today. While you're all diligently doing your homework for me, thank you very much. And sorry for asking you to do something so early on in a very long 2-day conference. I'll just do a last quick plug for some of our latest policy briefs and explainers. So as a national forum for geoscience, we have a responsibility to communicate the sort of topics that are relevant to the forefront of public policy making. And some of the latest policy briefs that we've put together that I highlighted on the previous slide are available online and outside in the lower library. One is on geoscience and the hydrogen economy, which is all about the role that geoscience can play in delivering hydrogen as an alternative low carbon or no carbon fuel. The other is on decarbonizing heat with geothermal energy. So it's all about the value of the subsurface in delivering low carbon heat to particularly communities that suffer from fuel poverty in the UK. And then the last is our briefing that was associated with COP26. So it ties all relevant geological subjects to, I guess, the sort of presidency themes of COP26, and outlines how these subjects are going to be important to climate policy going forward. So I'd really enjoy you guys to take these home. If you want copies for any kind of business or organization that you have, let me know. I'm more than happy to facilitate taking a couple of those. And if you have any questions about them or comments or feedback, I'd love to hear from you. And with that, I'd like to request that everybody here and online join my database of expertise so that I can draw upon your expertise as and when we need it, because it's with your input that the policy work that we do is most impactful. So you can find that database at josoc.org.uk/policy-database. And we'll contact you about relevant consultations and inquiries that we're responding to, or as and when we update our work. And I'd really love for you all to stay in touch. So come say hi throughout today and tomorrow. That's my email address and my Twitter handle. I would love to speak to every single one of you. Welcome.
Thanks, Megan. I think Sarah and I were just going to share a few minutes of our experiences in COP before we go to our next speaker. Sarah, are you going to appear on screen, or shall I?
Yeah, so here I am, see being slid in from the side. There we go. So thank you very much, Megan. Megan, you're going to be very pleased to see the word cloud that is rapidly appearing on Mentimeter at the moment. It is quite phenomenal, the suggestions. It might be something where you're going to have all the information you want, and then we can actually open up a slightly different one to allow people to use more characters so they can tell us what they really think. So it's really exciting to see what is coming there at the moment. Thank you very much. Nick, you mentioned COP26 there in your opening spiel, and I know that we had a fantastic time there together. Now that we are a good few months down the track, does it still feel as real to you, having been in Glasgow and being immersed in all of those different cultures and characters and diversity of thought, really, from around the world?
Well, I think the interesting thing about COP26 is that we had observer status as the GeoSoc, and over 2 weeks, I think a total of 6 or 7 of us went. So Megan was there, Gareth was there, Sarah, you were there, Alicia was there, a few others, and we sort of piggybacked. I was there for the Energy Day and the Finance Day as well, and there was a lot of upbeat talk about the removal of coal from the global energy system, moving to a renewable energy infrastructure. There was no talk about the implications in terms of, for example, mining, which is my background for a renewable energy infrastructure. But there was generally a sort of upbeat feeling towards the end that, okay, maybe we hadn't got to where everyone wanted to, but there was a recognition that we had moved forward in terms of there's a problem and it needs to be addressed. But I guess, events do take over, and where are we 6 months on? So we're looking at a war on the edge of Europe, and issues and squeeze on energy pricing and generation in Europe. So we are in a slightly different world at the moment. It's going to be quite interesting what the response to that and how people feel in general about the sort of the goals and the aims of the United Nations conference. I think that's kind of where I'm thinking at the moment. Sarah, do you have any?
Yeah, so I mean, something that really struck me when we were at COP26, and as you know, Nick, so my background is very much in the mining sector, and I went to COP26 thinking, oh, excellent, there's going to be some really exciting information being shared around, well, where do all the raw materials come from that are needed for the wind turbines and the photovoltaics and the batteries and everything else. And what we actually found that whilst there was some chatter with regards to the mining sector, it was mostly on the fringes. And that was actually in part because the mining sector had been actively told that they were not welcome at COP26, which I think certainly was quite a big realization moment for me personally, because I thought, okay, well, why is that? Why is the mining sector not invited? And I think part of it was because in the meeting room of COP26, which of course was a massive venue, whenever anybody spoke about mining, they really thought it was just referring to coal mining. And so there was no conversation really at all with regards to all of those other materials that are needed. So therefore, perhaps we need to do a better job at communicating, at speaking with one another, at listening to one another, at listening to people's concerns with regards to how we extract these materials from the ground in a responsible way. And certainly, I think from a UK perspective, some of that listening has been going on. And since then, there's been quite a lot of activity going on within the UK government. There's the drafting of the UK minerals strategy that is underway at the moment. And I know that there are a number of people here, either in the room physically in Burlington House or online. And by the way, we've now got 82 attendees on Zoom, and we've got a whole pile more on YouTube at the moment. So this is well and truly a hybrid conference now, which is really exciting. So I think that this is something where there is a big shift that's going on with regards to that. The other thing as well, I think, with regards to this is, of course, there's an awful lot of literature and discussion with regards to what is actually meant by net zero, what is actually meant by the energy transition. Obviously, the IPCC report, the most recent one that came out a few weeks ago, which stated that we need to be able to reduce our emissions by 40% by 2030. Which is huge. That's, these are big targets that are going on here at the moment. And I know that our next speaker is going to talk about this in a very big way, Nick, because I suspect that Myles is somewhere with you in the room. So whilst at COP26, perhaps there were some things that were missing, I thought it was an immensely exciting conference. I think it was a great privilege to be able to go and to be a part of that. It was incredibly emotional, I think, for me personally, being a part of some of those days in a way that I did not expect. But I think that we have certainly seen change being invoked since then, especially within the financial markets, and especially with regards to the drafting of policy, etc. Have we cracked it? No, absolutely not. But I think that's perhaps part of the challenge that we've got for ourselves here today and tomorrow to work out, okay, well, what should we be doing as geoscientists to really ensure that the energy transition becomes a reality rather than something where when we get to 2050 and we look back over our shoulders and go, oh, yeah, we maybe should have done that. So actually, let's go in on the front foot now and make it real. Thanks, Nick.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. Well, I guess we should go to our next speaker. So I'm delighted to introduce Professor Myles Allen, who's coming up to the stage now. So Myles is Professor of Geosystem Science at the School of Geography and the Oxford Martin School at the University of Oxford. He served at the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, sorry, I'll get that out, for its third, fourth and fifth assignments. I was coordinating lead author for its special report on the impacts of global warming of 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. He is director of Oxford Net Zero, the University of Oxford's interdisciplinary research initiative on net zero, and founded the Climate Prediction Project, the world's largest climate modeling experiment. So I'm delighted to introduce Myles Allen from Oxford. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very, very much indeed for inviting me. I'm delighted to talk to you. It's always nice to see new faces and a couple of very familiar faces. So I'm talking to you about slightly the context of this couple of days, rather than necessarily the things you're focusing on in these couple of days. But there is a very practical request in my talk, which I'll reiterate at the end. But just to emphasize that I think the notion of geological net zero is something that wasn't talked about at COP26, should have been talked about at COP26. And until we start talking about it, we're not actually going to make progress on solving the problem. And I'm hoping the world's geological societies, we were hoping to get a politician. So first of all, just in case you doze off during the talk or get lost in Zoom chat, as an inveterate Zoom sort of vandal on the chat, I suppose I appreciate the danger of that. What do I mean by geological net zero? I mean, and I'll reiterate this during the talk, a balance at the Earth's surface between fossil carbon coming out and carbon dioxide generated by fossil carbon going back in. This is the only net zero that ultimately matters for the planet. And this is what I'm going to try and explain to you today. And it's achieving geological net zero that we hoped would be acknowledged as what we need to do to stop climate change at COP26. It wasn't. It wasn't acknowledged. We failed to persuade any major politician, any country, any climate luminary, like these sort of, highfalutin bankers and so on who turn up at COPs, to just acknowledge this is what we need to do to stop fossil fuels from causing global warming. Which I found depressing, because a lot of very complicated things were said at COP26, and this is a very simple thing that it would be helpful for people to acknowledge, because it acknowledges where we need to get to. As you pointed out, Nick, and Sarah, we live in interesting times. Since COP26, we've seen wholesale prices of fossil fuels, drawn here on the only scale that matters, which is per ton of carbon dioxide released to the atmosphere, go up several fold. And that little gray bar you can barely see in the corner there, that represents our sort of flagship climate policy mechanism, the European Emission Trading System, on the same scale. So you look at this graph and realize, apparently, we're going to use measures like that to solve the climate problem. No, we're not. We need to stop fossil fuels from causing global warming. It's amazing that nobody could bring themselves to say this at COP26, but I hope I don't need to convince you of this. And there are only two ways to do it. We can ban them everywhere in the world. Every country, including Russia, banning the extraction and use of fossil fuels. Just imagine for a moment what that would take. Or we can decarbonize them, meaning safe and permanent disposal of every ton of carbon dioxide generated by continued fossil fuel use. No one at COP26 could bring themselves to say what I've just said. And I do think we need to ask ourselves, why not? Why can't we say how simple this problem is? And this is where geological societies have a big potential role to play, because this is essentially a geological challenge. And it's going to be hard. I like to show this picture. This was a village in Greece that was built on lignite, and the villagers dug out the ground underneath their houses, leaving only the church standing, revealing anyone who tells you we just need a global carbon price and we'll be all right. Only a carbon price higher than the threat of eternal damnation will stop people using fossil fuels. So we're not going to ban fossil fuels, certainly not in time to meet our climate goals. So we have to decarbonize them. What do I mean by decarbonizing fossil fuels? Well, that is basically getting to net zero, disposing safely and permanently of the carbon dioxide fossil fuels continue to generate. But unfortunately, people already out there, both prominent voices who we can't possibly, school kids like Greta Thunberg, who we can't blame for what she says. On the other hand, she is very heavily advised by operations like the European Climate Foundation, who are giving her advice that is encouraging her to say things like, the net in net zero is a dangerous trap. Whatever you do, we've got to get to absolute zero. We even have relatively respectable climate scientists, James Dyke, Bob Watson, Wolfgang Knorr, coming out saying, no, we don't need net zero, we need absolute zero. In other words, we need a ban. I've compared, and was given a bit of a hard time for this, but I think it's a reasonable analogy, insisting that that the next generation must give up fossil fuels, and not giving them any way of using fossil fuels without causing climate change is analogous to those First World War generals who sent up kids in balsa wood aeroplanes without parachutes so as to focus their minds. That's essentially what we're talking about. These guys saying, let's not talk about the net in net zero, we're going for absolute zero. They're sending the next generation up without a parachute. But we can see why the concept of net zero has got unpopular. We have posters in service stations from prominent extractive fossil fuel companies saying you can drive carbon neutral by protecting and replanting forests. We have the World Economic Forum announcing a 1 trillion tree campaign to solve climate change, and headlines like, trees are the most effective solution for global warming. So I'm going to devote a bit of, so the net in net zero has come to mean planting trees to compensate for your fossil fuel emissions. And for, when you fly on a plane, there's a little button to press. When you buy your ticket, you can pay a pound or two for somebody to plant or protect or replanting forests. Notice the wording there. Very often it means protecting a forest, which means you're going to pay somebody not to cut down a forest. And what you may not know is that next year you can pay the same person the same amount to not cut down that forest again. It's sort of like the mafiosi who doesn't trash your shop, and then next week they come back and you have to pay them again to not trash your shop. It's exactly the same principle. So it's not surprising that with these kind of things going on, the net in net zero is getting a bad name. But let's focus now on, there is an important role for biology in achieving our climate goals. So I'm going to sort of dwell a little bit, even though this is the Geological Society, I need to talk about the other side of the problem. So-called nature-based climate solutions, which are this whole raft of methods of taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere using the biosphere, or reducing the flux of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere from the biosphere. They can make a substantial contribution to the climate problem, but we have to get that contribution into perspective. And this is a helpful graphic from this paper by Turner in 2018, which shows that, in the black, it comes out black on this slide, a plume there shows scenarios that are consistent with 1.5 degrees. You can see they're all heading down to net zero as total carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere, heading down to net zero around the middle of this century. And in the context of that reduction, the light gray is all scenarios. So you can see that it represents not only a massive reduction over the next 30 years, but also relative to other scenarios which actually would predict a massive increase. So that's the scale of the challenge we face to get emissions down. In the context of that, the dashed bars over on the right show what these authors reckoned we could achieve as an additional flux of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere in blue, or reduced flux of carbon dioxide from the biosphere in yellow, through their most optimistic estimates of the deployment of nature-based climate solutions. And the breakdown is shown in the sort of blown up bar there. And you can see there are things like reforestation, avoided deforestation, biochar, peatland restoration, and so on. These are things that our government loves to talk about when they're talking about net zero. But look at this. This is the global context. That's the length of the bar. That's the challenge we face. So you've probably heard headlines like it's a third of what we need to do by it's a third of our climate goals can be delivered by nature-based solutions. That's a very popular headline. it's very unclear where it comes from, but I think it comes from taking that bar and putting it next to the reduction required by 2030, and not mentioning the fact that actually that's all that it can do, even all the way out beyond 2030, but just sort of basically compressing everything into the next 8 years and saying that's what nature is going to offer, despite the fact, of course, that what nature-based solutions can offer in the next 10 years is actually quite limited, because rather sort of obviously trees take time to grow. It does definitely help to think about the numbers, and unfortunately a lot of the thinking around net zero is relatively number free, but I've just shown you this helpful estimates that, you know, we can deliver perhaps 10 billion tons of CO2 per year, roughly 5 of which is avoided deforestation, so reducing flux of carbon into the atmosphere from deforestation. Arguably, we have to do that anyway, because we have to stop deforestation for so many reasons, not just climate. And maybe 5 or 6 additional restoration of carbon into the biosphere by things like peatland restoration, reforestation, and so on. So what impact would we expect this amount of carbon removal to have on global temperatures by 2050? Just, you know, run the numbers. It's not complicated. And the answer is given in this figure from a paper by Social-geoscience et al. From the middle of last year. And it shows essentially we can shave 1/10 of a degree of global warming by 2050, perhaps a third of a degree almost by 2100 through further deployment of nature-based climate solutions. It's just important to stress this was a paper. Most of the authors were nature-based climate solutions enthusiasts, but they just wanted to get the numbers right. These are, you know, and so this was, and it was quite a tricky paper to write. I was one of the co-authors on it because a lot of people were quite sort of worried about the message. And it's very important to stress, yes, these things have a huge role to play. Yes, there's all sorts of reasons why we need to be investing in the biosphere, conserving biodiversity and so forth, but we have to be realistic about what it can deliver for the climate challenge, because the current rate of fossil fuel driven warming is, as I hope you all know, over 0.2 degrees per decade. So we have to stop fossil fuels from causing global warming. There's another even bigger, longer term reason why we can't rely on the biosphere to do that for us, which is that biosphere sinks themselves are weakening as the world warms. So this is what's happening to tropical forests. We're seeing, as the world warms, we're seeing an increased risk of fire risk in tropical forest. The carbon that we're storing in tropical forest, I mean, it's not just the effect of global warming, it's also the effect of sort of, you know, unpredictable events like Bolsonaro coming in and suddenly releasing a whole lot of carbon back into the atmosphere, which we were hoping had been stored away. This is only one of these many so-called Earth system feedbacks that are very badly represented in the current generation of climate models and might result, as the world warms, in an additional flux of the order of 5 billion tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere by mid-century anyway. So to put this into context, we may well need all of our nature-based climate solutions potential just to keep the carbon content of the biosphere stable in the second half of this century, leaving nothing left over to balance continued fossil fuel use. So we can't rely on the biosphere to stop fossil fuels from causing global warming. Just to sum up with a sort of graphic from a recent paper by led by Sam Fankhauser. If these are anthropogenic fluxes here, where we are now is a huge amount of carbon dioxide coming out of the lithosphere going into the atmosphere, large flux of carbon out of the land and ocean biosphere into the atmosphere, and some recovery into the land biosphere as trees grow faster due to enhanced CO2 and so on. What most people, most countries, most companies think of as net zero is actually this situation, which is where, if you look at the arrows, the sort of widths of the arrows are meant to sort of indicate roughly the size of the fluxes. If you look at the arrows here, you see that the atmosphere isn't receiving in any given year net any more carbon. So hooray, we've stopped the accumulation of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. But of course, you've only got to look at this graphic to realize that's a totally unsustainable situation. We're fluxing carbon through the atmosphere from the lithosphere into the biosphere. That might be a good thing to do for a small number of decades, but it's not something you can rely on forever. And of course, there's this problem that the land and ocean biosphere's capacity to absorb all that carbon is weakening due to climate change itself. This is what we need, where we need to get to. Durable net zero means balance in all three pools. And in particular, if you look carefully, the lines going into and out of the lithosphere now more or less match up. And that's the point. We need to be, for a durable net zero, we need to be putting fossil carbon back into the lithosphere, or otherwise securely disposing of it on geological timescales, which conventionally means more than 1,000 years at least, in order to balance any remaining flux of fossil carbon back out of the biosphere. This is exactly what happens in those scenarios that actually meet the Paris Agreement goals. So this is energy and industrial process emissions in the 1.5 degree scenarios, shown here in a depiction which unfortunately the IPCC didn't show, and we can argue about why not, because it makes it sort of rather too clear what's going on. Okay, so we reduce the amount of carbon dioxide produced in black there, nowhere near net zero. We reduce it by about 2/3 in these scenarios. By the time we get to net zero, which is the blue line showing net emissions into the atmosphere, about 1/3 of what we're doing, so we've reduced the amount we produce by burning less, but we achieve net zero by storing much more of the carbon underground than, of course, we're doing at the moment, or indeed that most people expect we're talking about. So this is the sort of key area that's it's being badly neglected in climate policy at the moment, building up that storage capacity at the rate we need to build it up in order to achieve net zero. There's out of the hundreds of scenarios that went into the IPCC's both 1.5 degrees report and the recent Working Group 3 report, there were a handful that were deliberately constructed to avoid geological CO2 storage. They were kind of thought experiments designed by the author saying, could we get to essentially absolute zero? Could we eliminate the use of fossil fuels and still meet sustainable development goals and so on? They're worth delving into because they're pretty extreme scenarios about both human behavior and the economy over the next 30 years. And I don't want to get into the details of criticizing these individual scenarios, but it's very interesting how at COP26, those were almost the only scenarios that the vast majority of people at COP26 wanted to talk about, despite the fact they were completely unrepresentative of the scenarios as a whole. And certainly the people outside COP26 waving banners only wanted to talk about those scenarios, the scenarios in which storage was deliberately excluded because scenario developers or some certain politicians just don't like it. We are making some progress in burning less fossil fuels, in producing less CO2, perhaps in Europe and Britain at least. But we're making very, very little progress in ramping up carbon dioxide storage. And the answer is really obvious, because and this is a graphic from a recent Goldman Sachs report. You could probably quibble over the numbers, but the basic message is relatively obvious, in that we've got measures to reduce CO2 production shown in red, and measures to increase CO2 storage shown in blue, and the height of the bars shows the cost of doing these different things in order to reduce emissions moving from left to right. So left is we haven't reduced any emissions, right over on the right is we've eliminated emissions and achieved net zero. And you can see that, you know, to start with, for almost sort of 3/4 of our emissions, it's cheaper to produce less CO2 than it is to store it. So if all you think about is emissions to the atmosphere, you don't bother with increasing CO2 storage until you reach that cliff edge where it becomes incredibly expensive to reduce emissions any further. And then you really do need CO2 storage, you need CO2 disposal to actually get over that final 25% to get to net zero. So that our reliance on economic instruments like carbon pricing, like the ETS, to drive down emissions is actually automatically, by design, pushing back our investment in CO2 storage. So we've got climate policies that are, by design, doing the wrong thing. And kind of everybody knows that. And yet nobody wants to talk about it, which is why I think, you know, you as the Geological Society should be putting this in people's faces to point out how stupid the path we're on at the moment is. So just to reiterate what geological net zero needs to mean. Basically, it's a physical balance between the release of fossil carbon, combustion and oxidation of fossil carbon to CO2 and refossilization, if you like. So restoring CO2, either injecting it back underground into safe saline aquifers and so on, or remineralizing or otherwise committing it to permanent storage. Several recent papers about this. I mean, Stuart and I have been banging on about this for heaven knows how long. So this is hardly new and it's hardly subtle. But as you can probably gather from my tone of voice, it's kind of frustrating that something so obvious seems to be so difficult to get people to say. Recently, Hugh Richard and Portolano have come out with a sort of a nice paper, and they're actually sort of starting to campaign for this. More power to them. I don't know if they're online or here even, but I haven't actually met them in person. But there's clearly a need to try and get the policy community to actually accept this principle of geological net zero. It's not just an academic point. We need to start focusing on that fraction of CO2 that is re-injected into the Earth's crust or disposed of. At the moment, that fraction, interestingly, can I just find out, in this room, who knows what fraction, apart from you, who knows what fraction of the CO2 we generate every year from burning fossil fuels is re-injected into the Earth's crust globally? Zero. It's not quite zero, because I'll be very generous and allow EOR into the number.
0.1 of 1%.
Okay, not far off. It's 0.1%. It's not quite as bad as you think, but it's pretty bad. That's the number that apparently is going to get to 100% by 2050. That's a 1,000-fold increase in 28 years. And it's flat. It's not increased at all over the past decade. And we're not even talking about it. Nobody knows what it is. No country will report it. I was on a call where a bunch of high ambition companies wanted to make an announcement at Davos of the amount of money they were spending on geological carbon capture and storage. And the only thing they wanted to talk about was the amount of money, because that was a lot of money. They didn't even really want to talk about the number of tons, but they agreed to talk about the number of tons. And I said, okay, can we also say the fraction of your all scope emissions that this represents? No, we're not going to talk about that. Of course not, because it was pathetic. If you don't even talk about something, it's never going to go up. And this is causing us problems, because if we, what we see in these scenarios, the ones that actually get to 1.5 degrees, we get to 1.5 degrees by imposing carbon prices north of $1,000 per ton of CO2. Just to remind you, the carbon price that almost brought down the previous Macron government was less than 20 euros per ton of CO2. Apparently, we're going to be just telling people you're going to be paying $1,000 per ton of CO2 by 2050, so that's in 28 years' time. And the reason, and that is almost 3 times what it costs to dispose of CO2, to capture it from the atmosphere, re-inject it underground, even today. So why do prices go that high? Because in these scenarios, it's assumed that we continue doing what we're doing. We don't monitor this stored fraction. We therefore don't build the storage capacity in time because we're far too busy doing other things until it's too late. And so we don't have the storage capacity available. So then the only things we're left to do is to actually go up that cliff of discouraging people from actually using fossil fuels at all. It's not just global scenarios. This is, I probably could have got another one, but I found this one and it was handy. As a well-known extractive fossil fuel company that I don't know if this, and they're represented at this meeting, but you know, hello if they are. They pride themselves on building up their CO2 storage capacity, and they hope to have access to 25 million tons per year of CCS capacity by 2035. I'm not quite sure what that means. What have access to? Are they going to share it with lots of other companies? Are they going to actually use it? They don't say. They also, I couldn't find the number of how much CO2 was going to be being produced by the products sold by this company by 2035. So I've done some sort of heroic assumptions here, and I've come up with a number of about 1 billion tons of CO2, which I think is reasonably consistent with the other things they say. It's probably an underestimate, because although they say that their gas production is going to go down gently, they don't say their oil production is going to go down gently. They don't say anything about their gas production. So it's probably a much higher number than that. So 25 million tons of CO2 is 2.3%. 2035 is halfway to 2050. And they're at 2.3%. And this is an extractive fossil fuel company that's one of the best placed companies in the world to do this. And nobody cares. We need a policy that's targeted at achieving geological net zero, because we need geological net zero to stop global warming. And Stuart and I have been advocating for years that the policy that we need is something called a carbon take-back obligation. We need to make it a licensing condition that anyone pulling carbon dioxide pulling up carbon, which is going to generate carbon dioxide out of the ground, should be required to dispose permanently of a progressively increasing fraction of the carbon dioxide generated by the products they sell. Think of it as a progressively extended producer responsibility, so one which goes up smoothly to 100% by 2050. I would allow them to source that CO2 from any CO2 that would otherwise have ended up in the atmosphere, because obviously this would get it going quickly. It would certainly soften the blow for fossil fuel companies, many of whom have plenty of nice, clean CO2 available to deliver this. And you'd have to require this sequestered fraction to rise predictably 10% by 2030. Remember, Britain, by the way, does anybody know what fraction Britain will be sequestering by 2030? Again, apart from Stuart. So Britain will be, if we're lucky, if we get both of those projects up in the northeast, we'll be at 1.5%. And we're a climate leader, okay? So, you know, we need to get to 10% by 2030 if we're going to have any hope of getting to 100% by 2050. So just make it a requirement. Of course, the costs will be passed on to the consumer as market conditions allow. Of course, that'll encourage a shift away from fossil fuels, but at least you guarantee you get to net zero. What's interesting about this, and why I find it weird that nobody seems to want to talk about this option, is it's incredibly cheap. Because you're only requiring people to dispose of, 1 ton in 10 by 2030, you're only paying 1/10 per ton of carbon sold of the carbon capture and sequestration cost. So it's, of the order of, less than $10 per ton of CO2 equivalent carbon price in 2030. Of course, by the time you get to 2050, you're going to have run out of all the point sources of CO2 and you'll be resorting to free air capture, and you're probably talking about something closer to $300 per ton of CO2. But that's a lot less than $1,000 per ton of CO2, which is what we see happening in those scenarios where we rely on a carbon price to drive out the last ton of carbon. This, in context, is what it would take to stop global warming. And I just want you to remember this figure, okay? It's the same figure I showed you right at the outset, but I've just added 2 more lines. The purple bar, range of costs, for CO2 disposal from point sources today. Green line, range of costs for CO2 disposal from air capture today. Less than the amount that fossil fuel prices, wholesale fossil fuel prices, have varied over the past 6 months. Why is this such a problem? It's a problem because nobody's thinking about the problem geologically. We're all far too busy running around looking for trees to plant. I'm going to wrap up, but just to point out, we nearly got there. We got this close in 2015. Ron Oxburgh proposed an amendment to the UK Energy Bill that year that would have started a consultation on requiring extractors and importers of fossil fuels to pay for CCS. Only started a consultation, but Oil and Gas UK certainly spotted where this might go, and I was taken out by a lobbyist and lobbied for an hour to tell me what a terrible idea it was, and I spent the hour thinking it was a really, really good idea. But the lobbyists won. It disappeared without trace, despite being supported by all 3 major parties. It's got to come back. And so a goal for COP27, I don't know if you're going to COP27, Sharm el-Sheikh, high carbon cost of getting there. Could we get a joint declaration by the world's geological societies that we need geological net zero? And put a date on it as well if you want to. But to be honest with you, I don't even care if you don't put a date on it. I just like somebody to acknowledge that this is what it'll take to stop fossil fuels from causing global warming. To wrap up, we need net zero stuff. We don't need net zero systems, net zero companies, net zero economies. By decarbonizing 4 products, we largely solve the climate problem. And those 4 products are obviously coal, gas, oil, and cement. And on average, the cost of decarbonization will be less than wholesale price variations over the past, I used to say 20 years, I can now say 6 months. But we don't talk about climate change in this way. Why not? Just remember this. We didn't save the ozone layer by rationing deodorant or changing consumer attitudes to personal hygiene. I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Myles. That's fantastic. I guess we've got time for a few questions.
If we do, yeah, thank you. I'm happy to take them.
Do you have any questions in the room? Julie.
I'll sit. Julian Kettle from Wood Mackenzie. I was quite interested in your, I think your 3rd from last slide, where you're looking at the change in prices over the last 6 months. But the reality is that's not the real price of oil, gas, etc. It's not going to be here to stay. It's related to the current conflict. How does that change from your perspective if you go back to what you might consider to be a normal price range for oil, say 70, 80 bucks?
Well, in the same context, the cost of decarbonizing oil would be fully decarbonized, so recapturing the CO2 from the atmosphere and injecting it underground would be 50 pence on a litre of petrol. So that's how much wholesale prices went up, how much petrol prices in the UK went up between 2004 and 2019. And that was probably more a sort of real increase rather than a rapid fluctuation. So, that's in 15 years. We've got 30 years to do it. Why is this a problem? Well, it's a problem because we're not thinking about it that way. So yes, obviously, it looks even more amazing when you put it into context of these recent fluctuations. But I think the recent fluctuations are also revealing because European fossil fuel consumption has barely budged in response. People are just complaining and spending more. So the idea that we're going to stick on a carbon price and somehow people suddenly stop using the stuff is clearly fantasy. They'll just complain and vote out whatever government is putting on the carbon price. We'll have Marine Le Pen next time. She certainly won't impose a carbon price. Or worse still, Nigel Farage. When he started criticizing net zero, that I started to panic. Do we need a mic for the people off site? Sorry.
You showed a, do I need to press anything or is this working? Right, okay. You showed a nice slide quite early on of the fluxes between ocean and lithological sinks and the atmosphere. So, and you're talking about really increasing the free air capture as the way forwards. And does the modelling actually build in that you might actually increase the flux back out of the ocean from that stored CO2 into the atmosphere? And it's maybe the real benefit that you would just slow down the increase, but maybe also reduce the rate of ocean acidification?
Well, one of two parts to the answer to that. First of all, yes, if you take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, it fluxes back out of the ocean. So if you try and reduce atmospheric, concentrations of carbon dioxide, it's sort of twice as difficult as you might think it might be, because you're going to have to deal with the carbon dioxide coming back out of the ocean. That's absolutely included in the modelling. There are also interesting ideas about how you might capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, which would directly address ocean acidification at the same time, like ocean liming, which I think is a very interesting idea. Although of course it frightens people, because it sounds, the idea of spreading lime on the oceans, would require quite a big sort of mindset shift from lots of people. But it might come to that. But yes. Eventually, if you actually had to draw down atmospheric CO2 concentrations, those would be the things you'd be contending with. I'm really focused here on just stopping the warming, and after that, we'll do what we have to do.
Great, thanks.
Sorry.
Okay.
Just yeah, can I go? Okay. Hi, Chris O'Brien from SRK. I used to regulate the EU ETS for the Welsh government regulator. Yeah, so I'm a big fan of carbon pricing myself, but I appreciate your comments. But the ETS directive has carbon capture and storage built into it. It's at the back, which isn't helpful. But if it's already there, if the provisions are already there to potentially make, to increase the value to people of carbon capture and storage through that mechanism, is there something that needs to be changed to that to make it better?
Absolutely, because what that doesn't address is the temporal externality, the fact that we know we're going to need this in the future, but it's probably not the cheapest way of reducing emissions now. So if you make storage compete, that was the point of the Goldman slide. If you make storage compete with avoided production of CO2, it's going to keep losing until you get to 2040. And then suddenly you realize you're going to have to store masses and you won't have built anything. So that's exactly what's happening. We all kind of know we're going to need this in the future, but everybody's just sort of waiting for somebody else to build it. And that's why I say the only way we're going to get the storage we need in the future built is to make it a licensing requirement to continuing to generate CO2 today.
I think, Karen, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for an excellent talk. I'm wide awake now, and I think it was quite sobering. And I'm myself a very big fan of policy and regulation to achieve these kinds of goals. But you were mentioning the lack of ambition, if you will. You gave the number for Shell, saying, okay, we're going to maybe increase from 0.1% to a couple of percent over the next couple of decades. So why do you think there is that lack of ambition? Is it just the lack of policy, or is there a technical challenge, a technical barrier that we also need to address, certainly as geoscientists?
I don't believe there's a technical barrier. I was speaking to another of the big fossil fuel companies shortly after the 1.5 degrees report came out, to their sort of gathering of their young engineers, all their young geoscientists. I got the question, you know, come on, do you really think we could possibly achieve 1.5 degrees? You know, it's a little bit of like, you know, be serious. And I just asked them, well, if you had to decarbonize your product as a licensing condition of staying in business by 2050, would you be able to do so? Would you be able to sort of get rid of 1 ton of CO2 every ton generated by your scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions? And they all just looked at me like I was crazy, like it was even a question. Of course we would. The industry is absolutely confident that they could do it. I believe them. The capacity is certainly there, but the policy is completely absent. And so we can't blame the industry here because they're doing what it's rational to do given the complete inactivity of our politicians. So, you know, we can't expect these industries to suddenly become charities and do something. And it's actually worse. Our politicians keep saying that the politicians will pay for this sometime later. So if you just wait, the taxpayer will pay for it all. Again, why would, you know, a CEO of an energy company pay for something which is going to get paid for by the taxpayer in 2 years' time? What would be the point? They're just throwing away their shareholders' money. So, and then of course they change their minds and then the taxpayer doesn't pay for it. And so nothing happens. That's the situation we're in.
Right, thanks. We'll take one more in the room and then I think one online.
Yeah, fully support everything you said there. But in terms of carbon take back, isn't the problem that you've got a global market and most of the oil is coming out of national oil companies? So if say we did it in the UK, we'd actually effectively putting a tax on them in the UK to explore in the UK. It would just be other countries would just fill that gap. So how do you cope with that?
So first of all, it has to apply on all carbon coming into an economy, including imports. So obviously you wouldn't want to discriminate against imports. Interestingly, if you open the option of an importer delivering their carbon take-back obligation upstream, they'd probably take it because it's a lot cheaper to get rid of CO2 in Saudi Arabia than it is under the North Sea. When I presented this to the Saudis, they loved it. And they pointed out in no uncertain terms that it was outrageous that they couldn't supply or take any credit for supplying decarbonized oil to Europe because the ETS regulations didn't allow them to take any credit for getting rid of CO2 upstream. So actually, I suspect you'd find fossil fuel producers would actually, I mean, a lot of far-sighted fossil fuel producers, and they aren't all in that category, should like this scenario because it gives them a predictable long-term path for selling their product in a climate-constrained world. The worst case scenario for them is suddenly getting told you're not allowed to sell your stuff anymore. And they're left with all these stranded assets. Much better for them is to be given a clear path whereby they neutralize the environmental impact of the product they're selling so that they can keep selling it for as long as it's economic to do so. And so I first of all, yes, eventually it has to be global, but I actually firmly believe it'd be a lot easier to make this global because you're dealing in effect with 80 companies than making a climate policy global the way we're doing it at the moment, where you're dealing with this sort of Heath Robinson affair of all sorts of policies all over the place, and you're trying to work out what they're worth. The carbon border tax adjustment, which is what we currently propose to do to address this sort of differences between countries, is going to be a complete nightmare because you're going to have bureaucrats trying to work out what the carbon content is of an iPhone. That's just a recipe for lawsuits forever. So, at least here, it's very obvious if a company is buying fossil fuels that are compliant with the carbon take-back obligation, buy their products. If they're not, put a penalty on them.
So I think we'll find one online.
Yeah, so we have one question coming in from online, from an anonymous person. So you showed us a really interesting graphic earlier on, and they were just wondering, why does the IPCC not show us the diagrams with the truth?
Well, no, the IPCC diagrams are perfectly true. It's just the way it's presented. I'm drawing out what happens in energy and industrial process emissions in those scenarios. There's a lot of, I was disappointed that the problem was not presented in these nice, simple terms in the recent IPCC reports. there's a lot of interests, of course, involved in producing IPCC reports and in approving them. And sometimes those many interests make it quite hard for the IPCC to say that things are as simple as they are. And I think that's really the bottom line. It's not that the IPCC and to be honest, I think it's probably not fair to call out the IPCC here. I think we, the academic community, have done the world a serious disservice by making out that climate change is really complicated. It's not. We got 4 products we've got to decarbonize, and we got 30 years to do it.
Great.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. I think we need to move on now. Thank you very much, Myles. Okay. Okay, our final speaker in this morning's session is Frøydis Cameron Johansen, who is the Group Head of International Government and Sustainability at Anglo American. I guess, Frøydis, I think you've got a hard deadline, so we'll go straight into you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much. I've got a bit of wiggle room. So no, it was really interesting for the previous speaker. That was really great. And the thing that struck me the most was the very closing line, which is, yeah, climate change is pretty simple. We have to decarbonize, and these are things we need to take out. So, you know, chapeau, because again, in the work that I do, you know, trying to help people understand what needs to be done, you know, it's very easy to sort of hide behind the complexity of things when actually what we need to do, it's not necessarily complex, it's just going to be difficult because of all the things that people need to balance, especially from a kind of public policy perspective. So I hope I can build on the previous speaker. I did have a bit of a chunk in there about talking about the IPCC report, but I think that's been done. So what I'm here to do to talk today about is really around the sort of role of geosciences in the sort of net zero future. So if you will bear with me, I'll sort of take you on a bit of a journey. I'm going to talk primarily from the sort of mining side, because Anglo American is one of the large diversified mining companies. We are across multiple commodities, so copper, nickel. We're one of the largest producers of platinum. We also own De Beers. So when I say that, people often go, ah, yes, now I know who you are. So De Beers Diamonds. And we also have an iron ore business and a metallurgical coal business. And I will talk a bit more about the coal side of things as I sort of go through. So in terms of moving to the world where we need to really be targeting net zero, as the previous speaker talked about, there is no question that we absolutely need to be doing this. I think reading the IPCC report and looking at the responses to it, you know, we were talking about mitigation, but I think as we move forward, the world needs to now really start thinking very hard about adaptation as well, because those two things really need to be done in parallel. Now, as a mining company, you might think, well, what do we have to do with net zero? Well, we're of the firm belief that a number of the products that we mine are really critical for the transition. So what we talk about the green transition, the green energy transition, making sure that we have a responsible energy transition. I'm sure a number of you have heard about the just transition, which I'll talk about in a moment as well. So there's lots of transitions that are coming at us, and we need to make sure that we understand what they mean, what the implications are, so that we do actually ensure that we do them in the right way. And one of those is really thinking about the dilemmas that we face in these transitions. So again, you know, what we have to do is not complex, but some of the stages and decisions we need to make are actually quite difficult in terms of balancing some of the things that we need to do. So the first thing was I want to share with you is our coal business. So we had a thermal coal business in South Africa. We came under a lot of pressure as Anglo American to divest of that coal business. A number of investors were saying, if you hold assets in thermal coal, we can't invest with you anymore because we have our own carbon thresholds. We were saying, okay, we understand that. And in terms of our portfolio management, thermal coal is coming to more of the end of its life, but we can't just kind of sell it and cut and run. We have a number of obligations to our communities and our workers that really depend on these assets. So actually just sort of cutting and running, which some people have done, is actually left communities in a much worse position. You're taking these companies out of the kind of public sector where there's a lot of scrutiny and shareholders have a lot more kind of scrutiny and sort of, I guess, influence. You're putting it into some of the more kind of private equity backed environment, which again, there's not necessarily the need for the disclosure. And you're also potentially taking away some of the environmental management pieces as well. So when we finally divested, we did it in a way that sort of spun off that company so that the company could continue to work with the communities, it could continue to work with the workers, but also be very open about how it was going to manage the trajectory of those assets as they kind of wound down to the natural conclusion of their life. And it's been very interesting because when we talk to investors now, they actually now seem to really appreciate and understand that it's very important we do these things as soon as we can, but we need to make sure that we are actually balancing a number of these different aspects, both from the environmental, the social, the community, the livelihoods piece as well. Because again, if you kind of do these transitions too quickly, you can end up with some very serious social consequences as well. The other dilemma that the extractive sector is facing as well is respects to what we're calling like the sort of green metals. So we're looking at copper. Copper is a huge component of electrification. The battery metals, so nickel, platinum, lithium, cobalt, all of these metals are not just kind of, as you know, popping out of the ground. They need to be extracted. And of course, we need to make sure that if we are focusing on these metals, which we all need to kind of make this big transition in the energy sector, in the transportation sector, we need to make sure that the extraction is being done in a much more holistic way. So just being able to say, oh, we're digging up copper in this jurisdiction, don't worry about our environmental or social consequences, we're doing it for the greater good to green the planet, that is no longer a kind of acceptable practice for companies. So you may have seen there's been a lot of scrutiny on some of the countries where these battery metals are coming from. So they're coming from places like the DRC. There's also been a focus that some of the battery metals may come from other places, such as the deep sea environment and things like that. And so we need to make sure that the metals that we need to make this net zero transition are actually extracted in a way that we can actually sort of look ourselves in the eye and say, we have done these in a responsible way. And so one of the big areas that we're seeing coming to bear now, especially in the metal sector, is around the idea of sort of provenance. So where do these metals come from? How were they extracted? What were the actual implications? How can we actually be sure that the pound of copper that is going into an electric vehicle or into a wind turbine, how can we be sure that this came out in a responsible way? You can't just say you're greening things while actually then having quite serious human rights or environmental consequences as well. Those two are not going to square up. The other area is also thinking about the other dilemma around renewables. So again, you'll have seen in terms of looking at the solar supply chain, a lot of the kind of global silica supply chain, which is a really important component for photovoltaics, comes from China. And one of the largest areas which is working through on the polysilica supply chain is Xinjiang. So if any of you know, Xinjiang is the area where there have been various allegations about how labor is used in those regions as well. So again, we as a company at Anglo American are looking to really support South Africa in terms of bringing on that solar PV installation. We want to not just ensure that our mines are net zero, but bringing on more capacity within that ecosystem. But if we want to do that, we need to purchase a lot of photovoltaics. Where would be the most cost-effective area to buy those photovoltaics? Well, again, you look at the supply chain, and we need to then measure and think about how we can ensure that the supply chain in which we are participating in is also balancing the other considerations that we stand for in terms of human rights and all of our other responsible sourcing values as well. So those are kind of some of the dilemmas that we in the mining sector are working through as we are providing the metals and minerals that are going to be so important for the green transition, as we as a sort of collective are moving towards that net zero space. So I talked about the kind of importance of provenance and also certification. So many of you will probably know about the sort of good forestry stewardship certification. You have the one around responsible seafood as well, organic certification. So there's lots of certification schemes out there, but there wasn't one really sort of holistic one that captured for mining industry. So we've been working on one called IRMA, which is the sort of responsible mining assurance, or the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance. Anglo American was one of the founding members. It started about 11 years ago. The person that was participating on it from our side, I think, has had 2 children, a dog, and moved house 3 times. So these things are not quick. And the reason they're not quick is because they were multi-stakeholder. So we had NGOs sitting on them, we had civil society sitting on it, we had business, we've also had customers. So at the moment on IRMA, you have Anglo American, you have a number of NGOs, you have organized labor through Industrial, and you also have a number of end users. So Volkswagen, Tesla, BMW. And it's also the pressure from our customers wanting to ensure that when they purchase a product, they're able to really see the responsible sourcing. So if somebody wants to buy a BMW, they want to make sure that the metal in that BMW is both low carbon, had a low water intensity, and came from responsibly sourced operations as well. So that's why these certification schemes are really, really important as well. So you're sort of demonstrating provenance for the metals and minerals that are really needed to make this transition. So having talked about that, and I've talked about all the sort of dilemmas that we're looking at, why are geoscientists relevant for all of this? Well, I'm a geoscientist originally. So Sarah and I go kind of way back to our sort of exploration days. We were never more happy than wearing Gore-Tex and camping out either in a shipping container or a tent. But when I sort of thought about this in answer to this question, I went to a very trusted source in the name of Mr. Google and just typed in geosciences. And the one definition that came up, and again, I don't want to teach a room full of geosciences what geoscience is, but I thought this captured it incredibly well, which is geoscience is the study of the earth, its oceans, atmosphere, rivers, lakes, ice sheets and glaciers, soils, its complex surface, rocky interior, and metallic core. It includes many aspects of how living things, including humans, interact with the earth. Now, in terms of what I have just talked about, I don't think there is any better definition to explain a discipline which is probably the best equipped to actually deal with a lot of the challenges that we have to really be looking at with respect to climate change. Because it is not just a technical solution. You can't engineer your way out of climate change. You can't just think about solving some of these issues and dilemmas looking at things through one lens. There is and I know the previous speaker didn't agree with this, but there is a complexity with some of these dilemmas that we need to work through. And by that, I mean, there are going to be decisions that need to be made so that you can sort of navigate your way through this. And this for me, as a geoscientist myself, is what this discipline can really bring to it. So within the geosciences space, you will have many subdisciplines, but I find geoscientists as a whole tend to look at things in the round, tend to look at things from different perspectives, tend to look at things in a much more holistic way. Now, we are finding from an industry perspective, and my role works a lot with policymakers, is that you really do need to start looking at some of these challenges in the round. You can't just, as I talked about with the coal example, you can't just say you need to diversify of this commodity and forget about everything else, because you can't. You need to think about the social implications, the environmental implications in the near term. How are those going to be managed? And so for me, geosciences has a huge role to play in this transition space, because the discipline really does look and sort of, I think, come under a lot of the aspects of sustainability. So again, sustainability, I've been in the sustainability space for about 25 years. We started off with a very sort of, old school definition under Brundtland. It kind of changed, it morphed. ESG was very kind of, those were the sexy terms that we've had the last couple of years. But for me, there is still a lot of value in talking about sustainability, because I think for me, it really does talk about the holistic nature of the challenges and how we need to be looking at things. So geosciences absolutely fits in with really kind of looking at things from a holistic sustainability perspective, which is what we need to do. The other thing I'll say is that with respect to getting to net zero, if we're going to get to net zero, we do need to be balancing both the environmental considerations and also the livelihoods considerations. And so this, again, is an area where geosciences has a huge role to play. We need to be looking at the soil. We need to be looking at agriculture. We need to be looking at water, hydrology. We need to be looking at, when we're doing installations of renewable products, where do we put these things? Should we put them in this location or this location? Geosciences has a huge role to play in really understanding the optimal places for this. How do we set up these installations? How do we optimize them? Infrastructure. How do we put in the infrastructure that's really going to support all of these things? You can't just put a PV plant in the middle of the desert with not being connected to a grid. So how do we then think about the logistics associated with the infrastructure development? How do we think about town planning? How do we think about where people are going to move to in the future? How are we thinking about all of these things? And so for me, and I think when I look, and sorry, I'm not in the room with you, but the sort of people that we work with, there are huge opportunities from a geosciences perspective in working not just in a sort of exploration space, digging up the metals for the future, but working in areas of public policy. There are a huge push at the moment from different governments around critical minerals. How do we think about them? Where are they? What does that mean geopolitically for us? So again, as a geologist originally, going in to have conversations with government about high-level policy pieces, who would have thought that, 30 years ago when I was studying. So you basically are looking at those spaces. You're looking at the renewable spaces, renewable energy. How are we thinking about not just solar and wind, but also hydrogen, battery storage? Again, how are we thinking about battery? How are we thinking about where things are located? So there's huge, huge opportunities. And I think the world is our oyster when it comes to where we can really add value, where we can really help shape things and really bring the discipline to the fore. Because we do have this unique view, which is very different to engineering. And I can say that, I think, without being in the room. I won't get lynched by engineers. Because we do bring those different lenses to it and that much more holistic view. And that is the only way we are going to be solving any of the problems that I'm sure the speaker before me mentioned, and also managing and navigating through a number of the dilemmas that I spoke about earlier on. So that's all I really had to say. I'm very happy to take questions. I'm looking to Sarah, who's in my screen, if that was what she was after. Again, I have some time to answer any questions if there are any in the room.
Great, thanks very much, Brother. That was much appreciated. We're running the conference off WhatsApp, which is why I'm looking at phone. I've been reminded to.
That is the new normal.
It is the new normal. Just reminded to tell everyone in the room that when you ask questions, they are live broadcasts. So just be aware of that. So I think we have some questions online and maybe some questions in the room for Freudis. So shall we start with an online question?
Yep. So we've actually had loads of questions come in online. The first one is, at the moment, mining has a pretty bad reputation, even if we manage to prove that we are mining in a responsible way. Do you think it is possible to change the reputation of the sector?
Great question. Yes, I do. I really do. And I think you're absolutely right. Mining has legacies, and the mining sector, always operated in the way it should. And we're all responsible for upping the game in that space. I think, the other thing about the mining sector is we are only as good as our worst performer. We are often thrown into the same bucket. And people also, it's maybe a bit different. I was in the oil and gas sector for a long time before. And again, people don't necessarily have that that sort of connection. They think, oh, mining is just a really big hole in the ground. They don't make the assumption that literally everything they probably have that makes their life function, came from a mine potentially. My previous CEO, Mark Cutifani, he used to have a phrase which was, if it wasn't grown, it was mined. I used to think that was a bit silly, but actually there's quite a lot of truth to that. And so I think we as an industry, we need to always be performing. We need to be always trying harder. And again, it's no longer acceptable for us just to say, we're mining the stuff that you need, so let us get on with it. There is so much scrutiny on us, and rightly so. I spend a lot of my time talking to both investors, community members, government officials on really understanding their perspectives of the sector and how we can really address those. Now, I've been in the extractive sector for, like I say, over 25 years, and I've worked and lived in all sorts of places from Africa, Siberia, South America. And I think what I've come to realize is people really care about three things, and we need to really be able to answer these three things in an authentic, transparent, and honest manner. Whenever we're doing projects, they want to hear about, well, kind of what's in it for me? What are you going to do to the water that I drink and the air that I breathe? And what's going to be left for my children? How are you going to leave this? And I think we already know what people care about and what they want to know about, because these are things that I personally would also care about. So I think for us, we need to always keep those things in our mind, and so that we can always make sure that we're answering them and performing to the standards that we really need to hold ourselves to account for.
Great, thanks. Any questions back?
Yes, hello, Taya Torvila from the University of Leeds, also a geologist. So obviously, as we all know, supply of metals is going to be one big factor that is what might be a sort of bottleneck for energy transition, and especially for copper and other things that are getting increasingly hard to find despite increased exploration budgets. So given that from discovery to mine opening, it's typically at least 15 years, do you see that changing? Do you see the agility of the mining sector improving, given that we are facing this challenge that we need to get these metals out of the ground much quicker than we are?
That's a fantastic question. You're right. I mean, all the stuff that was easy to find has been found. And I have a big philosophy that is, the rocks don't move, but regimes change. So, there is a huge amount of copper in like the Tethyan belt, which is effectively, Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan. But in terms of being able to go and explore and operate there, it's a bit tricky. So I think the short answer is I hope so. And I think the way that projects are able to kind of proceed and progress in a way that's really going to meet the sort of demand is around really kind of having that sustainability and responsibility at their core. I've worked on projects, again, a huge number of projects. And one of the things that's never really stopped a project has been financing. There's always money somewhere. What stopped a project is a community, is a permit, usually associated with an environmental sort of side of things. So again, it's really up to the mining industry to make sure that those things are front and center as we're kind of really developing those projects. And so we actually have a big greenfield project coming on stream hopefully this year called Geological, which is in Peru. And we're really excited about that because it's really looking like it's going to be sort of, on time, on budget. And we had 2 years of COVID. But having worked on that project myself, I can tell you that the level of investment that went into engagement with communities, we diverted a river. We had an 18 months where we had a dialogue table where the community actually, we talked them through the project and we got their inputs and changed parts of the project for them. It wasn't just okay, let's dig this hole and here we go. There was a huge amount of consultation in that. So I think any mining company going in naive to the need for consultation and engagement is going to trip. But those that are able to go in with that front and center are going to be successful and hopefully deliver within the timeframes that we really need them to. But great question. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Shall we take another question online?
Yep, thank you. So this one comes in from Simon, and he's asking, have there been any discussions in Anglo about carbon capture and storage opportunities associated with the new potash mine in Yorkshire?
Oh, there have been lots of discussions about CCUS. We've got some sort of initial projects around kimberlites, but we haven't really had much of a discussion around the polyhalite product. But interesting, very open to anybody who's got any ideas. Again, we as Anglo are pretty humble in that respect. We know we're good at some things, but not experts in others. So very happy to hear any ideas that people have on the use of polyhalite.
Thanks. Maybe one more question if there's one in the room. Myles?
So Myles Allen, University of Oxford, I was the previous speaker. So I just wanted to respond really to your point about keeping things simple. I absolutely appreciate that we are complicated and that life is complicated and that your life, Anglo-Americans' life is complicated. I was really just trying to emphasize that stopping fossil fuels from causing global warming is very simple. So I think sort of grasping the things that are simple is important. And one thing which so just to turn this into more of a suggestion, I'd be interested in your response to, my understanding is that a lot of people in your position spend a lot of time worrying about things like what was the carbon content of the electricity used by your supplier of X, which seems to me like potentially a bit of a waste of your time. And wouldn't it be nice if you could simply be confident that whoever was providing you with fossil fuels was taking care of the carbon dioxide they were generating, so you could run your mines as efficiently as you could without having to worry about counting carbon all the time because it was already taken care of. If that would make your life simpler, wouldn't it be great if you said so? So that everybody realized how much simpler it would make your life, and perhaps some politicians might eventually start to listen.
No, thanks, Myles. Absolutely. And I think we've been very open about our Scope 2 issue because we have a very large, our footprint is primarily, start again. We have a very large operating footprint in South Africa. Now, of course, many of you might know that South Africa, electricity is essentially thermal coal powered electricity. So for us, if we want to basically meet our own carbon neutrality targets in Scope 1 and 2, Scope 2 is going to be really, really hard for us because, again, we're taking things off a grid, which is thermal coal fired. So we have been pretty open about that. And this is one of the reasons we're looking to see how we could actually work with South Africa to support their NDCs, but then also how we can bring in renewable installation for us, but how we could actually almost be like a catalyst to support that sort of broader installation within South Africa to actually help them with their transition. And exactly to your point, Myles, so I think about 2 years ago, the idea of us or anybody being an IPP in the renewable space was actually, from a regulatory perspective, just not possible. However, we have been engaging really quite substantially with them, and it's been really interesting to see how the kind of discussion has shifted and how they are now looking to see what more they can do within the renewable space, and really looking to not just realize their mineral wealth, but sort of their renewable sort of endowment as well. And then, of course, the sort of, I always think, three is the magic number. So, you need the regulator, you need business, and then you also need the financial instruments as well. And so one of the things that we're hoping with what came out of COP26 was one of those, the big sort of financial investment opportunities that came basically for South Africa around managing its just energy transition. And again, wanting to work with sort of financial institutes and also with lenders to see how we can bring our expertise to bear, our kind of scale, the regulator, government, and then also, like I said, those financial actors as well. Because only when the three of us are sort of acting in concert together are we able to really kind of affect those change. And yes, I totally agree with you. if we didn't have to think about the amount of carbon in our scope 2 emissions, it would make life an awful lot easier.
Brilliant. Okay, well, thank you, Fridas. Thanks again. We better leave it there. And thanks to all our speakers from the session.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. We'll start the next session at 11:35. Give you about 20 minutes for tea, I think. So.
Brilliant. So with regards to that, everybody, and thank you very, very much, Fridas, for that. I know that you need to most likely nip off and get back to the day job rather than playing with us here at the Geological Society. One day we'll be able to get out and lick some rocks together again. So that massive thank you to Fridas. And I know that we might have Myles actually coming into our online studio here in the Arthur Holmes room in the Geological Society. Fridas, do you have 2 seconds to stick around for some more questions, or do you need to run?
No, I do. I've probably got about 5 more minutes.
Fantastic. So for those of you who are here online, do feel free to multitask and make that cup of coffee whilst listening to this, because we know that you are all more than capable of, as Fridas has just said, as geoscientists, we're really good at doing lots of different things and pulling them all together. So with regards to that, we've got some great questions that have been coming in online. So just to move through this, and actually, Froy, you'll see in the chat lots of people talking about storing CO2 in the caverns within the polyhalites, etc. So I suspect that the engineers and the geologists, etc., within Anglo are all over this. But please do keep these ideas coming, because you never know, some of the most obvious ideas are some of the ones that perhaps have been put to one side for whatever reason in the past. So these are absolutely great. There was a question here, Fridas, from John Russell a little bit earlier on, and he was asking, how does Anglo-American reconcile diamond mining against the Sustainable Development Goals, and do such operations focus more on community-related sustainability and prosperity? Do you want to comment on that?
No, great question. I think if you go to our De Beers website, there's a huge amount of information about what De Beers does, and they are absolutely committed to the SDGs. And their 2 big sort of focus areas are three actually, is on livelihoods and communities, the empowerment of women and girls, because again, they really recognize that the sort of majority of people who wear their product are actually women and girls. So again, really focusing on their empowerment, their skills and their upliftment. And then it's also around biodiversity and conservation. So they have huge programs in the environmental space, both in terms of their climate commitments, but also then in respect to conservation. So the majority of the De Beers mines are actually in Botswana and South Africa. And they have worked very, very closely with the Botswanan government in terms of making sure that a lot of the beneficiation is within Botswana. So Botswana is really realizing a huge proportion of the sort of the endowment that they have, because of course we don't own any of the resources. It's owned by governments, and we are merely temporary custodians. And also in terms of how De Beers has worked with Botswana in terms of bringing in tourism, supporting the tourism industry, the game parks, again, in terms of conservation work. De Beers is also, I encourage you to look at it, it's pretty amazing. They have a partnership with National Geographic, looking around how they can do conservation work in the Okavango, which is a huge delta in Botswana. And they moved elephants. Now this sounds a bit weird when you hear it first, but Botswana has a large number of elephants which are actually causing environmental issues. So in Mozambique, they have because of the various civil wars that have gone on, their elephant population is greatly reduced. So De Beers actually partnered with conservation groups to actually move what they call moving giants, to kind of help sort of repopulate the Mozambique elephant populations as well. So there's huge work that they've done with conservation experts in that space. And then also around the communities and the women upliftment as well. So I could talk for ages about it, but there's a huge amount of information on the De Beers website that I would really encourage you to look at. So again, they really are, and then also sort of a lot of the work they're doing with marine protection as well. So I would say De Beers actually tick off a huge number of the SDGs themselves.
Brilliant. Thanks for that, Freudis. And I've just, so that everyone's aware, I've put the De Beers website into the chat. For those of you on Zoom, for those of you on YouTube, just Google De Beers, and I'm sure that Mr. or Mrs. Google will be able to find it for you. Freud, another question that's come in from Pauline, and she says, so much of what you're saying chimes with her rants, which is good to know, with regards to social justice and the need to make mining more sustainable, etc., or at least in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. So how do we open up these discussions more broadly? How do we get more people involved? Because it feels, I suspect sometimes, Pauline, that we're in a bit of an echo chamber or a bit of a bubble by ourselves.
Great question, Pauline. I think part of my job is to really kind of help the organization understand the outside world, because it's very easy to sort of be in your ivory tower or your bubble and go, this is what the world believes. But actually, really, I mean, part of my job and my team's job is to really be as open as possible, to talk to as many people as possible, to really understand what people are concerned about. And this isn't just NGOs or different stakeholders, but different generations, different countries, and really kind of bringing that into the organization and encouraging the organization to be open to what is being said. So I think what we can do is really, number one, we as the mining sector need to perform. So if we have a crappy track record, who is going to believe us? So we need to really do the basics right, and really demonstrate that we are walking the talk. Then we need to be open. So I spend a lot of my time trying to encourage people to be curious about what other people are thinking, how they see the world, and just to be as open as possible, so that you might think you have your own truth, but actually somebody else has their own truth, and neither are necessarily right or wrong, but you need to be able to understand each other. And so I think, and also, I guess, a lot has to come onto the mining industry, actually, and the kind of industry body called ICMM, which is really talking more about the importance of mining, the importance of metals, making it real to people, talking in these types of forum. Sarah and I used to do this great thing in Anglo-American called Rock Watch, which was talking to literally young geologists, as young as, 5 or 6, Sarah, right? Up to sort of 16, 17. And so really kind of helping people understand where stuff comes from, so that people can actually make the association and get involved and engaged in the debate. I think that's also where we could probably do more, is actually really try to encourage people to participate in these discussions and the debate as well.
Yeah, awesome. That's fantastic. Thanks, Freudis. And I think we've got Myles here as well. So this is awesome. Ellen, by the way, who's the person everybody can hear asking the online questions, is just doing the most amazing job of grabbing people. Just one thing while Myles sits down and we get him on shot. So with regards to that question that Freudis was just answering there, the Responsible Raw Materials Conference, so the online part of this conference is being co-run between the Geological Society and Responsible Raw Materials. Responsible Raw Materials, we've got the conferences being run. It's totally free from the 9th of May to the 13th of May. And this year is really looking at, okay, what is mining's role in unlocking the just transition? So everything, or a lot of what Freudis has just been talking about there, would be of interest to those of you. So if this is chiming with you, or perhaps if you totally disagree with what Freudis and Pauline, for example, are saying, please come along to this conference, because it's meant to inspire that debate so that we can be curious with regards to different people's perspectives, and share that with one another. So fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Freudis, do you have any final words of wisdom to share with everyone? Because I know that you probably, there are many words of wisdom.
I have many words. I don't think they're very wise, but I would, I think the things I would just say is, the world's problems need holistic solutions. And I totally agree with Myles. Some things are just not that complicated, but we need to look at things in the round and not just think we can solve them just by a sort of, a single viewpoint. That's the only thing. So I'd say stay open-minded, think about things from different angles, and yes, in terms of keeping engaged, stay curious as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
And before you go, we need companies like you and people like you being part of the solution. So don't walk away. I
No,
can't say
absolutely
that
not.
often enough. And that's a real problem we have with our students, insisting that everybody just needs to walk away. We can't walk away from this. We own this problem.
Exactly. And we need to find a solution that's going to work.
Yeah.
That's great to meet you, Myles. I've read lots of your work, so I'm a big fan.
Great to meet you. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Foidis. So round of applause for those of you who are online and for the fantastic Foidis Cameron Johansson. Brilliant. Great. So
Take care.
Brilliant, thanks, Roy. So thank you very much for coming into our, very fantastic Arthur Holmes online studio. Who knew that the Geological Society had an online studio? We do now. We've been having some really good chatter actually online when you were giving your talk and then after it as well. And I think there was quite a lot of chatter around. You mentioned around carbon prices and that graph that you showed with regards to almost. At what point in time does it become more economic to say, actually, where do we put that carbon price in terms of either pumping the carbon, et cetera, back down underground again, or moving to other forms? And so that was, I think there was the graph where you showed about, was it $250 was where things kind of crossed over in terms of a carbon price? Or do you think that carbon pricing is a bit of a red herring? What do you think is going on with all of this at the moment?
Well, it reveals it reveals what the problem is. So in that respect, it's not a red herring. The difficulty with carbon pricing is it encourages you to do the cheapest thing first, which is fine. 20 years ago, where we just wanted to find the cheapest way of reducing emissions, it made sense.
Yeah.
But carbon storage, particularly geological storage, is something that takes decades to get in place.
Yeah.
And we're now in a situation where we need to deploy it on a time scale that's comparable to, and the time scale it'll take us to deploy it is comparable to the time scale at which we actually need to get to net zero.
Yeah.
So we can no longer just wait for the price to be right to deploy it, which is why I keep coming back to the fact that carbon pricing isn't going to work, and we're just going to have to regulate it in. The other aspect of carbon pricing is, of course, you sort of capture CCS opportunities sort of one by one, and you do the cheap ones first, which means you're sort of always automatically putting off the hard decisions for the future.
Yeah.
And we're actually in a position now to invest in geological CO2 disposal. It's going to be expensive. We should be investing in it now. We shouldn't be requiring, the citizens of the 2040s are going to have loads of things to worry about because they're going to have loads of climate impacts to worry about and so on. Yeah. We shouldn't be shoving the whole problem onto them. And so that's really what worries me about sort of relying on carbon pricing to do this.
Because that's something where, I know that certainly with certainly all large companies now in the UK, of course, so the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, affectionately known as TCFD, one of the many world of alphabet soup. So that's now, of course, in place here within the UK. And my understanding is that Europe is basically aligning their climate stuff to TCFD. The Americans are going to call it something different, but again, it's the same kind of thing that's coming through there. So everybody's having to do these disclosures. And I think there were some comments that we had earlier on with regards to mining companies needing to spend a lot of their time counting carbon atoms to be able to produce what is their carbon footprint. Now, with that, you were talking about, well, surely all of that should be locked up in terms of the people who are producing that carbon out of the earth in the first place. What about, so from a mining company perspective, at the moment, mining companies are perhaps struggling to attract finance to go into the production of critical materials. Is there something where there's almost a reverse carbon price, like a subsidy, to say, look, if you are producing things that are needed for wind turbines, batteries, etc., is there some sort of incentive to be doing it, be it in terms of your downstream scope 3 calculations get offset, or is this just getting way too complicated?
Well, I think it's too complicated already, so I would strongly resist making it more complicated. I can understand, I can understand why people are wanting to bring that in, and given the sort of Heath Robinson affair that we've already created, so it makes sense to bolt on yet another, little wheel to do, X, Y, Z. But I don't see this ever working. It's, and companies are good at making money and they're good at doing what they do. And if it's a mining company, it's, why should a copper miner worry about counting carbon atoms? It doesn't make sense. That should be the job of the carbon miner. Whether it's in the form of natural gas, coal, or oil, I don't care. But and those companies, that's what they do. That's their specialty. You go all the way back to Adam Smith. The economy works best when people do what they do best, and you pay them to do it. And so we've got all this amateur climate science going on. I'm using the word amateur. And it's very well intentioned. But lots and lots of companies are having to suddenly, engage with climate science. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They should do what they do, and they should be confident using fuels. So, I was talking recently where a mining company was talking about the cost of electrifying the machines they were using to go up and down to get stuff out of their mine. And it was per ton of carbon avoided. The cost of doing this was going to be far, far higher than it would have cost them just to pay the person providing them with diesel to capture CO2 out of the atmosphere and stick it back underground. But they, I raised this and they said, yeah, but if we did that, our stakeholders would just complain, and they were probably right. But that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that's what, we need to change. That's what companies can start pointing out. Look, this makes no sense. And I'm not saying companies should stop caring about their carbon, but they should point out there's a much, much easier way of dealing with the problem, which is just sort it out upstream.
Yeah, and I guess with that as well, to that point, the likes of, and apologies for going back into mining, just because that's my safe space. Mining has the opportunity not only to say, well, actually where we are drawing our power from can come from renewable sources, but then also to be a carbon sink as well. So therefore you can truly kind of minimize what your emissions are, and then actually provide, as lots of people online have been suggesting, is using those, kind of caverns in the polyhalite, for example, to actually be some sort of storage, or at least exploring that.
Well, one thing which would of course happen is if you introduced a carbon take-back obligation, if fossil fuel extractors had to get rid of CO2, anybody who owned a prospective CO2 repository would suddenly be onto a gold mine.
Yeah.
Because it would be extremely valuable.
Yeah.
And suddenly all the incentives would be aligned very differently. And you wouldn't have to require companies to get rid of CO2 to address their scope 3 emissions, yada, yada, yada. Somebody would be paying them to do it.
And so what then needs to change in the market forces? Because I guess at the moment what's happening is a bit of a stick to get people to say, look, we want you to go and actually pay the provider who's going to give you cleaner energy rather than the dirtier energy. Because if you go to the dirtier provider, we're going to slap a tax or some sort of price on top. So it almost feels like the pressure, the stick is hitting the consumer at the moment. So they then turn around and apply their pressure on where they're buying it from, is perhaps what's going on? Or how do we just cut to the chase?
Well, it's less of a stick. It's more like a rather tired bit of celery. I mean, it's the problem is and this is what I struggle with, is that the current policy framework clearly isn't working.
Yeah.
It's occupying a huge amount of intellectual energy. It's worrying a lot of consumers. It's even worrying our kids, when the solution is completely obvious and involves many fewer entities. Because most of the carbon that comes out of the ground is owned by, I think it's fewer than 80 companies as it comes out of the ground. So these are the companies we should be talking about. And yet, crucially, a lot of them are national. National companies are not, they're not independent, so they're not sort of exposed to the same pressures that they typically, those kind of companies typically take longer to respond to pressure and so on. So why we need to start the conversation going now? If the world's not going to be interested in using fossil fuels that cause global warming, but is still interested in using fossil fuels in 30 years' time, then, if we need to convince Aramco, just to sort of quote an example, that that's going to be the case. And once they're convinced, well, I've had Aramco people tell me, sure, we'll just supply it. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
They're very happy to supply whatever. So I don't actually see the national oil corporations as particularly a problem, but it'll probably, but they're very risk averse, they're very cautious, so they're going to want to see this direction of travel, firmly in place before they change what they're doing. So, I think that's one of the reasons why we just need to get this conversation going now.
Yeah. So I guess, with that, we've got some people from BP who are going to be joining us tomorrow, for example. And of course, that's a case there where they very much have the non-renewables portfolio, and then increasingly they have their renewables portfolio. We can ask them themselves, but from a kind of, carbon capture storage and where that fits into, say, some of the European energy companies, is it coming through, or do they need an almighty shove from governments, from consumers, etc.? And at the moment, it's not being helped by what's going on in the Ukraine, of course.
No, although I think what's happening in the Ukraine is there is an opportunity there, because first of all, it's showing just how dependent we are on fossil fuels, and so and of course, everybody's talking about licensing new fossil extraction. But what nobody's talking about is making that licensing of new extraction conditional on getting rid of the CO2, which we've got a golden opportunity for doing that, because the prices are so high that they could lose the cost of getting rid of the CO2 in their inflated rents. It wouldn't actually cost very much. Yeah. So relative to what they're being able to sell their fossil fuels for anyway. There are people in BP who absolutely get this and completely understand that this is ultimately the direction of travel that we need. The difficulty they face is they are in a policy environment that isn't really very helpful at all. Yeah. And they've also got the environmental movement pressuring them, completely discounting their activities in CCS and saying no, it's just and it's just perpetuating the people call CCS perpetuating the problem. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's solving the problem. Where I do sort of worry about what a lot of fossil fuel companies' stated strategies are. Maybe this would be good questions to ask BP, is, for a fossil fuel company to invest in renewables, how does that actually stop the fossil fuels they're producing from causing global warming? It doesn't. It just means that they've got a new business. Yeah. And I think that's what they need to be challenged on. And that's the question that I hope will keep coming up. How is this thing that you're bragging about going to stop the fossil fuels you're selling from causing global warming?
Yeah. And that's, I think, a really important thing, especially as we come into the skill sets that are needed for this transition, because I suspect, I know very little about it, but the skills required for
welcome to this next session.
Thank you very much.
Well, we've got another session to get back to.
We do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks very much, Myles.
In the first session. So in this part of the meeting, we're going to have a series of short talks, and then a roundtable and a chance to field some more questions that come in from the audience and from our delegates that are online as well. So this session, we're going to have 4 speakers that each work in different aspects of mining and metal supply. Not all of them are geologists, but all of them do work in that sector. So we're trying to get this diversity of viewpoints and how geoscience factors into different aspects of metal supply. So our first speaker is Simon Gardner-Bond. Simon Gardner-Bond is a geologist, but has actually spent much of his career working in the finance sector in terms of research, analysis and investment. His current role is as the Chief Technical Officer of TechMet Limited, who are an organisation and a company that are looking at the supply of key metals critical to future technologies and electrification and electric vehicles in particular. They are involved in both the production and the development of assets in terms of mining, processing and recycling of these materials. So looking forward to what Simon has to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today. So I'm going to talk for about 10-15 minutes as part of this panel. I'm going to talk about investing in energy transition metals. So I thought maybe I've only got 4 slides, you'll be glad to hear, so I'm not going to talk for very long. If you can flip to the next slide, and then I can tell you a little bit about TechMet, and so you know about the viewpoint that I have on the world at the moment. Am I doing the slides, or is someone else? Yeah, me, fine. So TechMet's a private investment company. We've been active for about 4.5 years, and TechMet is technology metals. And so we focus on a suite of metals that we've identified that we feel are facing a severe shortage going forward, with immense demand for new technologies, and specifically energy transition technologies and goods. As we just heard, we focus on across the suite, so everything that goes into the supply chain for technology metals, so across primary mining, processing, refining and recycling. Of course, a big part of that is battery metals, lithium, nickel and cobalt, but then we also focus on a couple of other metals, so vanadium, which we think there is a good future for vanadium redox flow batteries as a static storage battery solution, rare earth elements, and tin, which is the metal that is the solder that is holding circuit boards together in all of our electrical equipment. The last part of the TechMet picture really that holds it together is we have a joint venture with one of our major shareholders, Mercuria. Mercuria is a large trading company, traditionally known for fossil fuel trading, but they have they've had a realization that that there is very much a need for an energy transition. So part of that is a joint venture with TechMet to form a metals trading joint venture, which we have with them, and that is enabling us to really pull together the physical flows of these materials to customers such as automobile and battery makers. So I'm going to talk, like I said, a little bit about the investment landscape and how we look at investing in this space and how that affects the geoscience community. And one of the things that the reason TechMet exists is because we really see that there is a huge need for large amounts of capital to flow into this subsector of mining, metals and mining. Myles gave a very fascinating talk earlier, and he was focusing on, it seemed to be quite annoyed that people are not realizing the scale of the problem that he's talking about. And we feel the same way sometimes as well, that there is a huge amount of capital that needs to flow into these metals because we've just never needed them in the volumes that we're going to need them. Well, even today, and current metals prices of the suite of metals that TechMet looks at will tell you that. But even going forward, we think that this is going to continue to be a problem going forward. And if you talk to a man on the street and sort of say, we're going to need metals like lithium and nickel and things, for electric vehicles and for batteries going forward, they might say, the common conception might be that, oh, well, the mining companies are going to provide for that. And, as much as the previous speaker from Anglo American talked about their good intentions, and I think they are, they do have good intention. I think the major mining companies are doing the best that they can. The simple fact is that at the moment, when you're a senior management of a major mining company, you basically have a duty to, allocate capital in the most efficient way possible. And you can see from the pie charts here that, the size of these metals and the size of the opportunity and cash flows from metals is just not big enough for them to really to move the needle. So it's very difficult for your BHP or your Rio Tinto to say we're going to completely transition to energy transition metals, because it's just not possible for them to maintain the level of profits for their shareholders, which is what they're obligated to do, really. As Myles said about, he said about the oil companies, that they're not charities, they're here to make a profit for their shareholders, and that's what they will continue to do. And it's very difficult when the metals are very small, and some of these metals are very small markets. So, I've got this, the quote in there from Rio Tinto themselves. It said, their major project, a major lithium project, which itself is problematic. You need 60 of those by 2050 to even try and meet demand, which is a immense problem. So what do investors do, and what does the investment community have to do if it can't allocate capital to diversified miners to be able to get access to these critical minerals and these technology metals? Well, it means that they're going to have to go elsewhere. They're going to have to go down to smaller companies, to individual assets, individual mines, individual processing, refining and recycling projects. And that is a difficult thing to do for a lot of investors, because it requires a certain level of technical expertise. And I've said there often leads to disappointment. Unfortunately, that's true. If you're putting your capital into one company that's got one project, you really are putting all your eggs into one basket. And if that project doesn't even have to fail, it just has to underperform, and then the share price will severely underperform. And then that itself is a problem for the market as a whole, because a couple of those failures really puts off the generalist investment community from even trying again. A little bit about the scale of the problem and what we're facing here. I think a lot of people in this room know this already, because people like me get up and talk about this in forums, and we've been doing it for a number of years now. But it really is a major problem, because you're looking at using metals and metal chemicals that have really just not been needed in such volumes ever before in history. So the industry, the metals mining and extractive industries, are really just going to have to shift completely. And I've got some figures here to sort of talk about the scale of the problem in terms of dollar millions investments or dollar billions investments. So if you want to meet the demand for lithium over the next 8 years now, you're going to have to invest roughly $30 billion. So it's a huge problem. It's something that TechMet's striving towards, to make investments to expand production and refining and recycling. But we're going to need many more TechMets to be able to meet these goals. One of the things I wanted to talk about was the obstacles for the investment community. One of the things that is very important to us and very important for most of the investment community, and becoming ever more important, is the ESG aspects. ESG has always been something that mining industry has always been very aware of. You can't dig a hole in the ground without changing the environment in some way, and it's a high employer, and it's also often an industry that displaces people from their homes, and so it's always been of importance. But when you're looking at these new metals and technology metals, critical metals, and when you're looking at the fact that the end use of these metals is going to be a consumer product that is in part being driven by green ideals and net zero and carbon emission reductions, then it becomes ever more important. And that is going to create difficulties, because there are not all metals are going to be coming from the same place. They're not going to be mined and processed and refined in the same way. Some are going to be produced with higher emissions and higher water usage. So that is something that is of high importance and consideration for the investment community, but it's also something that's very confusing, because there's really no gold-plated standard for ESG consideration for the investment community at the moment. In fact, we've looked at it in great detail, and there's more. We found, there's more than 40 reporting standards. So, we don't even know which reporting standard we should be applying, meeting at the moment. So hopefully that will mature over time, but at the moment, for the generalist investment community, it can be very confusing. One of the other points is supply chain localization is something that I think the metals of mining, and especially the investment side of the metals of mining community, is finding very difficult and will become more difficult. It's very different from traditional metals. You know, nobody really asked where your copper was coming from when it went into your air conditioning unit or your washing machine. Nobody really cared about where your iron was coming from. But, you know, if you're mining cobalt and lithium, suddenly everybody's very concerned, and to the point where there's legislation in place and increasing legislation in place to govern where you're taking these metals and metal chemicals from. So that in itself is another minefield that the investment community is having to pick its way around. The technology complexity of this whole sort of subspace of energy transition metals is also confusing. I do still get questions about, you know, saying, Simon, you're focusing on lithium-ion battery metals. Well, how can I be sure that lithium-ion batteries are going to be the technology for the future? Well, you know, I can't say that it's always going to be the technology forever, but it's definitely going to be the dominant technology longer than I'm around, because so much money has already been put into it, and it's actually quite a mature industry. But that being said, you know, there are new technologies and we need to be aware of them, but they might need different metals, different materials. And that can put people off because they're worried that the demand of those metals might tail off with a new technology that comes along to replace it. Another thing to consider is that there's a lot of these metals are non-standard. A lot of them are difficult to store, which means you can't really build inventories of them, which means you can't build a buffer to try and reduce the volatility in the pricing, which is what happens in most LME metals, or even a lot of bulk commodities where you can store iron ore and coal quite easily and it doesn't degrade that quickly. But something like, you know, some lithium products will degrade in a matter of months. So, you know, it's very difficult to build up this inventory level to be able to give yourself as a consumer of these products, like a battery maker or an OEM, to be able to give yourself a good runway of product supply. And then my last point about the difficulties for the wider investment community to invest in the energy transition metals is that it still has the problem that we've faced for a long time, you know, in terms of the metals and mining community, in that it's still mining and it's still affected by the volatility of the price. And, you know, to be honest, you know, the recent volatility in the metals that we look at has been so high that it's potentially puts people off. And a lot of generalist investors will look at the volatility of a price, and if it's you know, you might think that if the price has gone up a lot in the recent months, that would make them more inclined to invest. But often it puts them off because their attitude is often, well, if it can go up 50% in 6 months, it could equally go down 50% in 6 months. So volatility is generally bad for investment in new projects in commodities. And those two go hand in hand in terms of the standard products, the ability to store, the ability to create a financial product, maybe, which is something that can provide a storage solution or an economic solution to be able to reduce the volatility. But until that happens, it is still a problem for investors that the top line is too volatile. That's all the slides I have.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through the speakers and then we're going to invite them back up. So if you've got questions, please store them up. We've got a longer question session after the next three speakers. So our next speaker is Georgie Hallett from the London Metal Exchange. So she's the Chief of Staff and the Chief Sustainability Officer for the LME Group, where she has responsibility for leading the LME's activities in responsible sourcing in terms of meeting some of the growing plethora of standards, including OECD due diligence guidance, on responsible sourcing of materials. And she's going to talk to us for the next few minutes about the LME's efforts in this sector, not just about the supply of metals, but the sustainable and responsible supply of metals. So thank you very much, Georgie.
Morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here today, especially as a non-geologist. So yes, I work for the LME. We are a global base metals exchange. In fact, we're the biggest one. About 75% of world global base metals trading comes through our platform. And so that means we do a number of things, but relevant for the sustainability environment. We provide pricing of metals, including hopefully providing solutions to some of the problems that Simon talked about. And that's a sort of infrastructure job. We provide infrastructure that creates solutions. And secondly, to facilitate the trading of metals, we set the requirements for what those metals have to meet. So LME grade is the term that often gets used. That's because when you trade through the exchange, you have the possibility of actually taking physical delivery of copper, aluminium, tin, and so on. And that means that we have to make sure that when you're taking delivery of that metal, it's consistent. So you know exactly what you're paying for and exactly what you're going to get in delivery. And for about 140 years of the LME's history, that has been purely a physical set of requirements, so chemical composition, shape, and so on. More recently, we realized there are opportunities there in terms of the sustainability agenda as well. So metals do have a really fantastic opportunity here. We have traditionally been an industry that has been very backwards about coming forwards about some of the good work that we have done. And as a result, what you see in the headlines in the news is a lot of the negative stories, which are genuinely negative, problems with tailings dams, blowing up caves, etc. Those are disasters that shouldn't be allowed to happen again. But we don't also talk about the good stuff that's been done. People like Anglo, who we heard from this morning, who've done fantastic work in producing low carbon metals, who are trying to produce them responsibly, who understand that metals have a fantastic opportunity in terms of their role in the sustainable transition, but we can only maximize that opportunity if we understand that we also have to produce those metals sustainably as well. So these are the 4 areas that the LME is focused on. So responsible sourcing, that's making sure that when you take delivery of metals, you know it has been sourced in a responsible way. Low carbon production, which is obviously the focus of today. The green technology, which we have discussed a lot this morning. And then finally, the circular economy, which I think is an area where there is a huge amount of growth and exploration still to happen. And this is why this is so important. So this is actually an example from the responsible sourcing world rather than the carbon world. And it's because we haven't got to this point in carbon yet, and I'll explain that. So this graph charts the LME price of cobalt versus the Metal Bulletin price. So Metal Bulletin is a price reporting agency. They discover their prices in a different way to us, but ultimately they come up with a price. And as you can see, for many years, the LME and the Metal Bulletin price have sort of broadly tracked each other. What happened in 2017, which is when you see that divergence start to happen, is that Amnesty International published a report called This Is What We Die For. And it was about the incidence of child mining and cobalt supply chain. They named specific brands in that, some of which are LME listed brands. So they are part of the price discovery process of the LME and not the Metal Bulletin. And what you can see there is that the LME price diverged and started to become worth less than the Metal Bulletin price. This is anecdotal evidence only. I cannot prove that this is what caused this effect, but as a chief sustainability officer, I have to assume it's related. And this was one of the first times we saw an impact on pricing related to something in the sustainability world. And what this says is that buyers of cobalt were willing to pay less for metal that they didn't believe had been responsibly sourced. And this was a huge moment for our industry because up till that point, there was no evidence that people cared enough about these topics to actually influence how much they were willing to pay for them. On the back of this, the LME started to do a lot of work around responsible sourcing. We have since introduced a set of rules on top of our metallurgical specs and our shape specs that require metal that's traded on the exchange that can be used to settle our contracts to also be responsibly sourced. The first deadline for that is actually at the end of June, so it's coming up alarmingly quickly, and we're going to get individual compliance reports from the 550 different brands that we list across the exchange, which is going to be a huge job for us, but it does represent such a positive change for our industry. Now, when you trade metal through the exchange, when you take delivery of aluminium or copper or cobalt, you not only know it's going to be LME grade spec in terms of purity and shape, you also know that it will have been responsibly sourced. We don't see this yet in carbon. We don't see people paying a different price for material that is produced with the low carbon spec. That is beginning to emerge. However, you can see premiums beginning to be discovered. There's one in America by a company called Harbour Aluminium. You get them in the UK too. You are beginning to see incidences of metal being worth more if it's low carbon, but it's very nascent and we're certainly not at this stage yet. So the LME is doing a number of things to try and help this transition as a market infrastructure provider, and not all of them are hugely relevant today, so I won't go through this in a lot of detail because there's a lot of content on there. But we have launched contracts that try and support the low carbon and indeed the sustainable transition, including many that are focused on electric vehicles because those battery metals are so important to that process. These don't actually drive changes in behavior per se, but they do mean that if you're trying to take delivery of those products, that you can hedge your price exposure, which makes that whole process a little less problematic, especially in times of volatility, as Simon mentioned. Circular economy, we've got an increasing focus on scrap contracts that obviously use secondary metal more than primary. As I say, I think the definition of recycled metals is still quite in its infancy, and then how you allocate emissions to those recycled metals is even further back and is the subject of quite a lot of contentious debate in our industry at the moment. We're following that very closely and would hope to provide contracts to support that in due course. From the sustainable production side, I've talked about our responsible sourcing rules briefly. As I say, those come into effect in June this year. We've also require ISO standards around environmental management systems and occupational health and safety. We will see delisting of metals on the back of those rules when we've hit the deadline in June. So there will be brands of metals that either don't do that compliance work or don't do it properly or do it in a half-hearted way and can't evidence what they've done. And while we would rather bring all of those brands with us on that journey, because then we have the chance to keep influencing them positively, we have to accept that this is going to have an impact, and rightly so. And then the final piece at the bottom here is LME Passport on the spot trading platform. And this is where this really starts to hit in terms of carbon. So the issues we have at the moment is, firstly, to the point that Simon made, we have a plethora of standards across a whole ESG spectrum, but even just within the carbon spectrum, there are so many different ways to measure your carbon emissions and that there's no comparability of the data that is then produced. If you want to know Anglo's emissions or Rio's emissions, you probably have to go to their CSR report. It's 100 pages. You have to search through to find the piece of data you want. If you want to compare it to someone else's, you have to do the same process, and the chances are they're not measuring the same things, and even if they are, they're not measuring them in the same way. The industry has sort of got hold of this problem now. In aluminium, for example, where emissions are obviously a huge issue, we now have the International Aluminium Institute's methodology for measuring emissions, and that's fantastic progress. We need to do that now across the other metals too. What the LME has done to support this is we've launched a platform called LME Passport, which is effectively a centralized data repository where people can go on and look at producers who've voluntarily disclosed their emissions. This is all voluntary at the moment. And we have provided various categories for doing that. So on the left-hand side is our taxonomy. So these are the different categories of information that we're interested in. And on the right-hand side are the standards that we have approved. So to the point about there being so many standards, it's very difficult for people to know what they want to do, how they want to report, and for consumers to know what standards have value, which ones are properly audited and verified, and so on. So the LME's role is, one, providing this platform for that transparency to happen, and secondly, in taking a view on the standards that we think have enough merit to be disclosed on there. So the ones on the right are the ones we have at the moment. Anglo mentioned Irma this morning. That's going on in the next release. And we're always welcome, always very keen to hear about other standards that people think have merit. These are all obviously metals and mining focused. But we want to make sure we have the right ones that genuinely add value to this conversation, so that anyone, this is free to view, can log onto that system and have a look at that information, and hopefully, once I get the functionality sorted out, compare across different brands of metal as well. So that is a service that we are trying to offer to the market to help with this transparency issue. The second piece of that is, once you have transparency, that's great. People can see there's a sort of peer pressure to improving over time, but then you want people to be able to make actual trading decisions on the back of that. So we have partnered with a company called Metals Hub, which provides a spot trading platform. So kind of like an eBay, where you can go on, search for the kind of metal you want and the sustainability characteristics that you're interested in, and buy it bilaterally with the seller. Similarly, if you are selling metal, and the nice thing about this platform is it can be really tiny metals with really low production rates, you can still put them on there. if you want to do an exchange traded contract, you tend to have need to have a much bigger volume of liquidity available for people to trade. So you have the spot trading platform, the information from the LME passport, that transparency piece will feed through there, and people can actually start to make trading decisions and trading actions on the back of that sustainability information. From there, we can see the kind of information that people really value, the kind they're willing to pay more for, and start to develop full contracts for them, which will again allow for that price risk management piece. This is a slow process. Like many people, I think this morning, Myles's talk was a sort of timely reminder that we don't have all the time in the world to get this sorted out. But the value of this piece is that by the LME providing this infrastructure that people can use, you can start to realize the financial value of the sustainability work that you have invested in as a producer of metals. At the moment, that's difficult to do. It's inconsistent. And to the point that's made earlier, not all consumers know exactly what it is they're looking at and why that's important. If the LME can provide these structures, these platforms and the trading system to help centralize that, to formalize it, verify it, you start to see real change in the industry. And the financial investment that the companies make to deliver that metal will start to be realized for them, which will hopefully in turn help encourage more of such behavior. That, I think, is all I had to say. I hope that all made sense, but obviously we will cover any questions in a bit. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Georgie. So our next speaker is Julian Kettle from Wood Mackenzie. Wood Mackenzie's a consultancy with a global reach, and Julian Kettle represents the mining and metals division in Wood Mackenzie, where he's an expert across the base metals and particularly aluminium. That's what LinkedIn says, so it must be true. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Well, is it good afternoon yet? Good morning, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to present to you. Despite my youthful looks, I've been doing this for about 35 years, and for the first time in my career, I would say the direction of travel in the metals and mining industry is known. We have multi-decade sight of the way that demand is going to evolve for mined commodities, and that's as a result of the energy transition. You know, the genie is out of the bottle. I might disagree with Myles slightly. It's a little bit more complicated. I like his simple solutions. I mean, I should say I'm a dumb metallurgist. I'm not a geologist or a geoscientist. I like simple solutions. But the problem we have is that it becomes very, very complicated once you start scratching beneath the surface, no pun intended. So, for example, previous speaker talked about carbon benchmarking, low carbon, right? Low carbon is deemed to be 4 tons per ton by some measuring agencies. I would not consider that to be low carbon. Others consider sustainable metal being at 13 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of output. We have a problem there. I can analyze the carbon footprint of a ton of aluminium. I will use first principles to do it. No one sits there at an aluminium smelter and measures carbon dioxide output. There's no sensor. We're all working from first principles and assumptions, just different ways of approaching things. So there needs to be some simplicity. But the real reason I'm here today is just to try and quantify the scale of the challenge in achieving net zero. And whilst it's useful to look out to 2040 and 2050, I tend to focus on the next 8 to 10 years. Why do I do that? Well, obviously your room for error increases the further out you go, but also the next 8 to 10 years is the next investment cycle. So people, mining companies are now looking at their investments they're going to make to deliver metal over the next 8 to 10 years. And let's not forget, from first discovery to first metal is stretching between 10 to 15 years. So if you have what we call an open supply gap, so that's the difference between demand and your supply potential, and that supply gap opens up in the next 5 years, and it's going to take you 10 years to develop, you've got a problem. So demand. Wood Mackenzie's base case view is that we unfortunately only achieve a 2.5-degree pathway. And the reason for that is that that is based on the policy that exists today. Again, previous speakers have talked about policy and the lack of policy ambition. Right now, the policy does not support a 1.5-degree pathway. And even with a 2.5 degree pathway, we have a problem in terms of developing the metal supply. So this is demand. You can look at the statistics and absorb them at your leisure. But essentially, we have a whole range of new energy transition commodities that are growing very, very fast, high double-digit rates. We have the more traditional base metals, which are running at low single-digit rates under a base case environment. But let's not forget the scale effect. So if I was to take copper, which I'm told, I was an aluminium analyst, copper I'm told is the world's favorite metal, sits at the center of everything. Copper growing at 2 to 3% means you need to develop something like 800,000 tons a year of supply just to meet demand. 800,000 tons, if you think about Quellaveco that's coming on stream with Anglo, that will not deliver 800,000 tons. So we need to develop a lot of copper mines every single year over the next 10 years. It becomes a problem because once you start slipping against that target, your gap starts to open up and we run into issues. And to the point about demand running ahead of supply on a consistent basis, ultimately that can't happen. If you're not producing it, you can't consume it. There are not unlimited stocks, so therefore we will, if we don't deliver the supply in a timely manner, you get demand destruction. Demand destruction equals not achieving a 1.5 degree pathway. That's what a 2.5 degree pathway represents. If we look at supply gaps, so put simply, this is a projection 8 years forward now, so 2030. If we look at the requirement for supply versus the supply that's currently being committed to, and we express that as a percentage of the market, you get what are known as supply gaps. Call it a stress test. Call it an investment opportunity. The larger the percentage, the greater the problem we have in terms of delivering that because of our lead times, because of a lack of investment. So what does this mean in terms of investment? To deliver this range of commodities and the tonnages that are required will take in excess of $200 billion of investment. But of course, that investment can't happen in 2030. It needs to happen now. What's preventing that? Well, we have investor behavior. At the moment, despite investors seeing that the energy transition is a genie out of the bottle, it's a one-way trajectory, investors want their dividends. So they say to the mining companies are custodians of shareholder capital. They do what their investors want. If investors do not want mining companies to grow, or they are uncertain about certain commodities, they would rather the mining companies distribute dividend. If you're distributing dividend, that then removes financing to invest in growth. The two aren't totally mutually exclusive, but at the moment, the balance is towards dividend distribution. Shareholders are doing very well, thank you very much. The current war in Ukraine is helping in that regard. We're not seeing a raft of mining companies make announcements on investment in new supply to meet energy transition goals, despite governments coming out and saying, as a result of the Ukraine crisis, we need to wean ourselves faster off hydrocarbons. That means we need to invest more in mining. And what are policymakers doing? Policymakers, frankly, are putting critical minerals on lists. And I call it the energy transition restaurant. So in the energy transition restaurant, we in the West are in the taxi reading the menu. China is at the restaurant eating the dessert. China is securing its raw material supply chain for the energy transition, lithium, cobalt, increasingly copper, whereas we are putting these materials on lists. List does not equal production. List does not equal delivering a 1.5 degree pathway. So what does it actually take to deliver a 1.5 degree pathway in terms of the drivers and also in terms of the raw materials? So what does a 1.5 degree pathway look like? You can see our base case, which is the blue line. Call that a pessimistic view, but that's based on policy. You can see the COP26 globe. If COP26 announcements were enacted into policy, that is where we would end up. So we would achieve just north of the 1.5 degree scenario, somewhere around 2 degrees, not 1.5. So 1.5 is going to be one hell of a stretch to get there in terms of policy, in terms of decarbonisation. If we think about the power sector, a lot of focus on a reduction in hydrocarbons. And this is an apology to Greta Thunberg. Unfortunately, in order to have a fair and just transition, we are going to have to mine more coal. We are going to have to invest in more oil and gas, because without those, we will not have energy to develop the raw materials for a green transition. The two are irreconcilable, and it's an unfortunate reality. I'd love to stand up here and say, yes, we can do it. We can shut down coal, we can shut down oil, and we can develop the metals, because you will not be able to extract them. Just thinking about renewables, we will have to more than double wind and solar capacity by 2030. If we think about EVs, now I always, whenever I mention EVs, I always ask everyone to put their hand up and say, do you own an EV? Who in the audience owns an EV? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 30. Okay, better than normal. And how many intend buying an EV? A few more, but it's not the majority. So we have a problem. Why do we have a problem with EVs? Well, first off, we have range anxiety. We don't have an infrastructure. The second thing is they're very expensive. And if we think about the challenges that we have on EVs, firstly, we have volume. So you can see our base case, is this a laser? Yeah. You can see our base case assumption in terms of EV build out and sales. So we're looking by 2030 at something like a 30% market share. So still dominated by internal combustion engines. Look at what happens when you move to a 1.5 degree scenario. You're looking at about a 55% market share. You're talking about something like 80 million EVs being built and sold. 80 million. We did 6.5 million last year. Think about 2025. We're looking at something like 45 million EVs in 3 years' time. So could the car manufacturers produce them? I think they could. Could they get the raw materials to produce the batteries? Very unlikely. It's just not possible to develop the supply that quickly. So when we just take renewables and EVs and all the other drivers for demand for a 1.5 degree world, what do the supply gaps I showed you earlier look like? Well, they explode, and they explode for certain commodities. And also for other commodities, you see a significant reduction in requirement because we're decarbonising. And I should point out that these graphs take into consideration rising scrap supply and use, not particularly aggressive, because again, there isn't the policy there isn't societal drivers there to massively expand scrap recycling, the circular economy. So it is net, it's the requirement for primary supply, and that requires in excess of $400 billion. And it has to be front-end loaded because of our lead time issue. So unfortunately, I'm not allowed to say the word impossible. I get told off by my company saying, don't say it's impossible, say it's difficult, it's implausible. But I'll leave it for you to judge whether delivering that sort of tonnage that represents and the economics, the finance, $400 billion, when we're investing something like $20 billion a year at the moment in these metals. 20 billion times by 8 doesn't equal 400. So we have a problem. So with that sobering thought, I'll stop and I'll hand over to the next speaker.
So our next speaker is Mike Armitage. He's worked for over 3 decades for SRK in senior positions, helping companies around the world with resource reporting and feasibility studies. Now has a new gig as a CEO and founder of a gold exploration company in Wales, but he's going to perhaps talk about a wider suite of metals than than just gold. And he is also he's got more chairs than the average dining table. He's also the chair of the Critical Metals Association as well. So Mike, over to you.
Morning, everyone. Well, I hope there's some good news stories to come. I'm already getting a bit depressed. I don't know about you guys. Right. I had this problem last time. I have to decide which of my glasses to wear. I had a cataract operation last year and I set my eyes at a certain distance and it's perfectly ill-suited to giving talks. Yeah, so look, I guess, I mean, I apologize. My talk's actually quite simple compared to most of the talks that you've heard today, and there's not many numbers in it. You know, when Nick asked me to join this panel and say a few words, I kind of took the remit fairly literally for the meeting and thought, well, okay, what can geoscience do to help the transition? I thought, well, you know, what can I do? And I suppose specifically, you know, what can I do in my new role? You know, running a junior exploration company in the UK. And I guess the immediate thought was, well, what we can do is we can explore for the metals that we need to help that transition, which, as everyone's saying, are in demand. So that's something we could do. And obviously, we also still need to find all the other metals that we need to keep society going. And in an ideal world, you know, we need to find them as close to home as possible, because the closer to, in our case, the UK, we can find them, the least transport there is, the better for the transition is. So I guess that was the way I thought about it, just in a very simple way. Well, we've got a junior exploration company. We could see what metals we can find as close to home as possible, and also see what other metals we can find that we need generally, and find those as close to home as possible as well. So I guess the first thing then is, well, what are these metals? And, you know, all these metals have been talked about this morning already. And I guess, you know, there's two groups really of the metals we need to build the wind turbines and enable the transition to electric vehicles, and the battery metals. And I've not put every metal that goes into a battery. I've kind of tried to think about the metals where the demand is going to be much more than it has been, and where there's a challenge. So it's not exhaustive. I don't claim to be an expert in battery metals. But, you know, manganese, lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, you know, these are all things that we're going to need much more of than we have in the past. And, you know, the permanent magnet metals, some of them say nickel, cobalt, and also, you know, quite a few rare earth elements, which I'm not even going to try to say because they weren't on my curriculum when I was at college, that's for sure. So, you know, these are things that we need much more of than we have in the past. So this is what I think, okay, we'll explore for these. So, you know, I guess the question is, well, do they occur in the UK? And if we're trying to find them as close to home as possible, natural start point is, let's have a look in the UK first. And, you know, as we all know, but continually forget, the UK has a huge, very long history of mining, which there's a bit of a resurgence going on now, but it's certainly not at the level that it was in the past. And we tend to forget this. I think we kind of moved away from being, or felt we moved away from being an industrial nation, and we just kind of forgot a bit about this past. And, you know, the UK is, because of, I guess, the nature of the geology and the amount of moving around and crashing around that's been done in our rocks over time, we actually have quite a lot of stuff. And also they quite often occur quite close to each other. So, you know, I've just sort of literally done a bit of a literature trawl through mainly BGS reports, but all sorts of other documents. And we've been actually building a little library of these in our company, of what there is in the UK. And, you know, it turns out that, you know, manganese was mined, lithium, as we know, there certainly was at least one lithium mine historically, and lithium exploration now through, well, lithium assessment of recovery of lithium from brines is obviously is becoming quite a big industry here. You know, nickel, you know, I've read quite a bit about exploration that was done in the 1960s and 70s in Scotland for nickel. You know, there's definitely potential for us to find nickel deposits in the UK. Cobalt really only being mined as a byproduct. Graphite, there's one quite unique historical mine, I think, in the Lake District that was mined for hundreds of years. A bit of a one-off as a project, but you know, certainly there must be potential for more. You don't just tend to get one of these things. Rare earths, maybe less so, I suppose. You know, there's certainly no rare earth mining going on in the UK. I mean, there's some alkaline carbonatites in Scotland. I guess that might be the place to look. So, you know, perhaps for the rare earths less so, but certainly, you know, for the other metals, you know, there definitely seems to be some potential. And what about all the other metals? You know, the other metals we just need generally to survive, you know, which again have already been talked about today. I mean, copper, I mean, crikey, you know, there was a time when we were producing half of the world's copper, you know, and copper and tin mining, as you know, has been going, you know, thousands of years. Tungsten, you know, less so, and previously mainly as a byproduct, but as you know, there are plans for to be a new tungsten mine again in Devon. Lead zinc mining has been gone on for years, no real mining at the moment, but certainly in the 1800s, you know, there are a huge number of lead and zinc mines around. Iron, obviously, at the same time, which helped us develop the coalfields. And I just put strontium at the end because strontium is just a metal I like. I've been looking at some strontium projects in Spain, and you know, strontium is named after strontium in Scotland. I think it's one of the few metals that gets named after a place name. And that was mined, you know, right up until the 1980s, and also down near Bristol, around Yate, in the Myles there's a sort of strontium deposit there that's been mined for hundreds of years as well. So, you know, we do have a huge sort of mining heritage. So I guess and I'm going to getting towards one of my hobby horses now, just to warn you. So I guess the summary of this was, well, you know, do the commodities that we need occur in the UK? And, you know, yes, pretty well all of them, you know, occur here. Whether they occur in an economic setting in today's terms, obviously we don't know. No one's really exploring for them. And, you know, how many of them have been mined historically? Well, pretty well most of them at one time or another. But how many of these metals that we've talked about, the metals we need for the transition, how many of them actually been mined here now? And none of them, you know? Really? Yeah, really. So, you know, I guess the question is, why is it? And I think part of this is because we've forgotten our industrial past, and we're now starting to relook at it. But the other issue is that, this is where I get onto my hobby horse. The other issue is that in the UK, we don't have a government-controlled exploration system. You know, that you can't get an exploration license through the government to explore for anything other than gold and silver, oil and gas. So if you want to explore for copper or lithium or whatever, you have to find out who owns the mineral rights and create an agreement with the mineral rights owner. And the first challenge in that is finding out who is the mineral rights owner, because there's no requirement for people to register their mineral rights. And most people don't know what mineral rights they have. So it's a unique process in the UK that, rather than applying to a government body to apply for an exploration license, you actually have to go around, find out who owns the mineral rights, and do a deal with all of those people. And as you can imagine, given the landholding structure in the UK, that can involve discussions with hundreds of people. You know, so it's a real ball ache. And sorry, and you know, certainly the exploration that I mentioned in the 1970s in Scotland by Rio Finex, when they were looking for nickel. You know, in their concluding report, they said they spent as much money dealing with mineral rights owners as they spent putting money into the ground. You know, it's that much of an effort. And even in Wales, even though where I'm exploring at the moment, we're exploring for gold. So we do have what's called an option agreement, but it's effectively an exploration license to explore for gold. Even though we have one of those, we still have to negotiate with the landowners for access, which is fine, and we do that. Well, that takes enough time as it is. Having to do that and then also find the mineral rights owners who are not necessarily the same as the landowners and discuss with them actually takes a huge amount of time, particularly for a junior company where you're spending money before you have any tenure, you know, before you can actually announce anything and try to raise money, because until you've got to deal with the mineral rights owners, you have nothing. So that, I think, is a problem. So I guess in conclusion, now, one thing I would say is that the Geological Survey historically did a huge amount of work trying to do that grassroots exploration to encourage people to explore. And they're a treasure trove of information, these mineral reconnaissance reports that were produced in the 70s, 80s and early 90s. there's a lot of base work that they did. So if you are looking for metals in the UK, there's a huge source of information there, which can give you a leg up the exploration ladder, and which, if there were similar schemes going now, looking for the metals we need now would be incredibly helpful. And there used to be funding schemes for people who were doing exploration where they could claim money back, because exploration is research, let's face it. And so there was an encouragement to explore by people essentially recovering money against tax. So we can do those things and encourage exploration a bit. But I think what we really need is we need some form of mineral rights registry, in particular for the critical minerals that we need going forward. So I personally feel we need a fit for purpose licensing system so that we can all get out there and explore. Thank you.
If I can invite the speakers from the session back up, and we're going to have a little bit of a panel to field some questions. So you will have to forgive me if I keep checking my phone. It's so I can see the questions from YouTube and Zoom via WhatsApp. Saying these things makes me feel old, and maybe I am old. I don't know. But I've got a question picking up from Julian left us hanging with some sobering thoughts. We're not allowed to call it mission impossible. Maybe we call it mission difficult or mission implausible. But across the four speakers, it seems we have some real challenges ahead of us, not just meeting the supply of the metals we know and love, the base and industrial metals, but meeting that supply responsibly and sustainably, and also then having to compete with new metals or metals that we've known and loved a long time ago and forgotten about. To each of you, we'll perhaps start with Julian, as it was your pitch. What can we do to make this mission possible rather than mission implausible? Is there anything positive that we can do?
I think it starts with two things: policy and society, and partnerships, because the miners can't do it on their own. They need policy surety in terms of that direction. They need to know that if they are investing for a 20-year time period, they know exactly what the regulatory environment is going to be. Investors need also those guarantees from policymakers to mitigate risk, because they're very, very risk averse. And despite some of the perhaps limited opportunities we have in the UK to develop our own natural resources, unfortunately, most of these commodities are going to come offshore. And most of the countries where they are found align very, very strongly with high ESG risk metrics. Only 3 places you can go in the world: Canada, Australia, and Scandinavia, where you've got relatively low ESG risk in all its forms. So it needs that partnership between finance, policy, and indeed society. You talk to kids today and they say, oh, mining's terrible, it destroys the planet. You say, can you empty your pockets? I say, yeah, here's my iPhone. Where do you think that comes from? Metals. There's partnership.
And Georgie, from the LME perspective, do you see a similar scenario to Julian, that we, the next few years are going to be really difficult, and in particular that tension between massively increasing supply versus what you're trying to do and make that supply more responsible?
Yeah, and Julian's absolutely right. It's going to take everyone contributing towards the same end. I mean, maybe it all comes down to money, sadly, at the end. The consumers at the moment aren't willing to pay for the products that they want to buy, which are the responsible ones. And part of that is maybe not knowing the questions to ask. But I think we all, as end consumers, so in my world, end consumer is a manufacturer and an OEM, but the end consumers, people like me as an individual, have to pay more for the products so that they are responsibly sourced and keep making the noise. But yeah, I think it's money, and then I guess from the LME perspective, I have to say accurate pricing, so people get fair value for what they're producing.
And Simon, do you see similar aspects when we come through to the more technical metals that TechMet's responsible for and is interested in? Does this discussion apply to all the metals?
Yeah, pretty much all the metals that we focus on. I think actually I want to say something though, because after Mike's comment when he stood up, I realized that my talk and then followed by Julian's seemed to be very downbeat. And actually I don't feel that way about what we're doing. I feel very positive and upbeat about it actually, and there's a huge opportunity. So I think it was probably the sort of the theme of my discussion, which wasn't intended to be finger wagging. It was more as sort of give an idea of the scale of the problem. But one thing we shouldn't lose sight of is that we are at this very low point of this huge curve, right? We're at this huge adoption curve. So, there's automobile manufacturers have put in or committed to invest about $400 billion so far into electric vehicles. That's nothing really. I mean, it's a drop in the ocean compared to industry and what they've spent over the last 100 years developing automobiles. So, and as somebody, Julian made the point about, the size of sales in 2021 and 2022 is tiny compared to, but that to me shows huge opportunity that they will get better, batteries will get better, cars will get better, charging networks will get, they're all really inefficient at the moment. So there is a huge opportunity going forward. So we have these, this supply demand outlook for metals, which is concerning, and what the LME is doing, I think, is great and needs to be, needs to be more of it going forward, because as Julian said, it needs to have everything. It needs to have capital, it needs to have consumers behind it. I think the consumers are behind it, and I think that government legislation is generally behind it and going in the right direction. I don't think you'll find many politicians who are saying, I don't want more electrification, I don't want more net zero goals. Maybe
you can always find one.
Myles will probably argue, but I think it's very difficult for a politician to get elected without being positive about these issues. So there is a huge opportunity going forward, but it is going to require, as you said, that everybody pulling in the right direction and a lot of things, and not least changes to legislation, as Mike was talking about in the UK. Not having a well-defined policy in the UK for,
or even a defined one,
or even one. I think it is shocking, to be honest. But so everybody needs to be pushing in the right direction. But I think the drivers that are making this wave unstoppable, which is the consumer, is already there. I think it's slightly unfair, Julian, to ask people to put their hand up to say that who's driving an EV, because 2 years ago, there were probably 4 models you could choose from, right? So I think it's a bit unfair, but I think more people, if you talk to there are some young people here, which is really good to see. I think if you ask them, they were probably the ones who put their hand up to say that the car they'd like to drive be electric. So that's the way it's going to go forward. I know my kids will be shocked if our next car is not electric, right? So that is going to happen, and that consumer demand is going to push the companies, it's going to push the legislators, it's going to push ultimately the capital into the sector. So I think that it is positive, going forward.
Yeah. And Mike, so you spoke about need for perhaps a change in policy and legislation around exploration. Do you see any routes that some of these other aspects and the UK's strategic interests in critical minerals could be enshrined in policy and legislation? Is there anything else that we can do that transcends just exploration into other parts of the supply chain?
Well, some of those questions are above my pay grade, I think. But I think as an explorer, I would look. We're not going to find everything we need in the UK for the UK, let alone anywhere else, obviously. But it is underexplored in a modern sense. So I think my argument in my talk is that there needs to be more exploration in the UK. It's worthwhile, it's justified, and anything we can do to help it would be great. Because at the moment, if anything, there's more things that could hinder it than help it. Having said that, moving away from the UK, I actually have great faith in our ability to find more of these metals that we need around the world. I think, as someone said earlier, it takes a long time to explore something, assess something, bring it into production. And the success rate is relatively low. And there isn't a huge encouragement for some of the majors to go looking for some of the minerals we're talking about, because by the nature of them, they're not going to be very big mines. So it really does depend on the junior, I think, end of the industry But I would expect as we go forward over the next 5-10 years that we will find a lot more of these projects coming on stream, because I have faith in our ability that they're there and that we'll find them.
I think one real thing, just to touch on what Mike was saying, because a couple of people have mentioned, I think Julian mentioned earlier, the time scale from discovery to production. That is something governments, not just the UK, governments around the world can really enact change to improve. I mean, we're seeing, you know, in the US at the moment, there's a couple of lithium projects which look good. You know, I think most analysts have got them in their future supply chart, and yet they are coming into hitting brick walls to get to production. And so I'm not saying that government should come down and force a mine to happen. Of course, that's not true, but to be able to speed up that process with increased but efficient government intervention is definitely something that the government should be looking at.
Well, we're applying for a license in Spain, which is one of the better countries probably to explore in an exploration license, and looking at one. And we've been told it will take about a year just to get the license.
It depends what you're exploring for.
Look at what happened over in the US. So Antofagasta has got a wonderful copper nickel project it was looking to push. Biden comes out and says, no, mining's got a terrible rap, we're not allowing this. A week later, he sat chairing a critical minerals conference and said, we're open for business. You go, hang on a minute, which one is it? So make your mind up. If you understand, and part of it is politicians I don't think understand. They're very good at stimulating demand, build a green grid, build EV, I mean, North Fault, South Fault, East Fault, West Fault, great. All these battery plants, which will take 5 to 6 years to ramp up, where's the raw materials coming from? So I think part of it's education and understanding. Then there's also we have to, there are going to be constraints all the way along the supply chain, all the way back to graduates. There's one statistic I like to throw out. If we all agree that Australia is a nat res rich country, very pro mining, this year, if all the grads stay the course, they will produce 16 mining graduates, 16. At the peak of the last super cycle, they produced 250. And it's the same around the world. We haven't got enough people coming into the industry at the graduate level. If we can't, you know, already Glencore is having to employ civil engineers and convert them into mining engineers because they can't get mining engineers. We've got a problem.
Let's take some questions from the floor. So, okay.
Because there's been a lot of talk this morning. Oh, thank you. There's been a lot of talk this morning about communicating to policymakers, and I actually am quite concerned about the situation and communication to the younger generation, because in coming to this meeting, I actually looked up the situation with Geosciences recruitment, and I was alarmed to find out that Bristol Student Union in 2018 and in 2022, Edinburgh Student Union, Sussex Student Union and the Open University Student Union have all put in place boycotts of recruitment of students for oil, gas and mining education. So how do we say what we need to say in a way that those students will hear us?
Georgie?
Yeah, I think it's a really great point, and it's one of my frustrations with the mining and metals industry. I can't speak so much for oil and gas. That we have been so backwards. I said it earlier, backwards about coming forwards about the good work we do. I know part of that problem is that a lot of the mining companies produce, I don't want to say bad metal, brown metal, whatever you want to call it, non-green, as well as green. And they're worried about two things. They're worried about sort of casting aspersions on the value of that metal that isn't green. And I mean, you can talk for hours about how you define green anyway. And secondly, they're worried about the sort of intrametal threat. So more than anything, since I've been doing sustainability work, I've heard copper getting anxious about getting replaced with aluminium, or vice versa, or steel getting pushed out because it can't get green quick enough. And I think that it also stops companies from talking about how green they are, because they don't want to risk that a procurement manager and an auto firm is going to say, oh, well, I'll go copper then because aluminium's got an emissions problem. I think procurement managers know more than they're getting credit for there. But I think we generally as an industry have to be open about what the problems are, how we're fixing them, and what the good work we do is, rather than just doing what we have been doing, which is keeping it all secret squirrel and then no one hearing any of the story. How you get that message then down to that generation taking their A-levels and choosing what they want to do at university is probably for a marketing manager to think about.
So just to follow up on that, Georgie, there's a question.
Sorry, just one thing on this.
Yes, sorry.
Just one thing, this is not a new problem, right? I mean, I did a master's here in London in 2001, and we had a 13 on the course and only one of us got a job. And so, of course, anybody in the right mind is going to think, well, should I pursue that as a career? Well, it doesn't look good. You know, so this isn't a new problem. It's just a slightly different metal problem, I think. I just think the communication about mining is I mean, that's disturbing to hear that they're banning recruiting, you know, and that, I don't know whether the onus falls to sort of re-educate.
It doesn't help when the chairman of the UN Climate Committee stands up and says, mining is destroying the world. And you go, hang on a minute. How did you get here? You know, what did you travel in? You know, so like Georgie said, mining gets a bum rap because of the unfortunate catastrophes that do occur from time to time. You know, life isn't certain. You know, okay, they're not getting into any details. You would hope that people don't deliberately do things that result in those disasters. Some people have made some stupid decisions, so you learn lessons. But there is a lot of education that needs to go on in terms of society. And there is an organisation, I've forgotten the name of it, that does go out and say, look, this is the building you're living in, and this is how much metal's in it. This is how much metal's in your car. You need mining. We just need to do it better. We need to get the message out. I think it goes all the way down to kids deciding what careers they want to embark upon, all the way to the policymakers.
I will say one thing, it's a lot more fun than accounting.
Have you done that too?
Yeah. I was talking to some of the students earlier before we started today, and one of them said that they're, you know, he's studying up in Scotland where they do multiple subjects and then they can choose. And he said that quite a lot of them move to geology because it's fun, it's interesting, it's challenging. It's always been, and it's international. Yeah, it's always been that way. So maybe that should be part of the education, re-education.
We'll take another question from the floor.
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, thanks for all of your talks. They're fascinating, and I've got many, many questions, but I'll just try and limit it. And the first one was actually just going to be a comment on, you know, this talent pipeline or the lack of it, and the real, you know, concerning drops in numbers that we're seeing of people applying for geoscience. And there are a load of initiatives going on at the moment through lots of different facets of industry and education. And, you know, I read a statistic the other day that by the age of 10, children have pretty much made up their mind as to whether they want to study a STEM subject or not. So you need to be talking to people at all ages, really. And it is something that we need to be concerned about, because without people coming through and being interested in this industry and being interested in doing it responsibly and thinking outside the box, then we're not going to be able to deliver this energy transition anyway. So the Critical Minerals Association is doing a lot around that. The Geolsoc, I think, has a really important role to play, because, you know, it brings together people for events like this, and there's people from all different walks of life. And, you know, I think we shouldn't underestimate the opportunity that we've got through the Geolsoc, the BGS and things like that. And I can't even remember what my original question was going to be now, but I think it was around, that was it. So a lot of you brought up really fascinating things. And Georgie, one of the things that you said is actually through this collaboration with Metals Hub and, you know, your spot trading hub, it's going to allow producers to actually start to realize the financial investment that they've already made into ESG. But there seems to be a real mismatch. And Simon, you were talking about, you know, it's not the major companies who are going to be exploring for these technology critical metals. It tends to be the smaller juniors. So there seems to be this real mismatch coming up in where on earth are they going to be able to get the funding, and to be able to get the funding to explore for and extract these things responsibly over the next few years. Like, what else can we put in place? Yes, it's great to talk to policymakers. Yes, it's great that car manufacturers are starting to think about what's going into their batteries. But over the next few years, what can we do to actually try and bridge this gap as much as possible for these junior companies who are going to be actually doing the exploration and finding these metals?
Does anybody want to tackle that?
I'm not completely agreeing with it. But
We'll go to Georgie and then perhaps come back to Mike so he can agree vociferously.
Yeah, it's a huge problem, right? That the upfront capital you need, as Simon said, in what can be a hugely volatile market where it can be difficult to realize that value. So I think, things like metals help because they show there is a future once you've got there, especially for those smaller metals that are too small for an exchange traded contract, which is how metals are traditionally priced. So being able to see that, and then again, it goes back to the education point, right? It's showing to investors that metals and mining is a great area to invest in, and part of that has to be because we're taking the sustainability challenge seriously. It offers a huge opportunity in terms of the need for these metals. The green technologies are massively metals intensive compared to fossil fuels. So the story, the narrative is there. Investors have been one of the biggest lobby groups to the LME in terms of us introducing things like responsible sourcing. So they need to see that the metals industry is taking that sustainability piece seriously, and that the value is there, and that they can realize it. So there's never going to be a sort of silver bullet, but hopefully all those pieces together help contribute.
I'm going to go from Georgie to Mike, but I'm going to inject a question that's come through from online. Do you think there's a role for government subsidies in sort of bridging that gulf between finally getting something to market and the challenge of exploration, particularly for some of these junior and small companies? Would government subsidies be helpful?
I'm not sure that's the answer. I mean, I think if you have a valid exploration plan and a target, I think as someone said earlier, you will raise the money. If you don't, you might not, right? But so I don't think it's monetary help that's particularly needed. I think it's just breaking down some of the barriers to make it easier. I think. Just quickly going back to Lucy's point about education, which I completely agree with. And yours, the only thing I think at the moment is there are lots of initiatives, as you said, there's lots of initiatives going on at the moment with GeolSoc and CMA and with NSRK, we have our own little groups looking at raising the profile that Ben leads. And, it just somehow, I just kind of think it needs joining up a bit, because there just seem to be lots of people doing a little with a certain amount of the budget. And if there was more of a general lobbying group within the mining industry that could make things a bit more serious, I think we might make a bit more progress. But yeah.
Can I disagree?
Yes, please do.
Okay. One of the things that we're talking about is like legislation changing, and you've just hit the nail on the head then, like you said, it's all disparate and lots of people trying and doing very good things. The one thing you can do, the government could do, is spend money. And the one thing that cashes is that it's immediate. Right? So we can lobby and we can talk to government and we can try and get them to change, and it might work, but it's going to take too long.
No, on the education issue, I completely agree.
No, but just on the question of could government subsidies be part of the solution or a solution? Yes, I think the government could spend money and could spend a lot more money, and it wouldn't make it easier and
it wouldn't harm.
But the fast flow of money compared to changing the legislation is very attractive.
Government's willing to invest money if it's Northvolt, if it's a battery, they can get batteries. Ask them to invest directly in mining. We'll leave that to the market, right? So government will step in when it feels like it, when it feels that there's real jobs at stake, if it's looking to reindustrialize a particular part of the country or whatever. So the way I describe it is not necessarily providing funding, but providing that security. So, for example, if one of the major miners wanted to go and invest in the DRC, their investors would say no, the governments would say you can't do it. If investors and governments say, look, actually, you go in there and you do things the right way, by the very nature of you going into the DRC and doing things the right way, you will stabilize the economy, you will bring to bear good governance, etc. It fulfills many of the requirements that are needed to supply sustainable metal. But it needs that foresight, and I think politicians are wedded to the election cycle, unfortunately. So what's in it for them for saying, yes, you can go and invest in the DRC? Because they'll get it in the net for child labour and governance issues, corruption. So it's too difficult.
So that hesitancy in subsidising mining, it's an opposite situation with fossil fuels, which in the UK have been quite heavily subsidised. And there's a question that's come through online, which we can chew over as well, about would a hydrogen economy be better, or hydrogen vehicles be better than electric vehicles? And we can perhaps discuss that. But it seems like when we're talking about subsidies, the government is looking at what it can do with a nascent hydrogen economy in a way that it's not looking at that sort of raw material supply on mining. So, I mean,
trouble is, for the hydrogen economy, there's a couple of elements you need for catalyzers: platinum, iridium. You can't get away from mining, even with the hydrogen economy. And we don't have platinum in this country. You know, you're looking at South Africa or Russia, a little bit of Zimbabwe. So the hydrogen economy is a really interesting one. I think that's the next stage beyond batteries. You know, that's probably for the early to mid 2030s to build up that economy. Until then, we're reliant upon batteries. You know, we're locked and loaded.
The other thing, just to add to all of that, is the consistency of the supply of money. And that's the trouble with governments, is to the point about election cycles or even changes of government. You just can't rely on it. For long-term projects like mining, that's absolutely essential.
That's a good point. Let's have another question from the floor.
Hi, yeah, Matthew Grimshaw. I'm an exploration geologist, so bring it back to mining again. There seems to be quite a large elephant in the room here, and that's the other commodities that make up the slice of the pie within the industry. I mean, Angela this morning quite nicely, justified their coal industry, but ignored the kind of large diamond part of their industry. And as an exploration geologist who spends most of my time, on the ground, the industry seems to be, well, it's dominated by gold. You look at the total meters of exploration drilling done last year, and again, it's up in the, I don't know the statistics, but 70% plus of gold exploration. So if that's where the market and the traditional investors are, what's it going to take to claw them away from that? Are we looking at whole new investors, a whole different kind of source of people that kind of to push them away from, that short-term price swings, short-term volatility of the market? And
why do
you're looking for gold in
no,
the UK.
Why do you need to pull them away from that? You can still do that. You can still go and explore and mine for gold and do exploration for battery metals, right? You don't need to, it's not one or the other. So I think if you follow that through, you're talking about probably, yes, we need new investors, and investors who put money into gold exploration and development, and also other, critical mineral development.
Yeah, I don't think one's exclusive of the other. I mean, I would say with gold, I mean, the attraction for gold, of course, is there's a ready market. You don't need to worry about the demand, if you produce gold yourself. So that's, I think, the attraction of gold. And then I could be technical and say the reason why loads of money goes on the drilling is because you need to do a hell of a lot of drilling for gold. So, but at the end of the day, I think gold exploration and mining will carry on as long as we're all around, But I don't think that will stop people exploring for the things we need for what we're talking about today.
And to the point about investors, over the last 10 years, you've seen a swathe of short-term investors come in, which has created a problem because they look to the next quarter, the next 6 months, maybe the next year. But offsetting that, you've got the large pension funds, and this is where I see sovereign wealth funds and so-called the long onlys. So they will take a 10, 20-year view. That's aligned with mining. Those are the sorts of investors we need to be involved in. Guess what? A lot of sovereign wealth funds, it's in the name. They're ultimately backed by governments, taxpayers. That needs to happen, I think. We need more of that to deliver the energy transition.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go to Richard for a question, please.
Yeah, thank you. Really interesting discussion. What I was going to ask, it was really interesting to see, Georgia, the way the price of cobalt in the two markets was sort of parted. And it brings up this interesting aspect to it, that a lot of the sort of more minor metals that we're talking about that are the catalyzers for the energy change are not openly traded in the same way. So people do offtake agreements, and you can get your materials provenanced really well. But obviously for the major traded metals like copper and so on, open market, people don't seem to be worried about that. Do you see there might be a trend though to people wanting to get that provenance information, in which case then openly traded metal, maybe is that going to change so that people, you know, even for their copper will go for an offtake agreement because they know where it's coming from and they know how, you know, the supply chain and so on. So is that something that's going to happen?
I hope not. That would be terrible news for the London Metal Exchange. But no, I mean, that's the reason why we have now these responsible sourcing rules. So when you trade metal on the exchange, you know it has been responsibly sourced. So those rules require you to go back to the mine, raise what the OECD, it's based on the OECD's rules, raise what they call red flags, i.e. are there any risks that are unacceptable or are sort of bad, but we can mitigate them, and then publicly disclose that information. So you do the due diligence work around it. And the aim there is to not say, anything from the DRC cannot be included in the legitimate supply chain, because as soon as you've done that, no one will source from the DRC, and you've lost all your influence and your ability to make improvements there to make that a safer area for mining. And then the people of the DRC have a better chance of realizing the economic value of the resources they have. What that doesn't fully yet answer is the full traceability question, and that work I think is still, I mean, huge amounts being done, but it's still in development. So what we would like to get to is a full chain of custody, because I mean, we're asking these questions, the deadline is June, and then for a lot of people, the first time they've been asked. So actually mapping that supply chain back is a huge amount of work, and it will be very imperfect this first year. So we have to accept that, but it'll get more sophisticated because, frankly, because the LME's made it mandatory, people will have to do it. And that's the point about regulation, is I think sometimes it absolutely has to be there, because until it's mandatory, people won't bother because it's really difficult to do.
Well, I mean, as just an interesting aspect, you know, things like Mike will know this, exploring for Welsh gold, there's a premium to Welsh gold. And I wonder whether, you know, people will be seeing premiums in, you know, provenance, British copper in your car. Maybe that's what you want,
Yeah.
And I just wondered whether that aspect might creep in.
Yeah, it's a really interesting debate about that sort of consumer stamp on metal, that you know it's local, and that, you know, we obviously have this huge thing for local in food. There's no reason why not, albeit I guess for a lot of end consumers like us, when you buy your car, are you really going to get a list of all the components that say where they all come from? I mean, it's possible. There is a company called Fairphone that's doing it for telephones, but their supply is very, very limited at the moment. But and the key point is that you can remove broken parts and get those changed rather than having to replace the whole phone. But yeah, it's perfectly feasible. British-made car is already American-made car, I guess, more of a thing for the Americans. So, you know, why not?
Well, again, just to put a spanner in the works in terms of the challenges.
British spanner.
If you think about the whole EV supply chain, 80 to 90% of all the batteries are produced in China, 80 to 90% of the precursors in China. The refining of the battery materials, 80 to 90% is in China. Even when you get down to the mine level for those critical materials, China is starting to dominate. So if we want to secure our place, we need to start motoring. If we want local supply or locally owned supply, we need to start moving. We need to start moving now. And with all the impediments there are, but the sooner we start, the sooner we'll get there. We've got to try.
I'm going to take one final question, which is from online. So in many of the presentations, you might be hoisted by your own petard here by two words that you all put in, which was circular economy. And the circular economy is, of course, more than just simply recycling metals at the end of their life. What do you think the mining industry can do to contribute more positively to the circular economy, and how will that factor into the different aspects of the supply chain and the business cycle that you work in? We'll perhaps come to Julian first.
Tough one. A very quick way of decarbonising. We've seen some of the major companies go down the recycling route, Glencore in particular. They made a big splash about the amount of e-waste that we're now recycling. There's a lot of value in e-waste. 70% of e-waste goes into landfill right now. There's a lot of value there with all the raw materials. So I think that that's one way that mining companies can start to embrace the circular economy. But at the end of the day, it requires you, me, and policymakers to recycle more. We recycle, round numbers, different metals, different statistics, but we recover approximately 35% of what we could recover. And of the 35% we recover, we only actually consume 65%. There's a lot of metal that's just sitting above the ground, not being recycled. We all need to do more. We've got to be better than we are at the moment on that.
I'll work my way down the line with this one. So.
I think I'd like to see more acknowledgement of how complicated it is. I know we're all about things being really simple today, but there are hundreds of different types of recycled metal. Runaround scrap is just excess metal from a primary processing. Can you really count that as recycling? It's never been used for anything. It's just going back into a remelt. So acknowledgement of that, and then how you allocate the emissions to that. So then the value of that in terms of the sustainability agenda, I think is really difficult and really important. And then bearing it in mind with the bigger sustainability picture. So you see sometimes a lot of money and effort going into recycled, say, mixed materials, but the emissions associated with that is absolutely huge because it needs a lot of technology to actually separate the bits. So do you want that to be recycled at the expense of other things? So bearing in mind that sort of holistic picture, the balance of all the different factors, I think it's really important.
That's a good point. Simon?
Yeah, I'm more of the same, I'm afraid. I mean, Georgie made a good point. I think her initial point, I'm just going to echo that a recognition of how difficult it is, and also maybe a recognition that total recyclability of all metal products is just probably not going to be the way forward. There are a lot of stuff that is just not going to be practical to recycle, to get back into a product. Copper is a pretty good example where it's a very mature metal. We've been using it. It's been central to our economy for decades, and only about 30% of copper use comes from recycled copper. So you are never going to get to this completely closed loop. So be realistic, but also it doesn't mean you shouldn't try. And I think there is, as Julian said, there's a huge amount of opportunity there. We look at it, Technical List as an opportunity. We're looking at a variety of recycling technologies, and I think the product mix is changing, and that means that there will be new solutions as well. So what can we do? I think there's also governments can do things as well. They should do things. Part of the Critical Minerals Association, and I sit in the circular economy subcommittee, and one of the things we're struggling with is to liaise with government in the UK and abroad as well, to try and further that effort, to essentially, the phrase I often use is to get out of the way of the technology and the efforts of private enterprise to be able to enable that to happen.
And then finally to Mike, as an exploration geologist, thoughts on how mining dovetails with the circular economy and what it means.
I think I was probably the one person that didn't mention that.
I think so. So you're very unlucky to have drawn the shortest of straws by going last.
So I don't really have anything to add, other than, of course, I suppose with gold, it's probably the least impacted by this, because there's probably hardly any gold ever that's been mined that is being dumped anywhere.
Yeah.
It's all recycled. So no, I don't really have anything to add to the comments already made. I mean, clearly it's an important issue.
There you go. Maybe when lithium gets as valuable as gold by weight, then it will 100% be recycled. You never know.
It won't be in vehicles anymore, though, will it? So, I'd like to thank you all very much for the questions that have come from the floor. And apologies to anybody that didn't get their chance to answer the question. Our speakers will be around for parts of the day, at least I'm sure, or we can put you in touch with them if you didn't get a chance to ask your question. But finally, I would like to thank our panelists for such fabulous presentations and answers, and that were all surprise questions, I'm afraid. So thank you very much for excellent presentations and answers from all of you. Thank you.
I think Alicia wanted to say a few things.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Alicia Newton, and I'm the Director of Science and Communications here at the Geological Society. I'm just going to spend a minute making a shameless plug. We spoke about the need to bring together everyone working in education in telling people about the importance of metals and minerals and their role in a sustainable transition. In order to help support this, the Society will be launching a network called the Geoscience Education and Outreach Network. We're hoping to have it fully up and running later this year in autumn. It's available now for soft launch. We'll share the link later. It's geon.jalsoc.org.uk. This was developed in support with JP Morgan's Force for Good program, and it's a platform for online sharing of resources, volunteer opportunities, successes, failure across the UK. It's open to anyone who's interested. You can join now. It's in a soft launch phase. And we're hoping it will be a real community resource to share all of the amazing bits of work that are going on, but probably not being communicated to everyone else working in that space nearly as much as we'd hope. So please do join in. It's free. We want people to share and use it as much as possible. If your organization wants to have its own bit of it and be a moderator, just come and grab me in one of the breaks, and we'd be really happy to talk about that opportunity. So thanks. Thank you for allowing me my minute of shameless plug.
Great, thanks, Alicia. Thanks again. So I think it's lunch and we're back here at 2:15. Brilliant, thanks all.
Brilliant. So that is the face-to-face part of the conference. So as you can see, they're all going off to the lower library to get their food, which is fantastic. But of course, online in this world where we can multitask, feel free to go and grab your lunch. I can see some people have dropped off to go and do that. Some people are either moving across to YouTube, or YouTube is seeing a surge in terms of numbers at the moment. But what we've got is we've got a little panel session lined up for everybody over the lunch break. So Pauline, John, Damien and Natasha, if you guys want to turn your videos on so that I don't appear quite so large in that conference room at the moment, that would be fantastic. So perhaps if the projectionist can change the screen so that I'm not pinned. Let me try and remove my spotlight, see if that does anything. So if someone can change things, because I don't like seeing myself that large. I think I'm going to sit further away from the camera, see if that makes me feel any better. So I'm sure that the projectionist will change things at the moment. Hint, hint, if somebody is listening, please get the projectionist to change the screen that everybody can see in the main conference room. So who have we got? So we've got the lovely Natasha, John, Damien, and I know that we've got Pauline there as well. Fabulous. So I tell you what, let's go around our little virtual panel. And if you guys want to introduce yourselves. So Natasha, do you want to say a quick hello first, and then we'll go to John? And I'm gonna say that M word. It's all good. It's all good. It's annoying, isn't it? It automatically mutes you.
Yeah.
Okay,
no, that's probably better, because when we all came on, to have us instead of popping up behind the other panelists. Yeah. My name is obviously Natasha Gibson, and I'm the CEO of Kataya Consulting. And I've had the fortune of both being an exploration geologist as well as now moved into the ESG sustainability field, and had to have worked in Australia, Africa, and Canada. So over to the next person.
Awesome, thanks, Natasha. John, do you want to say hello to everybody, and then we'll go to Damien.
Hi everybody. It's John Russell here. I'm a exploration geologist with SRK Exploration Services in Cardiff. I'm surprised to be here, Sarah. Thanks. Always a pleasure. So I've got a particular interest in critical raw materials, and have been involved with some research projects over the last few years looking into how to make mining and exploration more acceptable to communities in order to be able to access those.
Awesome. Thank you very much, John. Damien, do you want to say hello, and then we'll go to Pauline?
Yes, hello to everyone. My background has been in marine seismic exploration, so working for the likes of BP, ExxonMobil, all that sort of stuff, Total, and now I got made redundant during COVID, so now I'm doing circular economy consultancy. So I've been recently involved with the UK Carbon Capture and Storage Association, and being with seminars with them, and also the Carbon Capture and Utilization Storage Association, which is a commercial outfit for all the big corporates. So I did attend a work group where I had some input on various things they're putting to government, etc. So we'll see. But today is it's absolutely what it's perfectly put by the first speakers, Myles. Perfect. Yes. So actually, I'm actually down here in France at the moment, so where it's rather pleasant. So I split my time between the UK and France.
So we're very jealous of you, Damien. That's fantastic. Great. And Pauline, do you want to introduce yourself?
I will. Yes. It took a while for my camera to work, but I think it's all the tech is in place.
Yep.
I graduated in '91 from Portsmouth Poly, their engineering, geology and geotechnics. So I worked in industry for 25 years and partly there was a bit of overlap, but I'm now full-time at Keele University, but I teach in the foundation years. So this is students, it's kind of A-level standard students that have not got into their degree programs for various reasons. And because of that, that's why I'm a bit of a lone voice, because I don't actually sit in the faculty. There are a couple of people. There's one other geologist, lady geologist in the faculty who I know quite well because she worked for the same company as me for a while, so I was involved in her training. But this is why there's so much of this that I'm like, yes, but I do what I can with my students, but they then kind of disappear into the course. I've done some stuff with them about lithium, and I actually asked I'm always trying to pull in the people from GGE, and I got them looking at this lithium from geothermal, so very, very interested in what Helen has put up there. But I asked one of the igneous petrologists to come and talk about lithium as an excuse, and they just didn't. There was so much about kind of all these issues that they just didn't know. And I was just like, oh, it's kind of like, so I don't know how much of what I'm able to do actually gets continued through, because I think everybody ends up so busy and they've got all the pressure on them to do their own researches and stuff like that, that trying to sort of, pull them out and get involved in stuff like this is kind of a bit of an uphill struggle. So any kind of support or help, or just having people to talk to that have got, that are passionate about the stuff is just so helpful, because I'm like, I do get quite lonely, really.
Well, we're here, Pauline. So I mean, I think with regards to this sort of general community that is out there at the moment, I mean, you've got, for example, conferences like this, and then I know I'm shamelessly pushing the conference that we're running in a few weeks' time through responsible raw materials. Yeah, so that's a case there where so as well, I mean, it's just been pointed out to me that I haven't actually introduced myself over the course of today. So hello everybody, my name is Sarah Gordon. I run a consultancy called Satala, so we're a risk management and sustainability consultancy, and about 50% of our work is with mining and materials companies, but that also includes people on the investment side as well as the operator side, service providers, etc. And the rest of our work is with all kinds of different organizations. So we do lots of risk management with people like the Premier League. So in terms of a career for a geoscientist, I did not see that one coming, for example. And do I know anything about football? Not really, but don't tell them that. It's all good. In my spare time, I help to run Responsible Raw Materials, which is the little not-for-profit that is running the conference in a few weeks' time. And also, I'm a visiting lecturer at Imperial College and also the University of Joburg. So I do impose myself on poor students every so often. And then finally, as well, over the last few months, have been helping the government with regards to putting together the mineral strategy for the UK. So I know in that final panel session, people were talking about the fact that there isn't one. There still isn't one, but it's getting closer, which is very exciting. And there's lots of stuff that's been going on that there are people who I know are on this call or who are physically in the Geological Society right now are very aware of, and hopefully some of it will be made public in the near future. So that would be brilliant. So just coming back into our lovely panel session here. So if we can go around the room, and rather than starting off with Catherine's fantastic question, let's just start off with something that you heard this morning that you either thought, yes, that's exactly what I want to hear, or something where you went, actually, no, I disagree with what somebody said. Now, Natasha, can I start with your lovely self with regards to just what's one of your key aha moments this morning? And then I'll go to John.
Well, I think the whole concept of, what was it, geological net zero.
Yeah.
I've never heard about that. And as I said to you, in the comments, there's that new GCSE subject coming out for natural history, and this segues into education. We need to get someone to talk to whichever, I think it's OCR is going to be doing the curriculum, jump on them and say, you need to get a balanced view of being able to use nature, being able to carbon capture, and the whole concept, because that's what the course is about. It's about climate change, it's about biodiversity. And it's going to be going to 14, 15 and 16-year-olds. So that was my aha moment this morning.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Natasha. That's great. John, I suspect you might know something about what Natasha's been talking about already, but what's your aha moment? And then we'll go to Damien.
Got it. I think it's not really a realization, but just reinforcing the scary facts of the mismatch between the timescales in trying to meet these sustainability goals and trying to meet net zero, and how the mining industry can respond to that, given somebody, I think somebody said it's 7 to 10 years to create a mine. I think if you actually look at the data, if you drill down into that data, it's more like 28 years. So there's this incredible mismatch in terms of the materials that we need and the time it's actually going to take to develop that supply. And I think the question for me is, how do we really give it a kickstart? We seriously need to reinvigorate the mining industry in a way that is sustainable and just. But I think that there needs to be some sort of intervention to be able to get things moving a bit more quickly.
I think with that, on the timing side, I was surprised, and I think there were some really good comments in the chat around how long it takes to develop carbon capture storage.
That's me, I think. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I will segue straight across to Damien. That was beautiful, wasn't it? On you go, Damien.
I know. I didn't realise that the government, the policymakers, had a different interpretation of net zero to what I have. My interpretation is geological net zero. That to me is well, that's how it should be. I mean, what other possibility would there be?
Yeah.
So that's quite interesting. It's interesting. I heard also from when I've been in these other seminars, is that the government I think the Treasury's postponed about twice the research in carbon capture and storage, which, they had the opportunity back in the early 2000s and they blew it, which is just shameful, really is shameful. And it is so frustrating, especially in being in seismic. There used to be loads of seismic operators, but now there are only 2 left in the whole world who can do this sort of thing. And I was with one of them. And they nearly went bust. So it's just right. I was involved with Sleipner when it sort of got kicked off in the mid 90s. Mm-hmm. So I was in the out on the boats doing the operational stuff, and we did one of the 4D surveys in the 90s, and some colleagues of mine did one in the 2000s. So yes, it's all very frustrating, actually.
And so with that, Damien, I mean, I know we've been talking a lot about. In the chat anyway, getting like school children, for example, excited about geosciences, where it fits into this biggest picture, as Natasha's been saying. Do you think that actually kind of almost at the more experienced end of things, there's actually quite a big skills drain that's going on at the moment that can't be captured because we're not investing in things like CCS when that could be a good place to go to?
I mean, now I got made redundant. I'm out of the market. So this is my way back in with the experience. And there are loads of people all my age and younger who are now out of seismic, and it's all that really experience. Like if you want to do a a class, you know, you're going to need to monitor. There are other techniques coming online to do seismic monitoring of how the CCS reservoirs are going to fill up. But it is like oil and gas stuff in reverse. So we just do the 4D in reverse. And, you know, to do a survey like that, you're looking at calling going to cost you $200,000 a day. So a 4D over a typical field in the North Sea will probably take you a month to 6 weeks. You won't see any change of 10 million US dollars, you know, and we're at the bottom end of the scale. You know how much it costs to have a rig in place. It's $1 million a day.
Yeah.
So we're talking big bucks.
So with that in mind, I mean, it's a shame. Unfortunately, I don't have access to like Myles's slides from this morning. I think they are somewhere else in this physical building, which is great to know. But, you know, some of those graphs that he showed to actually say, well, how expensive is it to do things like CCS, etc. Did you know, kind of a thumbs up? Do you think they were fairly accurate, or do you think actually maybe a bit higher than that?
I'd have to look at them in more detail. But if you think about the oil and gas business in reverse, and we're lucky because a lot of the infrastructure is already in place. A lot of times they won't need to put pipelines in because they're already there, for example. But so it's an expensive pastime, you know. But as you say, the opportunity has been missed because we could have put that carbon, like you said, if you put that carbon price, the policy, people, the likes of Total, they'll just work around whatever policy they're given by government. And they would, I'm sure they would happily do that. If they can see they can make money, they'll do it.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, it's a much easier way to do it. It just seems a mess at the moment, all the various policies and there are an awful lot of organizations involved as well. So it's quite interesting.
Yeah, well, I think I got sent one of those little one of the little cartoons yesterday where it was, you know, what are some of the fastest things on Earth? You know, you've got a cheetah, you've got an aeroplane, and then people saying they're now experts in ESG. So I thought that was quite funny. I think Natasha, I sent that to you. No, you sent it to me, didn't you? Yeah. I thought that was genius.
Another thing I've been involved with, which has cropped up recently, is with all this rush to build wind farms, particularly, then you have to be careful about where you put them because there might be geological stores underneath. And there are loads of geological stores which can be utilized. But if you put wind farms around the place, you can't get in to do seismic. So it's co-location. So you know, that's another one of my specialities is how, knowing what infrastructure is around and how you can get in.
Yeah. Excellent.
But there are other interesting things coming up. I mean, that's one of the beauties about the only two companies in the, I say it's PGS and Shearwater. They have the technology because the key thing is when you're doing 4D to get a signature, when the reservoir's changed, i.e. starting to fill up, is you need to have the repeatability. And that technology has been, I was involved with that back in the 2000s when that all started to happen. So you can go to other companies, but they probably haven't quite got the technology.
Okay.
Anyway, there we are. That's my sense worth.
You heard it here today. So I think with regards to on YouTube, where so Zane was asking for ideas of where he should go and apply for a job as a geophysicist. I think so, Zane, if you are still listening on YouTube, you're perhaps the jobs aren't quite there yet.
No, there are there. It's funny because I looked on the Shearwater website, and they are actually actively promoting work. They are actually working for E&I, and they're doing a scoping for the geological sites around the North Sea, for example. And I know my competitor PGS, or the one I used to work for PGS, they're doing a job for, I think it's for BP possibly. Again, it's for carbon storage on one of the clusters. I think in association with one of the clusters. So it is getting there, but we've got to get a big rush on to get this sorted out. I mean, I remember when the Manx Basin, I remember when there was nothing there, and we were doing 2D seismic in the 80s there, and now it's moving towards carbon storage thing. So it's quite interesting.
Yeah.
But I think the problem in education, I remember when I was in it, it's a long time ago when I was in education, but I mean, I remember doing geology. And I thought this was it is fun, it's fascinating. But then because I wasn't in the really clever people stream, they stopped it, which is really sad, So I think the geology needs to be encouraged because it is fascinating. and it's so interesting. I think.
Well, I think we're speaking to a room full of people who very much agree with you there.
Preaching to the converted, I know that. Yeah. I mean, I'm by no means a geologist. I'm in electronics. That's how I got started, electronics and radio. So, and then they needed people with electronics background offshore. So that's how I got into it. Then I learned the geology and interpreting seismic as I moved along.
Brilliant.
I think it was really concerning what I think was it Georgia said about the students' unions deciding to boycott certain courses, including mining. I mean, I think that's a really sad indictment, and I'm interested to know does anyone know if that was a unilateral action on their part, or was there actually any dialogue between the faculties and the unions?
I'm going to come straight to Pauline on that, seeing as she's from the university world and also has her hand up. So on you go, Pauline.
I do, thank you. It's not necessarily about to answer your question, but I have another example which just points out what we're up against. How I got into my current job was because I applied to Kiel initially to manage a project which was all about basically teaching teachers who were not earth scientists the earth science bits of the curriculum, demonstrating to them how simple it was to do experiments, etc., to encourage them, A, to teach what was already in the national curriculum, which at that time was just the rock cycle at Key Stage 3 or something. So the idea was that teachers of other disciplines, we would give them the confidence to actually do a lot more earth science stuff in what they were doing. But an institution that shall remain nameless that used to support this, because they wanted to declare themselves sustainability gods, etc., they refused to host this grouping any further, because one of the main sponsors of this grouping was the oil industry, because at that time, the oil industry were the only people that had the foresight to realise that they would continue to need geologists into the future. But I think it's all part of this thing that a lot of people have spoken about this morning, what the speakers have said, is the whole misconception about, you know, mining and the oil industry and everything. And just the fact, I mean, one of my initial sessions that I do with my students, because a lot of them, especially now, they're not necessarily coming to do geology, they're coming to do geography and environmental science. A lot of them because they've never heard of never heard of geology, because it's not taught in so many places. But I basically say to them, right, look around the room, how much of your life, how much of where we're sitting now is dependent on a geologist? And nearly all of them, they're like, oh, they're absolutely gobsmacked that basically nothing in the room apart from wood needs a geologist to find it. And even with wood, I make an argument that you need to understand the soil in order to grow wood effectively. And I'm like, that is the level, you know, of education for people who are interested in the earth. So you think about how much, you know, if you like, how ignorant I think just society is about how key geology and the geological understanding is to everything. Which is why that's where the TV comes from. You know, why are loads of students doing physics or trying, you know, they all come to do astrophysics. We get a lot of them in the foundation year, they want to do physics and astrophysics, not realizing that basically it's all about maths. It's not about looking at nice pictures of the stars and all this stuff. But the reason for that is one Brian Cox, isn't it, who seems to be constantly, he's got a program somewhere on one of the TV stations, and I'm like, do they ever repeat, you know, the stuff that we've already got doesn't get repeated? And I'm just like, oh. So yes, we need to have you on the TV.
Well, you know, BBC, we're here.
Yes.
Take us up with regards to that. But it's true, isn't it, Pauline? I mean, I think it's something where I know certainly, like, so take COP26 and the fact that, mining wasn't there and everyone's standing up making these great big pledges with regards to certain targets. It's like, how are we going to do it if we're not even in the room? And I think we've had some great discussion in chat around people just don't trust the mining sector. And then also there's that awareness with regards to how important geoscience is. It's just not there at the moment. And we can sit here, so in the Arthur Holmes room, and of course, those of us who study geology, etc., I think we probably all got subjected to that book in some form, can sit and go, what do you mean everybody should know about geology? But people don't. So how do we then lean into this and say, how do we share some of our passion with people all around us to say, well, actually, this is really cool. This is actually where you take the physics, the chemistry, the maths, the biology, and make it real.
I always say it's a really good, because I got into geology by accident. I went to sixth form college and I was going to do biochemistry, doing biology, chemistry, maths. And to fill in my time, because I had an extra block, I did 2 AO levels, one in computer science and one in electronics. Damien will like that. And that was just for fun. But the person who was teaching the computer science was a geologist who also taught geography. And when I was in effect, his teaching room, I was like, coloured maps, rocks and fossils and things. And I was like, and it didn't take me long to work out that this geology A level was in the same block as the biology. And I hated A-level biology, probably because we started with dissection, and I can still hear the rat, pegging the rat to the board. And I was like, no. But because he knew me from the computer science, the teacher let me swap. And it was just like, and that was probably one of the only places where I grew up in Southampton where you could actually study A-level geology. And I'm just like, yeah. But I always think it's really good for an all-rounder, because I was interested in science, but also interested in history. I've got if anybody wants a session, I've got information session of just about the whole interdisciplinarity of geology. Whatever your interest is, I'm like, geology does it better. And again, it's one of the things I do with my students. I tell them this and then say, right, give me, test me on this. I challenge them to find a subject that doesn't have something to say about geology. And there will always be someone, I see the kind of light bulb go on, and they always throw psychology at me, which I love, because I'm like, we need psychologists. What that risk perception, you need to understand what the risks are in reality in order to talk about it to other people. So I'm just like, every single subject, I've not had one yet that anyone's thrown at me that there isn't a place for it in science, and the geology helps with your understanding. So I'm like, we have such a gift of a subject, but it's just not, it's not out there for people to choose. So they're not going to.
That goes all the way back to, again, GCSEs. And the reason why I talk about GCSEs is I'm suffering through mocks at the moment with my son. And they changed the geography course. It used to have a component of physical geography. It's now all become human geography, or, so your children do not get exposed back in year 7 to the concept of how the earth changes, which it goes down to what climate change is.
We used to do you still do volcanoes in it? Because that used to be
you do very, very, very minimal. We have come across from Canada, although I'm obviously Australian, but in Canada, they actually did the whole rock cycle. They learnt what sedimentary, metamorphic and igneous rocks were. They learnt about volcanoes. They learnt the whole rock cycle. They went out on field trips, usually to rivers, because they can actually see it happening. You don't have any of that in the GCSEs, or the pre-GCSEs over this side.
Is that because geology was kind of elevated to science status, and now it's kind of falling away out of the curriculum again? Do you think, Natasha, that was almost because geology created its bit for itself, and so therefore the geographers kind of nudged over? Or do you think it's just a case where the people who hold the pen on the geography syllabus are more human geographers than physical?
May well be. Also, when you're looking at pass rates. Unfortunately, geology, if you're not used to thinking about it, is a difficult subject. I remember when I was a lecturer, when I was doing my PhD, trying to teach first-year students what a metamorphic rock was, because they could get volcanoes and they could get sand, but metamorphic was a bit, what are you doing geology? So that's the thing. They want to get the pass rates up. They want more people to go, to get through. So that might have been that. Maybe there were more students at that point doing geography in universities as compared to geologists. So the government sort of streams things that way.
Yeah.
I've also heard that geology is no longer considered a STEM subject, which I know there's been a lot of discussion about STEM on the chat here, but that's an awful thing. How can it not be considered a science or technology or even engineering? It's got it all. It's got all of those things, and the implications of that are that, as I understand it, STEM subjects attract a lot more funding and a lot more opportunities for teacher training and things like this. So it's no wonder that the schools will fairly quickly take attention away from anything that's not considered a STEM subject.
And that's something. I mean, we'll go. I'm just seeing Paul in the chat's like, what? We'll go in and just double check this. And so this is kind of in the UK, the way that the syllabus or kind of the different courses are put together for students in schools is pretty strict. And of course, it's different in England and Wales compared to Scotland, etc. But it is certainly something where geology, because geology is an applied science, it's always been a case of, is science the biology, the chemistry, the maths, the physics, is that it? Or do you go broader than that? And geology's always been on the fringes there. Also as well, because not many high school teachers or certainly primary school teachers necessarily have a background in the geology as well. So there's been the wobbles on that. Go on, Pauline. She's got both her hands up now.
Again, that's because I think there is no longer a PGCE that you can do in geology. Kiel was the last place that had one. Yeah. And really, unfortunately, the guy who used to run it, who is the guy that ran this grouping that I joined, he died literally suddenly last. But all of his writing is still out there, but he had this PGCE and it was on the back of that he used to do other stuff. I did a course when I first came to Kiel full time. There was a master's level program that you could do that was specifically for geography teachers to upskill them in geology so that they would be happy to have geology A-levels. So they could then lobby, but a lot of the people there, they were having to go back to their schools and lobby to say, I have done this course on geology and teaching geology, can we have an A-level in it? But at the moment, I'm writing something at the moment. There's two boards that you can do geology, OCR and what is the Welsh board still, but there is only one textbook, which is the OCR geology textbook, and there's no revision guide to it, which I presume is because not enough people, they deem that not enough people do it, and there's no electronic version either of it, which I assume is for the same reason. But
there's one rather strange thing with GCSEs. You can do astronomy GCSE, but you can't do an A-level in astronomy.
Weird.
Why? Yeah.
Pauline, does the Science Teacher Association still exist?
There is a geology teachers association. I don't know about science.
Earth Science Teachers Association.
Yes, ESTA still exists.
Still around, okay.
So Kate's actually just put the link into the chat, John. So I think you've just been really clever and looking at the chat and claiming it. So I think with this, so there's definitely something in here, and I know that we might be able to get Alicia to give an update with regards to what's going on in earth science teaching at the moment. So what happens with regards to the Geological Society? I should have also mentioned that until 2 years ago. I think I was on council for the Geological Society. So I'd encourage everybody here, if you want to get involved with the society, stand for council or get involved, because that's how we're going to push forwards what we all love and what we're all passionate about as well. So just shifting kind of back into some more of what we were hearing this morning, and Catherine Goodenough posed a really good question to all of us on this panel. So I think if we leave the teaching and the education to one side, because it's an incredibly important area to look at, and the conference will be looking at it later on today and tomorrow. And the lovely Ellen has just brought me a plate of food, which is great, which reminds me, all of you guys need to go and get food shortly as well. So just because I think that the schedule says that we're due to be starting again at 2:15. So if I may just do a quick lap around the room here and ascertain that question that Catherine posed to us. So how can we as a community help to address public perception of mining, and perhaps oil and gas as well, so let's not just constrain it to the mining side, so that we can ensure that the energy transition doesn't fail because of NIMBYism? So how do we begin to pull that together? I can see Natasha gearing up for an awesome answer here.
I just remember, this is slightly off track, but someone was saying that there were a lot of paleontologists now in the world doing really sexy things with dinosaurs and finding out that they had feathers and they were colored and all of this. And they track it back to Jurassic Park, that all those kids saw it and went, oh, that's what I want to do. So we basically, Sarah, you need to team up with Ian Stewart and make some sort of big Hollywood production.
Excellent. So what's the so okay, because I guess the problem is that all of the big Hollywood productions that are about oil and gas and mining are about where we basically create big disasters.
Yeah, what, like Blood Diamond? Yeah,
Blood Diamond. All of the Macondo films that have been made.
Water Horizon. Yeah. So yeah, we
okay.
kind of, yeah. So right, I mean, my thing would be, and I also remember growing up in Australia, BHP every, I don't know what they, for about 5 years ran just what do you call it? Ads about the big Australian and how much they were going to contribute to Australian society and what they were doing and everything else like that. And again, there was a generation of kids growing up thinking that the best people to work for was BHP. That was back in the 80s. So maybe it, and this is where the Geological Society comes in. And someone was saying that all the geological societies need to get together and pool their money and come up with a sort of a marketing campaign.
Yeah, and that's something where, I mean, at the moment in the UK, you've got a lot of different organisations that I think, and we've got a number of people here. I know that they're next door having lunch at the moment who do work with the Critical Minerals Association. So they've got a perceptions group. There's also a whole list of other organisations, some of which have been in the chat. You've also got organisations like Geology for Global Development, for example, as well. You've got everything going on in Ireland. They've got some fantastic stuff that's been going on. We're all in the same space, but we're not necessarily coordinated. We've all got our own little things that we're pushing. But yes, Natasha, perhaps there needs to be a more coordinated effort where we say, no, let's have a really big push and create that Hollywood blockbuster where we can slap people in the face and get an Oscar. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to step away from that one.
Pauline, put your hand up for that, have you, Sarah?
I don't know. Okay, we've got some lovely suggestions going on in the chat as well. So, okay, here we go. What should the title or the storyline be for our Hollywood blockbuster to attract people not only into geoscience, but also make them realize that we are the key to unlocking said energy transition? Pauline, let's come to yourself and then we'll go to John.
Could you do it as a cartoon and actually have the geologists saving the world? Because that's, in effect, that's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
But at the moment, doing it with real footage might be tricky. But I think, animation, because when I said to you about going on TV and doing BBC, I think I added on CBeebies, didn't it? Because I just, it's like something, why does everybody know sticky back plastic? It's because of things like Blue Peter, but I'm like, so much of geology you could do in Blue Peter. And instead of there's programs at the moment, I love because I think because of my engineering bent as well, I love watching programs, that show things being made. So like these huge factories, and especially things like inside the Lego factory, fascinating. Why don't we do the same thing though, showing where all those materials come from? And just about electricity, the number of people that I say something to and they say, oh, electric cars, and I'm then like, okay, so where's the electricity going to come from? And they're like, they don't know. They know that electric vehicles is being, talked about as part of the answer to all this, which is why, children will be lobbying parents to get an electric car, but they don't realize that it doesn't actually save, one of the other problems, which is where does our electricity come from? Because they don't realize that that's the reason for the coal and the oil and lots of these other things which are now bad. It's that generation. So in the same way that they had to show children that the food on your plate comes from animals, and they're all like horrified, I think it's at that base level that people need to understand that all this stuff comes from the ground. Again, another session that I did on a multidisciplinary sustainability module was all about the minerals in a smartphone. And you ask a group of people using the BGS poster, basically, because it's a godsend. And they just don't know, and so many of them, I did a bit of a poll to start with, just what they do with their old mobile phones. And if nothing else, all of the students that went to that session, they will now think about how they dispose of their mobile phone so that, it isn't just left in a drawer or kind of thrown away. It's so, all of that stuff.
It's brilliant, Pauline. And I think as well, by the way, to Kate and to Helen and to everybody who's I think you're taking over the shift of posting various links into the chat that are really valuable. This is fantastic. And so, as you may have noticed, into the website online, and just in case you've lost the link because it's been a little while since I posted it, I will find it in a second. And hit refresh basically, and you will see that these links are getting posted online as we're talking, which is very exciting. Yes, Pauline, on you go.
I've just thought of something else just dropped into my head, because I was thinking about the Hollywood stuff. Again, something that I did this with my students last year when we were all online, because there was a stream of all the disaster movies that had some element of geology in them. But I got the students to tell me, right, where was the geology wrong? Yeah. So there's room there to do, I think, is it Dante's Peak that's got Pierce Brosnan in?
Yeah.
And the thing where the truck is driving over a lava flow, and you're just like, really?
Those are some good tires.
That's a good car, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they just happen to get out of the acid lake, in time before their boat completely dissolves. And it's just like,
there's I mean, this is maybe not necessarily for high school, but certainly for undergraduate students, for example. There's some great drinking games with regards to, say, those movies, like The Core, for example, as well. That's the one with unobtainium. I think that is. I'm looking forward to the day when we manage to create that one. And yeah, so drink whenever there's an error. Yeah, you need to have an iron stomach for that. Anyway, I'll step away from that very dangerous territory. John, do you have any thoughts with regards to going back to, I'll remind you of what the exam question was again. So how can we as a community help to address public perception of mining so that we ensure the energy transition does not fail because of NIMBYism?
I mean, there's so much to say about this. There really is. But so I want to pick up on one thing. I think it's the outreach performance of big mining industries. It really needs to change. We've talked a lot here about how mining is usually in the press for all the wrong reasons, usually as a result of fat cap profits or some horrendous disaster, and very rarely in the press for the good things that we do and how important we are, how important the industry is. Sorry, I'm not saying I'm important, but just an example, right? In the UK, every year has a big bang science fair up in the NEC in Birmingham, which I used to take my kids up to, and absolutely brilliant event. Such a massive range of STEM things to learn about and to look at, and always a really good turnout from industry. So engineering firms, oil and gas firms, they're all there. Shell was there, BP, the military. There was, it was a really good place to see what industry does. But the conspicuous absence was always, in my view, the mining industry. They're never there. And what a brilliant opportunity to be able to showcase what geology is and what the mining industry does.
And do you think?
I just feel that the mining industry is a bit afraid to put itself out there for fear of protests developing or something like that. I just think they need to be a bit bolder and get out there and sound the trumpet a bit.
And do you think, John, I mean, because I suspect Natasha, as we can tell from Natasha's accent, maybe didn't grow up in the UK. And so that's something where here in the UK, I mean, since the 1980s, really, there hasn't been a huge amount of mining. Most of it has been abroad, and so therefore mining is an industry, since the 1980s and the coal strikes and all of that kind of stuff, very much got a bad name. Whereas in other countries, like Natasha's been mentioning, so like BHP, I suspect that most people in the UK won't have a clue who BHP are. By the way, they're a very large mining company. Whereas in Australia, I suspect most people know who BHP are, not just because they're a big employer in the country, but they advertise very heavily. And I guess that's primarily because of recruiting, is it, that they probably advertise in Australia?
I think, there's a recruitment element to it, but I think they probably realise that their public image, their PR machine needs to step up, and it's the same case over here. I'm not saying this specifically for development of mining in the UK, but just the global perception of the industry as a whole. Their PR does need a bit of work. It's interesting as well. You talk about things as whether the UK as a country has certain views towards mining, but it's much more regionalised as well. We're doing a lot of work in Cornwall at the moment, which is great. We're really busy down there now, and the community as a whole, being a historic mining area, is quite supportive. Actually, most of the opposition that we come up against or experience down there are from people who've only very recently moved into Cornwall and don't remember the importance that the mining industry had there historically.
Sorry, the reason why I've been slightly distracted, John, you might recognise this person.
Hi, Kathy.
So Catherine is going to be one of the speakers just after lunch. And Catherine, we've been having a great discussion around how can we try and make sure that, how can we engage as a community to try and make sure that public perception doesn't stop the energy transition becoming a reality because of NIMBYism.
Yes.
And in the chat and through our panel discussion we're having now, we've got some awesome suggestions. And by the way, Pauline, she's been sitting there not only with her electronic hand up, but also a hand up like this. Pauline, let's come to yourself, and then perhaps what we'll do is just, I know Damien, maybe if you've got any final comments, and then I'm going to turn to Catherine because you guys need to get some lunch. But Pauline, let's come to you yourself first, and then we'll go to Damien.
I think, John, the thing I had in my head to share, which John got to at the end, and also hearing Mike Armitage talk about it as well, is this thing about mining history. So something else that I'm really excited about is I just love mining, but I love this whole history. And I think when Ovarup did a big study that was published. I mean, it used to cost mega bucks about the mining instability, and it covered all the different types of mining that we have in the UK. And I think there is only one county in the whole of the UK that has not ever had some kind of mining going on in it. And it's all to do with geology, isn't it? It's like when we teach the Industrial Revolution in history, what they don't say is that the reason why it started in the places it did is because of geology and all of this stuff. So again, it's another way in to the geology is to get the geology into the history and take, you know, there are some really good sites. I come across quite a lot of my students have been to the Big Pit in South Wales because it's a heritage site, but they don't realise, they don't really know much about the, you know, the coal industry as a whole, and they don't necessarily relate that then to sort of, you know, the issue we had last year with planning consent for a new coal mine, etc. But there's lots of places where you can take them to say, look, you know, and this whole idea, we have all this stuff and it's still there in the ground. So whatever your politics, if you want us to become independent of China, then we need to start, you know, digging holes in the UK again. It's there. All it needs is the will and the investment, etc. And there's lots of, you know, geologists who I'm sure, I have to tell you to not lick the rocks because I come from a background where we did contaminated sites. So it's do not lick the rocks. You don't know where they've been. But there are so many people I know who would love to be out there doing, you know, doing all the things that we do and love, but doing it in our own country. It would be like, it's so cool. And we ought to, you know, in the same way, if you like, that we introduced, you know, geology to the rest of the world, and let's not go there because decol is another thing we have to think about as well. But why don't, you know, part of the redemption of that could be, why don't we show the rest of the world how you can do this stuff and do it well and pay people properly and not exploit them and, you know, keep all the stuff good, all the environmental stuff good. There's a real opportunity there.
Awesome, thanks for that, Pauline. I totally agree with you. And by the way, into chat, we've just put the link to the Geoparks website, which is very well worth going and have a look, even just from a really geeky perspective, and you're looking for somewhere to go on holiday.
And I'd say to people, go and look at your, go and look at your county council websites, because the RIGS schemes, so the regionally important geological sites, they're done on a council basis. So there's often information tucked away on a council website of places where you can go and look in your area where there are specific outcrops and things, and there's information.
But no licking.
No licking the rocks.
Licking. And it is a real thing, Catherine. By the way, as well, and we'll find it on the Geological Society, teamed up with a number of other groups, and there's a really good guide to field work as well. So keeping yourself safe, and also if you're trying to ensure that you can bring people along who may find it difficult to scramble over rocks or what have you, kind of actually looking after and supporting those individuals as well.
Local groups, you know, it's a plug for the local groups of GeolSoc. It's like, you know, there's lots of people with lots of knowledge, and they all do field trips and lots of different things. So
yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Pauline. Final word from Damien, because we've been talking a lot about the mining side, but Damien, from the seismic side, from oil and gas side, and then I promise I will release you guys so you can go and get some lunch before the next session starts.
Well, I liked there was the strap line you had, which was, if it's not grown, it's mined. That is a very good, that's a good starting point to get it into people's mind that, you know, look at the phone. If it's not grown, it's going to have to be mined. So we need these places. And I guess, unlike, you know, the oil and gas, certainly offshore, you know, it's out of sight, out of mind. Whereas a mine, I mean, I've been in Perth in Australia and been up to Karratha, places like that, and the mines are massive. And it's just incredible. So, I mean, they are very visible, and that kind of puts a mental image into your mind that this is not very nice. And you've seen the slag heaps of coal mines and stuff. So maybe we need to think about succession planning, you know, make these, once they've been used, need to convert them to something which is better than what they were before, you know, in marine parks or inland lake parks, you know, this sort of stuff.
Yeah. So I think, I mean, on that, Damien, I'm going to use that as my lovely segue across to the brilliant Dr. Catherine. But firstly, thank you very, very much, Natasha, Pauline, John, and Damien. Thank you so much for joining us during the lunch break and giving us your thoughts. So round of applause to the four of you. Awesome. Feel free to turn off your videos unless you want to take us on lunch with you. And I don't take this personally, but I will now move you across to being attendees rather than panelists. Awesome. Thank you very much, everybody. Brilliant. So for those of you who are still with us, having finished your beautiful lunch, can I introduce you to the fabulous Dr. Catherine McCallum? So Damien mentioned things like, okay, well, actually, what are you going to do with that hole in the ground after you finish, et cetera, et cetera? What are you going to do with it? But actually, I guess this is something, Catherine, where when organizations, when mining companies are thinking about, actually, should we even do more exploration with regards to this patch of land? We're already really thinking about what happens after the mining phase, or certainly should be, with regards to the community side.
Yeah, we should be, but very few actually do still today. And that's one of the big issues, that it is all about the asset and the resources and reserves report, and that's what drives a project until it becomes developable. So that looking at the broader social, environmental, governance sort of perspective, or the ESG perspective from the outset, is starting to become more of a thing. And we're going to be talking about that in the next session, sort of next door in a minute.
So stay tuned, folks.
And how really for mining to be part of a just transition, there needs to be responsible resource stewardship. Without that, it can't be. You cannot just go out and do what you want to do and leave a hole in the ground anymore with a fence around it saying keep out danger. It doesn't work. It's the world's a different place. It's much more interconnected, and I think no matter how remote your project is, you now have to consider sort of the wider world's perspective on what you're leaving, as well as doing it for your company's benefit.
So really thinking about that in the two directions. So people's perspective of what you're doing, and then also how you might impact on them as well.
Exactly.
So Catherine, maybe just by introduction, do you want to just explain to everybody what your background is? Because whilst we did establish in the previous session that people perhaps came to geoscience through electronics or through geography, what's your background?
Well, my background is NGOs, I suppose, but NGOs in the sense of international development as opposed to anti-mining sort of activism. But before that, it was actually cheese making. So it's been an interesting route, which is another story. But yeah, I'm not a geoscientist. I'm a social scientist, and I think I probably spent the last 10 years translating social science with mining sector, and also trying to understand the sort of mining sector, and whether it be mining engineers, whether it be geologists, resource geologists, exploration geologists, and so on, and just looking at how we coexist together and how it's important for us to coexist for a project to be viable.
So with that then, so given your experience as somebody who truly understands the social side, where do geoscientists make big mistakes, or where do we think we understand something, but to be honest, we could do with just catching a beat and listening a bit more?
I used to use an analogy when I been asked this question before. For example, talking to a mining engineer, someone who sort of does pit design. Now, I go to the beach, I have kids, and when they were younger, I used to go to the beach with them, and we used to dig holes. And we would dig a hole that'd be quite good and wouldn't collapse. But you wouldn't ask me to design a mining pit, because I can dig a hole in the sand. In the same sense, in terms of social, a lot of people think social is about, we're all people, we can all talk, got good communication skills, job done, we can do this. But there's actually quite a lot of science behind the approaches that, if not managed well, then end up causing a lot of problems. A lot of the conflict in the mining sector comes from sort of just bad engagement and bad sort of relations between the community that's hosting and how they're perceived maybe by the mining company, what they expect from the mining company, and how those relationships are navigated and negotiated. And that navigation and negotiation actually requires an understanding of more than just we are people and we speak the same language.
Yeah. So with that, I mean, if we've got geoscientists who are there going, okay, great, I want to learn. Do they need to go back to university and do a degree in social science development type subjects, or can they learn about this in other ways?
No, I mean, Satala, as you know, for Satala, but also Suzani, sort of our organisation as well. We provide something which I refer to as continuing professional development, or CPD training. There's training out there which is being run to support, whether it be geologists, geoscientists. I mean, last year together we ran a course for Boliden, which is for their exploration team in terms of working with them. And they're a big major mining company, and they still saw the value of actually having additional support to enable them sort of to navigate these issues in a more effective way, whether it be looking at the risk aspects or the environmental, social and governance aspects. So yeah, there's training there.
And do you see those kind of skills being pulled into university level degrees, or is it more a case where, say, with Boliden, it was the mining company saying, actually, we need to provide this to our exploration specialists to make sure that they are getting that continuous development?
Both. I've got a colleague here actually who I used to work with, and says what he feels the biggest failing in his geology undergrad and then his postgrad and then finally his PhD was the lack of opportunity to understand the environmental, social and governance aspects, or the social aspects. So there was no discussion, no really exploration of what are the above ground risks. It was all focusing on the underground sort of aspects. And you've got to look at the above ground risks if you're going to work in the field. And you've got to have, you'll be a better and more employable sort of geoscientist if you have an understanding of those. So, the university should really be sort of adopting this, and geoscience and the environmental and social sciences really should be sitting together a lot more closely.
Yeah, so and I think that's something there where a lot of British geoscience or earth science departments are actually hand in hand with somebody like the geographers, etc., which is actually great because it means that we can draw on their expertise and their lecturers as well. So one final question before I'll let you go, because I know that you need to go and get set up, Catherine, is so from a governance perspective, so in the geoscience world, when we are reporting on how much rock is in the ground, so the Mineral Resource Reserve codes, they're going through an update at the moment, aren't they, by pulling ESG into them in a much more meaningful way. Do you want to comment on that? Because I know that you've been involved with it.
Yeah, so I was involved with someone who's not a million miles away from me. We were both involved. We were both asked to sit on the ESG, the review committee for the recent PERC update. And PERC is the Pan-European Resources Code, which is one of the Crisco codes. And I think after South Africa, it was the second one to actually take ESG seriously. And because the review was done post the South African one, I would actually say it's the most current of all of the Crisco codes at the moment in terms of really validating the importance of considering the ESG aspects or those modifying factors right from the outset and not leaving it until you have your resources report and then you're going in into your next one, looking at inferred and going down that sort of that value chain of reporting. Actually, right from the outset, you should be considering these issues, because as soon as you break ground, as soon as you do reconnaissance, as soon as you go to an area, you are affecting the people and the environment of that area, and you can't get away from that. And it's how you do that, and also that legacy of anything that you say or do when you go there first, people remember. People don't forget. And if you promise something, people definitely remember, and they'll want to remind the next person or the person you sold your exploration project to sort of 10 years down the road. They will remember this promise that was made to them that day one when Sarah went out there with their hammer. So, it's really important.
Yeah, and even as well, if it was someone who actually owned the project before you as well, they remember the promises they made.
Exactly, yes. So all of the Crisco codes, whether it be JORC, NI 43-101, the Canadian sort of national instrument, is actually at last starting to go through a review. It's just coming on board now. They've realised that it does need updating. JORC is going through a review. Say the SAMREG and SAMESC sort of South African codes recently went through. PERC has just launched it. So there is a movement, and there is a sort of, I think, a shift sort of in that broader understanding, because at the end of the day, the investors want to invest in projects that are also good for their reputation. And the last thing they want is reputational damage because of poor environmental and social practice or performance. So it's a bit of it's a win-win really. So it's
It is. I think it's. I mean, it's a really exciting world to be going
Yes.
into. And don't bother looking at that clock. I don't think it's moved since 1810.
Okay.
But thank you so much,
Okay.
Catherine. I will wave goodbye to you because
Yes.
you're going to miraculously appear
I'm
on the other
screen.
side.
Yes.
So thank you so
Okay.
much. Brilliant.
Okay.
Cheers. So with that, so for those of you who are interested in all of those lovely acronyms that Catherine was mentioning just now, I'll put a link into the chat, because about 18 months or so ago, we ran some roundtables that looked at some of the updates that were happening with regards to all of that. And don't worry, you don't need to sit and watch hours and hours and hours of material. There is, I think, just a 2-minute little trailer. So, you know, it makes it sound very exciting, which of course it is indeed very exciting to actually see what is going on with regards to making sure that sustainability, ESG, and of course responsibility is part and parcel of even the earlier stage exploration projects that are of course so crucial to making sure that we pull all of that information all the way through into the mining of those assets, and then what happens after the mining of the primary assets, because there's value to be had at every single stage. It's not necessarily measured in terms of cash. It might be in terms of natural capital, social capital, as well as of course that economic capital as well. But what does that look like throughout the piece? Now, I know that we will be handing back to the main room very, very shortly. I can see that my face, again, I am a giant on that screen at the moment. So with regards to everybody in the main room, just give me an indication of when you would like me to stop talking. But just whilst I'm going at the moment, something to make everybody well aware of is that in the on the website that we've got for the conference here today, in the reading corner, lots of extra material is being added. And this is all being added from suggestions that are coming in on the Zoom chat, suggestions coming in via YouTube, suggestions that are coming in, I think, by carrier pigeon at the moment. So please, everybody who's physically here in the Geological Society, feel free to get out those phones that are of course full of lots of the critical materials, and also everybody online, feel free to go and have a proper look at this. I would encourage you just to hit that little refresh button every so often, because you'll see that more resources have been added on a regular basis. And a massive thank you to, I think, the co-creation and the collaboration that everybody is deploying online. So with that, I think we've got just a few seconds before we're going to kick off for this afternoon's session. I can see that Dan is taking his position. No, he's now moving away. Nick is close to the microphone though, and I shall relinquish everything over to them. Those of us who are online, please do feel free to encourage your colleagues to dial in. If they haven't got the Zoom link, then the YouTube is still very much running. It's about 14 seconds or so behind what's going on in Zoom. But thank you very, very much to everybody's engagement. Something that we will be doing later on this afternoon, we've got some micro talks that we will be sharing. So thank you to those of you who have given all of that information to us. And Pauline, just to your question in chat, yes, the website will be left up, it will be left running. So all of this information that we're putting together, it's not going to go anywhere. It will still be very much available to you. Dr. Smith, are you ready, sir? And we can't hear anything at the moment coming out of the lecture theatre, I think, because the microphone is muted. There we go. On you go, Dan.
Okay, can you hear us online now?
We can hear you. Fabulous. I'm going to hand over to you.
Okay, brilliant. So I hope everybody had a good lunch. There was actual real food here, and for those of us that are joining online, there was food for thought and maybe the sounds of us munching in the background. So in this second session, we're going to, or this first session after lunch and second session that's going to be talks and panels, we're going to pick up on some of the themes that we explored this morning, particularly with Georgie Hallett, raised some of the issues that the London Metal Exchange has to contend with in terms of tracing responsible mining through the supply chains. But we're going to go back to how that is implemented at mine sites themselves. So meeting the demands of the energy transition is just one of the challenges we face. Doing it in a way that doesn't repeat mistakes of the past with causing more environmental, social and governance issues is going to be the key to the future. So we've got a series of speakers that are going to talk about responsible resources and resource stewardship. So the first speaker I'd like to invite up is Professor Richard Harrington of the Natural History Museum. He spent 40 years, I'm sure he's rounding up there, he's more youthful than that surely, but he spent 40 years working between industry and research in economic geology, and he's a former head of earth sciences at the Natural History Museum, and he's going to talk to us today about work that he and his colleagues do in critical raw materials and resource stewardship and environmental and performance of mining. Over to you, Richard.
Great, thanks very much, Dan. Yeah, so the very interesting start this morning, and thanks for the speakers for setting the scene really well. I'm going to focus on a particular aspect. So, as Dan said, what we're doing at the Natural History Museum is actually trying to look at the whole of the, if you like, the impact of mining on the natural world. So we're kind of, you know, the Natural History Museum, we're earth scientists and life scientists. And I'm going to sort of focus in some of the themes that were coming out of this year's COP26 that are of major import, obviously from looking at on the environmental side, the impact on the natural world and its biodiversity. So I'm going to pick up that theme as something to discuss this afternoon, and maybe set forward some questions for the discussion panel. So can I move on with this green thing? Yeah, great. So COP26 was a pretty interesting meeting, and coming out of that were four main ambitions. Were, when we've heard them this morning, securing global net zero by the mid-century and keeping the limit to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We've heard, obviously, that's pretty challenging, and maybe 2 or 2.5 is more realistic, but this certainly was the ambition. The second one there is adapt to protect communities, and I think we're going to hear a bit more about that from Catherine, and natural habitats. So the natural habitats there I've highlighted, so that's something that I'm going to be picking up. Mobilize finance and collaborate to deliver. And so all of those you can see are pretty important for the implications for the minerals industry, and particularly when we move on to 9 areas of focus that COP picked up on. And I've again highlighted 3 here that are pretty key for the minerals industry. Obviously, we heard about accelerating the transition to clean energy, what a material demand that is. And clearly the industry has to respond to that. This one here, ensuring sustainable land use. And I think this is something I'm going to be talking more about, is actually the minerals industry's responsibility for that. We shouldn't be thinking of mines as the mine being the only use of that piece of real estate. It's got to be sustainable. Mining is not sustainable. I hate the term sustainable mining, but the actual process should be sustainable. And what we should be leaving is a sustainable legacy, sustainable landscape, and that should be an intrinsic part. And we can discuss that a bit more. And then the driving towards zero emission transport, that is part actually of the transition to clean energy, and there's a huge material demand for that, as we've heard. And that's something that the industry has to respond to. So priority 1 is decarbonizing all sectors of the economy. And we've heard all of this, you know, in our own government's net zero strategy, Build Back Greener. And the key is there, we've got to do it green. So you can't make the decarbonisation a process that then intrinsically puts in more problems. And so that's an incredibly difficult challenge too. So all of those things that are going to be implemented to bring that new material in and process it, make the renewable sector has to be green. So intrinsically itself is not damaging. And well, this is a paper I published in May last year, which was to suggest, well, it doesn't suggest, I just basically stated what everybody else has been stating is that more mining is definitely needed. We know we've got to be better with our waste, and we're going to hear more about that tomorrow. You know, we know we have to develop a circular economy, but even when we do that, because of the demands of the change, we're going to need to top that up with new materials. There is no lithium to recycle, so look, expecting lithium from the circular economy is just not possible. But what I did put in that paper was that there is this need to be net positive for nature, and this is where I go back to the COP comments there, that mining in the past has not been net positive for nature. It has failed in the past, and we just need to make sure that we're moving forward, that we aren't as bad as we were in the past. There's also this, because of that, this extra, if you like, mandate to make things net positive for nature, we do need to increase the choice of places to mine. So we should be exploring everywhere on the planet, because when it comes to weighing up the ESG credentials, it's a really complex issue. And so if we just based on, if you like, our gut feeling, exclude places on the planet to look, we're never going to be able to make those decisions based on the balance of evidence. And so what I would argue is we've got to increase that choice of potential places to mine. We know there are problems when you minimize, you're just linked to one supplier for a particular metals. Look at Central Africa for cobalt, and look at Russia for gas. You know, we'll look at those issues where you have singular suppliers. So we need that diversity, and we also need to be able to balance that, because ESG changes. ESG will change through time, and what might be socially acceptable, for example, in the past, may not be in the future. And it may be the other way around. Some places that in the past haven't liked things could be changing. So I think we really need to keep that that broader choice in there. So the last bit I want to talk about is that biodiversity is now a big part of the E and ESG, particularly after the statements at COP. And it says here in this diagram pinched from Fasken, the company is the steward of the environment, and so that would include the biodiversity aspects. And we know that because there's a big debate about where our minerals should come from. So there's a big discussion that I'm involved in at the moment about deep ocean. Should the deep ocean be off limits for mineral exploration and production? My feeling is we don't know enough about it yet to say whether it should be off limits or not. And I think it's important that we stimulate the kind of work that's necessary to be able to make that decision making. So for example, if you gave someone the straight choice of whether their cobalt should come from the deep ocean or from a mine with potential child labor issues, how do you make that decision? And society has to make the decision, but if we can develop the information to go with it, the data to make that decision in an open format, then that's going to be much, much better. So we undoubtedly will have to choose between environments, and we know there's no alternative, that we're going to have to mine if we're going to deliver the next zero strategy. So I'm going to talk about biodiversity. So what the museum's been working on is something called the Biodiversity Intactness Index. And this is just a map summarizing that. So basically the red areas on this map are really biodiversity disturbed. So, and it's basically where humans live. So the biodiversity has been affected. And so the red areas are really very degraded with regard to biodiversity. So the greens and the blues are the more pristine areas. The only thing is, you look at that, that's probably where a lot of the mineral exploration is going on. And so it's really interesting that projects that are going to be working in those areas are potentially a bigger impactors on the biodiversity than would be mines that are developed closer to where humans already live. And so one of the things I raised in that paper in May, and I think it follows on from what Mike was talking about, mining closer to home could be really good from another point of view, is that it could be less impactful on biodiversity. This is just a map of thing I did in 2013. Actually, I think, Karen, you were involved in this workshop we did on new mines in the old world in PDAC in 2013. And it just suggested that actually Europe's quite a good place to come and look for minerals, because we've been mining them for hundreds of years. And there's lots of potential deposits there, even in the UK. And, oops. So if we look at famous ore districts and you just gross up their value in real terms, they're comparable with some of the big ore camps that we see in the world today. So lots of potential, I think, back in there. And actually there's a mixed reception as to whether mining may be looked on either positively or negative. Cornish Lithium have been very successful with getting local crowdsourcing to invest in mining. And in general speaking, I think Cornwall's probably quite a good place from the point of view of local people being on board. Kiruna is another case in point in Sweden, where people voted to move the whole town so the mine could continue. And so there are places where bringing mining closer to home could be looked on as positive. And obviously we do know of cases where that is the reverse. And so although it's great to say bringing mining home, there are other aspects here, the social aspects, which I'm sure Catherine will be raising a bit more that would get in the way. But the bit I want to end on is that actually new mining needs to be inherently reconstructive. And I think we need to work on the fact that the new ways of mining have to be less impactful and net positive. I put this image up of Flambeau. There are people that argue that even Flambeau didn't deliver exactly that, but it's probably as good a case as we've got that we could got data on that's recent. But what we do know, we do know is that there has to be a plan for what you're going to do with the site after the mine is ended. We should be thinking of a cradle to cradle approach to mining and not a cradle to grave. And this is, those of you who want to read Brongart and McDonough's book, it's a great book about cradle to cradle. It's mainly about manufacturing, but you could implement this to mining. So realizing that mines actually are temporary interventions, a lease, if you like, on a part of the freehold of the planet, but it goes back to the freehold owner at the end. And so therefore the project should be designed with that regeneration. You know, when you have a leasehold property, you have to redecorate it for the next one. And maybe that's what mines need to know, what they're going to redecorate it before they leave. And then I think projects then will have that benefit of being inherently positive from their legacies as well. And so that's something that the museum's been kind of trying to develop as a strategy, that reconstruction, it needs to include the biodiversity and so on, and make sure that you've got functional soils and those kind of things. And I just really, perhaps the question here, and this is a diagram I stole from Sarah, and I think mining projects are currently too readily divided into business units. Like exploration is recognized to be loss-making, therefore you try and cut the costs of exploration. The actual production of mining is maximize the profits, and then maybe you do things like, for health and safety reasons, you blast a bunch of sacred sites in Australia without thinking of the long-term consequence. And then you leave a group at the end of the day, the mine closure team, with the incredible conundrum of tidying everything up. And people like Rio putting 10 billions into mine closure. And actually, if that had been put into the planning at the beginning, there wouldn't need to be a mine closure team, because it would just be an inherent part of that process. So I guess that's the thing that I'm suggesting, that we need to work towards having that kind of attitude. And, you know, we know mines could go on for 60, 80, 100 years even, but still the planning needs to be there from the start. And so I think I just won't read those takeaway messages, but I think that we know we've got to mine it. We've got to do that mining in a net positive way for both people and the planet. And I think bringing things closer to home mean that some of those things could be minimized, like the biodiversity impacts. And, you know, we know that there's social and economic benefits of having things closer to home and having the supply chains under better control. And at the end of the day, people then will be better connected with the commodities that they're trying to mine. So thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So we're going to run this session the same as the session we did before lunch. We're going to have the speakers up in turn and then invite them back for a panel. Our next speaker, I'd like to invite Catherine McCallum, who's joining us from Cezanne Associates, where she's a founding director. So Catherine is a social scientist who's worked for almost 30 years in the natural resources sector, advising on engagement, social performance, community relations, and governance issues that affect mining companies and the communities that host them. And she's going to talk to us today about her experiences and doing that and other aspects of education and community outreach with Cezanne as well. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dan. Yeah, it's great to be here. I think I'm probably one of the few not rock person in the room. I think everyone else here has got something to do with rocks. So I'm a social scientist, but I've spent the last at least 10 years sort of translating what I do to geologists and mining engineers, and had varying successes along the route. I'm, as Dan said, I'm a director, founding director of a not-for-profit called Cezanne. When I first started working with the mining sector, I became very wary of saying it was an NGO because people would look at me with horror and terror. And what am I doing in the same space as them? We are not an advocacy anti-mining NGO. We're sustainable livelihoods. We focus on education, and we focus on natural resource governance. And then alongside that, increasingly, we've started, the last sort of 10 years or so, we've been providing technical advisory support services to the mineral and mining and oil and gas and power sectors. So today I'm going to talk to you not really about what I do in Cezanne, but about a project which we were involved in, our organization, for the last 12 months. We were asked to carry out an ESG review of a project in southern Ethiopia by a junior. And junior exploration companies get a pretty bad rap in the world, sort of outside of mining. And even within mining, I think, as the juniors are, they lack risk, and also they lack resources. And so they try and do everything on the cheap, quite often on the fly, though they probably wouldn't admit to it. And also will go to places and do things which other people would think, I'm not going there, way too risky. So this is really sort of, I think, and I can't see anyone sort of hugely disagreeing or scowling at me too much. So I think this is pretty much a common sort of view of a junior sort of mineral exploration company. But the company that approached us was very different. I got a phone call and I was introduced to someone through a friend of a friend. And he said to me, we want to do things differently. He said, I've heard you're a good person to talk to about ESG, and we would like to look at how we can really consider these issues from the outset. And so the relationship started. 12 months on, I'm now the head of ESG strategy for the company, which I'm doing on a part-time basis because I still want to be doing my NGO stuff as well. So, and I'm going to talk to you about our project. It is a gold project, and it is in Ethiopia. It's called Decarbonizing Minerals. They are Norwegian, and I don't know if that's why they're slightly more responsible. Some people say, oh, it's because they're Scandinavian, this is why. I don't know, actually, because I've met some Scandi hooligans out there. So I don't think being Scandinavian means you're sort of an environmentally conscious sort of person or a socially conscious person necessarily. But they do have that, they do carry that image. But they have a project in southern Ethiopia, in the Gambela region, and it is a gold project. The next two slides are for the geologists, just a nod that I'm in GeoSoc sort of territory, and you need to have things that which you understand. Don't ask me to explain a lot of this because this is really completely, it's a different bandwidth, right? I understand. But it's gold, it's a maiden resource. We've had SRK still consulting from Australia. They've been doing it, they're a competent person for the JORC report. And in 2021, their report gave us enough, I suppose, encouragement to continue. Moving on to 2022, our CEO told me I should include this because you will all know that it means it's good. Apparently this means it's good, which is good because it means I've got a job. So we've got quite a bit of gold in the ground. The gold is, it's quite special apparently, the way that the gold sits. And so we have a viable project. So that's the geology bit done. That's the underground bit. We've got ongoing exploration. Every time they do a bit more, everyone gets more and more excited. And the head geologist, you know, he's just so happy with everything that's happening. And they're the gas and I'm the brakes. And so I've said to them, you know, from the initial ESG review we did, looking at environmental, social and governance issues to now, I said, you need to understand the context. So when we look at the context, it's actually pretty complicated. We have this beautiful resource. We're going to engage in underground mining and using something called WINSs, which again, I'm sure people in this room know an awful lot more about than I do. But apparently it's a good way to pull the gold out with minimal environmental impact. But the area is in southern Gambella. It's on the border with South Sudan. There's a river that divides us and it's called the Akobo River. It's an area that has a long history of artisanal gold mining. And so there are thousands, tens of thousands of artisanal miners in the area. It's remote, you know, it's very difficult to get to. It's a 2-day drive from Addis, if you're lucky. You've got sort of a history of conflict between the two of the ethnic groups in the area, the Nur, who are pastoralists, and the Anuak, who are agricultural people, farming and fishing, a little bit of, you know, sort of planning in the dry season. It's got a refugee camp. You've got displaced pastoralists from the next region down that have been displaced by huge agricultural projects. So their land, their traditional routes for their pastoralist activity, their grazing have gone. And so they're now all coming up into this area as well. And some of them sort of carry out armed robberies on artisanal miners. And if they're riding on their motorbikes and they're seen as easy game. And so you've got a little bit of armed conflict going on there, but I'd say low level. In rural Ethiopia, someone told me in Addis Ababa, when you reach 18, for your birthday, you're given a laptop. In rural Ethiopia, you get an AK-47 or a Kalashnikov. So it is a country, and I say that with a slight giggle because I feel really safe there, even though this is the culture. I haven't ever felt at risk, and I have got quite a good risk radar, but I don't feel unsafe. The artisanal miners are from all over the country, and then you have unregulated small-scale mining going on as well. And it's licensed, they've got a permit, they've got a piece of paper that say they're going to be there. But the district or the Wareda that issues these licenses have, they've been trained in providing licenses, but they haven't received sufficient training in regulating what happens once you have a license. And so the end result is the need for responsible stewardship, which I think is the title of this session. And this is the Akobo River on this side. And this is what it was like 12 months ago. This is what it's like now, huge stretches of it. And there's just guys with bulldozers just destroying the riverbank, the integrity of the riverbank, causing so much damage. And when if you go back to the context, one thing I didn't mention was the politicized Anuak diaspora. Because of the conflict between the Nur and the Anuak, which goes back, I think, to lots of years, but the last big sort of conflict was in 2002, 2003. You had a huge sort of migration. A lot of the Anuak left, a lot of Nur left, but the Anuak, being a diaspora group, still have a very strong emotional connection with their homeland. We are called Akobo Minerals. They've seen the damage being done to the Akobo River by the small scale miners, put 2 and 2 together and made 5,000 and started attacking us on Facebook and other ways for all the damage that we've been doing. And so they become part of our context that we need to consider. And how do we manage this? So we are from the corporate level, sort of from the board all the way down sort of to our sort of our operational level and our sort of our local teams. We want to do things right. And yet we're having to do things right in an incredibly complex context. And that presents a number of challenges. And so one of the joys of having a background in sort of sustainable livelihoods and rural development, and having most of my sort of working life spent in different parts of Africa, means that I'm incredibly comfortable with complex and context and rural. And as an NGO, as Sazani, we are too. And so we are actually absolutely loving what we're doing and how we're doing it, and coming up with some quite innovative solutions, but also some viable solutions, and coming up and discussing them sort of with the board at the exec level, and having the execs, yes, saying, yes, let's do it. This is good. This is what we need to do, which again is an incredibly refreshing place to be. So one of our responses was from the outset, after doing the ESG review, was to say, you've got a small project, you're in an area, we are the only developing international mining company in Ethiopia at the moment. You want to be there, we want to be there, in a way that doesn't create dependency. So how do we do this? And one of the biggest problems that mining companies have, especially across the continent of Africa, is the dependency of the community on the mine once it gets going. And how do you manage that dependency? So he said, what we need to do is we need to look broadly at the area. And if we look at natural resource management from a community perspective, from a community level, and if we bring in sustainability into that natural resources management, where gold mining is part of that process, and we are part of the development picture of this area, and not we are this gold mine and then having to deal with the ripples out sort of from the mine, then we have a potential way forwards. And so this is what we've done. And over the last 12 months, we have developed a sustainable natural resources management plan for the project affected area. And what does it have? It focuses on the Kabele and the area. It's been developed using a mix of desk-based sort of remote sensing work, but also hands-on participatory sort of discussions and research. And it's also sort of looked at how it can also build on and link to all of the other sort of studies that are required at the development level as well. So the first thing we did was look at remote sensing. We looked at land use change in the area to understand what had changed and how had it changed, and what was able to sort of to be focused on from both a land use perspective, but also a biodiversity perspective. You know, as Richard mentioned earlier, you know, the biodiversity is quite often the forgotten part of the puzzle, and it's so important, so important. And without a biodiverse environment, we don't have an environment. So, you know, so it's important. We looked at what people do. What do people currently do, and how do they do it, and where do they do it? So we made a huge map, and we made sort of icons representing all of the different livelihood activities that we knew about. And we sat down with people, and over a period of 2 days, we spoke to over 300 people, asking them what they do, where they do it, what's important, where do they go, are there places they don't go? You know, and from this, and then following on from this, we asked people, what changes have you seen in the last 5 years? What do you have now that's important to you and you value with this area? And what changes would you like to see in the next 5 years? And through doing this, we were able to understand what were the significant changes that had happened, but also from the community's perspective, what are the significant changes that people would like to happen? And this is the end result of the map. We spoke with women, we spoke with youth, we spoke with men, we spoke with elders, we spoke with Kofari, the artisanal miners. And so we got together quite a complex picture. And you can see on the border of South Sudan, there are sort of, you know, there's a little bit of conflict there. The yellow areas are things that we put on afterwards. This is where there is actually gold that is actually being mined or has been identified. And so from this, we were then able to identify a series from this and the significant change sort of research. We were able to identify what we could actually do and what we could contribute. And the final sustainable natural resources management plan has 6 outputs. A structure needs to be put in place for the management of the area, so it sits alongside to enable sort of responsible sort of resource stewardship. Artisanal mining isn't going anywhere. You know, the days when you can give someone $50 and tell them to go away have gone, and they are not coming back. Artisanal miners have to be viewed in the same way as sharecroppers, agriculturalists, fishers, farmers. They are people who exploit the natural resources and have exploited the natural resources for their living. Quite often they are some of the poorest in society, and even though they pan for gold. And so the only thing that you can do is to have a relationship with artisanal miners that actually supports them to be good stewards of their environment as well, and to adopt responsible practice. And that is so important. Women in youth tend to get forgotten pretty much everywhere. They need to not be forgotten. They shouldn't be the voiceless. They should be engaged. It's something that came up very strongly from our research, the importance of women and youth having actual alternative and viable livelihoods. So this is something else for us to consider. The pastoralists that I've mentioned, be it the Surma, be it the Nur, and other agricultural production as well. People need food security. People want food security. Underpinning all of this is a need for understanding and awareness of environmental sustainability. And there's a communication sort of spectrum called AIDA, which is used a lot in terms of environmental awareness and action. And it's a spectrum that goes from awareness, interest, desire, action. And so awareness is the first part. So if people are not aware, they're not going to even consider getting interested. So we've put in quite a strong sustainability awareness and education aspect to it. And then what sets this project apart from other projects that I'm aware of at the moment is we are looking at how we can help the environment to generate income for the communities that is not in any shape or form dependent upon the mining project. So in my past life, before I sort of joined sort of SRK in sort of 2013, 2014, I was working on something called payment for ecosystem services schemes. And a payment for ecosystem services scheme is a way of enabling a community to generate income from the amount of carbon which they are able to support and sequester. Quite often, I was looking at mangroves in my past life and seagrasses, but in this case, we're looking actually at forests and how we can look at acacia in particular, because it has really good carbon properties. And it's also a fantastic tree for lots of other reasons, like frankincense and other resins that are used and are valued. And it's indigenous to the area. So we're looking at setting up a carbon tree planting, but indigenous tree planting scheme with the community, and in line and in sort of completely involving the community from the outset, that will generate income for them. That means that there is an economy there that is not in any shape or form dependent on us. And so when we go, this continues. So it's part of our closure plan. And this really, our Sustainable Natural Resources Management Plan is the essence of our closure plan for this project. So when we go, whether it be in 5, 10, 15 or 20 years, there'll be systems, processes, structures put in place that will enable the continuation of responsible resource stewardship. However, okay, and then sort of to kickstart this, we had a multi-stakeholder dialogue where we had over 40 people come from various different stakeholder groups, whether it be from the federal government, national government, regional government, the Kofari, the artisanal miners, women, youth were represented, and we sort of engaged in a really, this is the plan which we've prepared with the information we've gathered from you. This is what we're proposing, and we got full endorsement on this day. and more than 27 people actually wanting to participate with us in terms of the structural management of the plan, which is where we're heading into now. And how we're going to manage it, we are looking at setting up working groups, focusing on different aspects, one focusing on sort of training and livelihoods linked to artisanal mining, also agronomy skills, also looking at something called a market systems approach, which is a way of supporting local markets through development. We're looking at education awareness, as I've said, and then we've got the ecosystem rehabilitation group. And all of these will then feed in. And I've shared this because I'm conscious lots of us go and give presentations about the what's. So I thought it just might be quite interesting just to focus in a little bit on the hows. But bringing all this back to ground again, you know, I've got all these wonderful ideas and we've had all these discussions and all of this amazing sort of participatory sort of research and dialogues and plans, and it's all come and it's all community owned, community involved, but we're a gold mine. And what we are not is we are not Oxfam, we're not Care International, we're not an international NGO that focuses on livelihood projects. So, and with that in mind, we are building a really sort of quite interesting and complex collaborative sort of network of people who will be working with to help us to deliver everything. Whether it be research projects by QESO, who used to be CURDI, the Canadian sort of Research Institute for Natural Resources, whether it be Aberystwyth University, who are supporting us with all of our remote sensing, whether it be Dima Polytechnic, the local poly, whether it be the UK government and their project looking at market systems approaches in another part of Gambella, bringing them into this area, and more and more. So we've got a really interesting, complex mix of collaborators that are helping us to develop and deliver and implement and build the capacity and capability of this very remote area to have a sustainable natural resources management plan and project. And that's me. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And then our third and final speaker in this session before we move on to the panels, I would like to invite Karen Hangoy, who's the Director of the British Geological Survey. Karen's fairly recently joined the British Geological Survey as the Director after some considerable experience working in the mining and minerals sector, delivering research innovation, and is passionate about the role of geoscience in society and sustainable development. Over to Karen.
Thank you very much, Dan, and thank you, Nick, for inviting me to this session. I gave a guest lecture in Nick's course up in St. Andrews in November, I think, and it was like 45 minutes, if it wasn't maybe even 55 minutes. And he says, that was great. Could you do that in 10 minutes in April? And so that's what I'm going to sort of attempt to do. I did take out some slides just to try to stay on schedule, but I'm thrilled to be here. And I think there's been some really interesting talks early on today. And it was also nice now to get a little bit more into the detail of specific projects, but I'm going to zoom way out again now and just wave my arms around a little bit about what is it actually, what's the problem here, and what is it that we need to find a way forward on. And this figure here is sort of really a summary of why geosciences are important in the energy transition, because there's everything to do with new energy technologies on this particular slide here. I think I have a pointer. I do. We have storage of radioactive waste over here. We have CCS storage and potential hydrogen. We have wind turbines, deep and shallow geothermal, solar panels, wind turbines, more carbon storage over here. And we also have some mining because, as we've heard, and I will repeat a lot of the conclusions that we've heard already, we need minerals for this energy transition because every single one of these technologies actually requires minerals, and especially the energy generating technologies, the new energy generating technologies, we need technology to transport and to store. So we've heard a lot about that today as well. We need batteries, we need all kinds of things to support the energy transition. I'll zoom in on the minerals and just reminding everyone, my title was about critical minerals and what's really the problem. And I'm actually not a big fan of I'm a fan of the term critical minerals. It's really helped bring the importance of minerals onto the agenda of people outside the geoscience community. But the important thing to understand about criticality is that it doesn't mean important. It means something else, and I'll get to that, because there are lots of things that are important, and there are lots of minerals that are important. And this figure is just sort of to illustrate why minerals are important. And it's basically because everything we do and everything we surround ourselves with, energy transition and otherwise, is something that has at some point been dug out of the ground, and we've put it into something that we want to use. And there's some of the energy transition on here as well. There's a wind turbine, and there's some probably electrical vehicles. But when we zoom in on the energy technologies a little bit, this is sort of the picture that people perhaps have in their heads. You know, we're moving from something nasty and ugly into something where the sun is shining and it's all green, and we can all be in favor of it. And to do so, as it's been mentioned before in several other talks, and as I've said before as well, to do that, we need all kinds of metals to enter into these technologies in various amounts. And these are sometimes referred to as technology metals or specialty metals, and sometimes some of them are referred to as critical metals. And we tend to throw these words around sort of a little bit at random. So what is it actually that something is critical? Critical means that not only is it important, but there's also a real risk of scarcity. There's a real vulnerability to supply. And there are different methodologies of doing this, and there's been multiple studies on criticality. And the interesting thing about it, and that's actually really more important, that it's from someone's point of view. What's critical for the UK is not critical to the Chinese. Iron is probably critical to the Chinese, even though they produce lots of it. They use much, much more than they can produce themselves. So criticality needs to be defined from a point of view, either a geographical region or sector region or technology region. And actually, most companies today that are producing these types of new technologies, they actually think about criticality. They think about what's critical to us. What are the things that we need that are important to us, and where there's a real risk that we actually can't have it. So basically, supply risk and economic importance, and then you have the most critical things in there. This is sort of a mixture of a criticality assessment, looking at what's critical right now, but also actually forecasting. So you can see here, it's an EU critical metals foresight report from 2020. And it lists, I don't think you probably can't read it, but it lists a bunch of different metals out here on the left, and then a lot of different technologies here, and then some sectors here. So sectors, renewables, e-mobility, defense and space. And then you have the actual technologies here, batteries on top, fuel cells, all kinds of things that go into the energy transition and into all of the gadgets that we want to have in our pockets and in our homes. And basically the color coding here is that red is the most critical, following sort of the EU assessment and some flavor of forecasting, and the green is the very low. And as you can see in here, for example, there's nickel, copper, this might have changed a little bit, but it has metals that we know are extremely important. And that just sort of drive home the message here that just because something is important doesn't necessarily mean it's critical. You also see things like lithium, things entering into the battery technologies. They're going to be very, very important. They go into all of the technologies pretty much, but they're not necessarily critical because there's not necessarily such a big supply risk. But when we talk about the energy transition, it is, from my perspective at least, it's really important not only to talk about critical metals. And there is a tendency to do that. And I think we heard earlier on today, should we have special regulation and legislation for critical metals that is special to critical metals? I don't think we should, because I think that there are metals that aren't perhaps currently critical, but they could become critical. And there are also things that are very, very important and may never become critical, but they're still going to be important, and they're still going to be in very, very much increasing demand. So we're still going to have to find solutions, critical or not critical. So one of the problems in a way is a little bit our terminology. So how are we going to get all these metals that we need for the energy transition, whether they're critical or just plain important? Well, a little bit sort of I really liked the Myles's talk this morning, where he was really sort of making it quite simple. And this is the sort of version of that in the minerals. There's three solutions to this. We can mine it, we can recycle and get the resources from secondary sources, or we can manage without them. Because you also hear that, you know, we'll just do it out. We'll turn off the lights and we'll save some energy, and then we'll solve the problem that way. And if I take them, there's sort of there's a mine here, there's some recycling here, and here's someone who's doing without it, who doesn't actually have access to these energy technologies. And if I just start with that one, is that really an option for us? Can we manage without minerals for clean energy? And we talked a little bit about that over lunch, actually, Ruth and I. It's sort of, you know, we in this room, we all have choices. We're all very privileged. We can actually say to ourselves, well, I'm going to turn off the light, or I'm going to buy an electric car, or I'm going to get a heat pump instead of my boiler. But there's actually 3 billion people in this world. This is bullet number 2. 3 billion people. That's 40% of everyone. They don't have clean energy for cooking. They're cooking over an open fire, which is an enormous health hazard. So when we start thinking about sustainability and responsibility and how we are basically creating a better world, we actually need to level up globally. We need to increase the access to energy for everyone. And so basically there's a lot of different statistics on here. And basically the short story of all those is that we do need, on a global scale, we do need to secure access to energy in an increasing kind of landscape rather than a decreasing landscape. So to do without it is actually not an option if we want to reach some of our sustainable development goals, which we do. Let's turn to another very, very popular one. We'll recycle. And this is some of you will have seen this before. This is a very, very small portion of my screen. It's a screenshot after I Google circular economy. And what happens, and images, what happens when you Google circular economy and hit images is that you get hundreds of visual representations of the circular economy, most of which happen to be in the color green. And very, very many of them are closed circles of green to represent circular economy. And I mean, who couldn't be for that? I mean, that sounds wonderful, doesn't it? We'll just do this. That's a really interesting sort of option. But the reality, of course, is that such a thing as actually closed loops, does that really exist? And it doesn't actually really exist. And this is one of the reasons I have. In the lecture I gave up in St. Andrews, I had about 15 slides here. So I'm going to try to be short on it because this is really one of my sort of favorite topics. We can't just close the loops for several reasons. And one of the reasons is that we use different metals all the time. So if we went all the way back to the Stone Age, we'd have flint, and then we get a little bit more advanced. We have more metals, more advanced technologies yet with more metals. And today we are looking at something like this. And that actually means that if we go back even just a couple of decades, some of the things that we need right now, we weren't even using 20 years ago. And so that means it's not there. It's not in the stock for us to actually recycle it because we didn't use it before. And similarly, if something is in increasing demand to what it was a decade ago or just a few years ago, then the math also works against us. If we need twice as much this year as we needed last year, there's not going to be enough there in our stock to actually be able to recycle it. And the demand is increasing, and this is some of the metals and minerals that we need for the energy transition. This is from a World Bank report a couple of years ago. And basically you have a list of metals, and again, you probably can't read it, but it has aluminium, chromium, cobalt, rare earths, nickel, all of them here in the column. And then on top here, you have all the different energy technologies that the metal is needed in. And for example, you can see copper is here. Copper is needed in every single energy technology. And then you have things like graphite and lithium. You have lithium on here somewhere as well. It's here. You actually only need them for one thing, and that's the battery technologies. But then again, you need batteries for every single one of the other energy technologies. So when you sort of add all that up and you try to make a forecast of it, this is the projected demand in about 25 years' time. And what we're looking at is actually the ones that go into the batteries, the graphite, lithium, cobalt. We are predicting increases of above 300%. So we need 3 times as much in just a couple of decades. And that does not actually match up very well with having to recycle it, because we didn't need very much of this just last year. And so it's not there for us to recycle. And another thing about the circular economy that I always find a very interesting point as well is that circular economy is not just about recycling. It's about designing for circularity. It's about designing for reuse and repair. And it's about designing for things to last for a really long time. Well, if we build a wind turbine to last for 50 years, it's not going to be available to us to recycle for 50 years. So there's constantly this balance that we think we have a lot of waste that we can recycle. And we do actually generate a lot of waste, but we do not generate enough waste that we can actually get our increasing demand metals sourced from that waste. And even if there wasn't an increasing demand, let's say that there wasn't, and it was there in the stock for us to just pick it up and just recycle it, just go ahead. This is the reality of how good we are at recycling. This is about 10 years old. So it's possible that we've gotten a little bit better, but we haven't actually improved very much on this in the last decade. And as you can see, there are some metals that we are good at recycling. They're in blue. We recycle above 50% of the stock that's out there, and it's things like copper and aluminum and steel. We are actually quite good at collecting that waste and recycling that waste back into the production. But for lots of things, and including the metals that we can call specialty or technological metals or critical metals, such as the rare earths, for example, it's less than 1%. That's how good we are at it technically. And that's, of course, because recycling, while, again, we can all be for the green circle, and it also looks really great, but actually unmixing of metals is a process that demands quite a bit of energy. And it is potentially also something with a high environmental impact. It's a little bit, I think it was Richard who said before, you know, if you have to choose between something mined in the ocean and mined by a 9-year-old, which do you pick? And you might want to look at how can we make sure that we don't have to pick between alternatives like that. But if you have to extract gold from this or from a rock, if you need more energy to extract the gold from this, is that then the right choice? That's sort of one of these questions that we must ask ourselves. And that gets us to mining. And I mentioned gold. I actually really like that question about the gold before, because this is what we mine. This is actually from BGS's mineral statistics. And this out here on the left, that is all the metal and all the ore that's being mined in the whole world. And everything in red is iron ore. So this is the volume that we mine. And out of the volume that we mine, almost all of it is iron. The little bit that isn't iron is shown here in blue, and then it is projected up here. And you can see what that is. It is some aluminum, manganese, chromium, copper, zinc, titanium, and some other things. And then there's a little gray square up here on the very top. That's very, very small part of what we actually mine. That will just be that little point up here. That's blown up over here, and you can see what that is. And then that's tin, molybdenum, lithium, vanadium, and up here actually you have gold, 3,000 tons. And I actually think it is a good question to ask ourselves. How come that more than half of the investments into exploration, more than half of the investments into mining goes into looking for this and mining of this? I do think that's interesting. And I do think we should ask ourselves if the system is designed in a way that makes it smart and regulatory in its own processes. Because I do think that that's a very interesting observation. But if you look at the specialty metals that we've been sort of talking about as well, they're actually also sitting in here. You have the rare earths here, you have the platinum group metals up here, And of course, you have lithium there that's bigger, but still over in the compared to iron, it's very, very small. So this is the picture of how much we mine. And I do think, like I said, I think it's a good question to talk about gold and why people want to invest in it. But this also highlights one of the problems that was brought up by one of this morning's speakers, that it's a small volume. It's a small economy. When you look at the big mining companies and the mining that they do, and the size of that sector, it is something that is that we have tools for, they have tools for how they plan it, how they structure it, how they do their risk assessments, how they do everything. When it comes to these very, very small markets, it is a whole new business in a sense. It's a whole new sector almost, even though it does rely on many of the things that the sort of more traditional mining sector is relying on. So that is one of the things that potentially makes it critical, that we are talking about elements that are mined as byproducts, that are mined only one place in the world, that are subject to geopolitical crises, that sort of thing. So when we actually go in and look at why are different metals critical, for example, to the UK, it actually turns out that they're critical for different reasons. And one of the reasons that they're almost never critical because of is their geological availability. It's almost always something else that makes them critical. And I think that's a really important thing to remember also for the geoscientists, because we are part of the solution, but we also need to understand what the problem actually is. This is the mining history of the world back to 1850. Mineral production globally in percent. As you can see, Europe, including the UK, was the main mining region. If you go back 150 years, it was how the empire was built. It's how all the industry that we like to have today was founded and how that was built. And then you can see around 1900, you basically see United States coming in as the main producer. And then in the 1970s, approximately, you get a much more sort of diverse production across the world. And basically today, what you see is that you have Europe in the blue stippled line here, you have Europe producing less than 5% globally of the mineral resources, at the same time as a good estimate of how much we are using is somewhere between 25 and 35%. It's hard to sort of get the accurate statistics on that, but we are the biggest consumer of metals and minerals in the world, in Europe, and we are the smallest producer. So what are the barriers to mining? And this is a very long figure. I'm not going to go through it in detail, but it's sort of it's almost sort of seeing mining as a circular thing, starting with the license to operate and ending with the remediation. And so it sort of comes around, there's all the things we need to think about. And then at the end, we're sort of closing it down again. And so we actually were quite good at many of these things because we used to do it a long time ago, but we've built the tradition of finding minerals and mining minerals and processing minerals into important industries in this country and in the rest of Europe as well. So we have the skills, but we're not actually mining very much. So what's up with that? We have the resources, we have the skill, we have the demand, clearly. We don't want it in our backyard. And I think that is a real issue that we have to talk about. And it has to do, of course, with the license to operate. And so it's a little bit what we were talking about before. What is it that is going to make us accept something like this that will have an environmental impact? And I think that it is the question that we need to take outside of this room. We can talk to each other about it, but we have to talk to other people about it. What is it that makes us not want to do this? And it's partly that we think that if we do it somewhere else, it doesn't have the same environmental impact. Put the mine in China and Bolivia and Congo, and it's, you know, I'm green. I'm turning off my lights and I change my boiler and I can feel really good about myself. But when I buy something, and we heard talk about that early on, does the consumer really care? Do we really ask these questions when we go in and buy a gadget? Where does the metal come from? Was this sourced responsibly? So what does it mean to source responsibly, and how can we make sure we change the way we think about that? And so basically, this is my interpretation. This is from my sort of previous role at EIT Raw Materials, my way of thinking about circularity. We should try to move towards closing loops with the realization that there's no such thing as a completely closed loop, because things have to come into the loop. Somehow, at some point in time, we'll always have to dig something out of the ground, even if it was last year or if it's 10 years down the road. Things have to come out of the ground, and that has to happen in the best possible way. Exploration has to happen in the best possible way, and mining has to happen in the best possible way. And then when we bring it into the loop, of course, we should try to keep it in the loop for as long as possible, but we should also acknowledge that there's waste everywhere. When you see some of the figures that actually aren't completely closed loops when you go on Google circular economy, what you'll typically see is they have a little bit of waste coming off at the end, meaning the stuff we can't recycle is going off to the side. But in reality, I mean, it starts with the mining waste, and there's waste everywhere along this value chain or this supply chain. We need to acknowledge that, because otherwise, how can we think about minimizing waste if we pretend it isn't there? So we have to be honest about the waste. We have to be honest about the environmental impact, because then we can talk about how can we maybe decrease the environmental impact or improve the process with how we do things. And then there's the question again of who makes the decisions here. How do we move towards greater sustainability? We can talk to each other and possibly agree to it. But is it regulation? That was what Myles seemed to suggest this morning, that it's actually not technical barriers at all for this or for carbon storage, but the same goes for here. What are the barriers for us to actually get better at this? And who has power in changing this? And I do actually believe regulators and politicians have tremendous power, but they are quite short-sighted. This is all happening on timescales that are decadal. Even if we can accelerate an exploration project and get it into production, it is a long-term investment in something, and it's something that should be supplying us for a really long time. And most politicians have a much, much shorter time horizon. That's pretty much to the next election type timeline. So there are ways that you can influence that. And actually, I believe that the consumer is powerful and has influence. You know, we ask what's in here, and then we say, no, I don't want to buy it because you can't reassure me. But it may be potentially even more powerful are these people who sit here, who actually are making these gadgets. I mean, if they cared about where things came from and also whether they could be recycled, if things were actually built from sustainably sourced resources, and you could document it, and you could document that you have a process in place to actually recycle it, unmix the metals and get them back into the value chain, then perhaps they're the most powerful ones. So I forget who it was, but someone was sort of saying the consumer has power, and if the consumer wants it, so if they want it, then they're going to deliver it, and then the politicians will follow with the regulation. I'd actually like to turn that upside down and say, if you make regulation that make these people, you get a level playing field. You're not asking them whether they think it's necessarily good business to do it. You're basically demanding of them, you need to document where you get things. So regulators first, and then the producers, and then the consumers, the end consumers. And one way, of course, of doing this is having standards and having certification and having best practices that we can describe, and that we can prove, and that we can help to reassure ourselves that we are moving in the right direction. And there are many different schemes, and I just sort of at random took some from the internet here. A lot of the schemes are specific to certain metals. So a lot of metal associations will actually have standards for sustainable production. And this is something that's happened over, especially, I'd say, sort of the last decade. It might even have been there before, but I think that mining and metallurgical companies are probably moving, I hope, are sort of moving from a communication strategy that is, you know, don't be news. Whatever you do, just stay off the, stay below the radar, to actually embracing change and embracing that we have to do things in new ways. And so a lot of these associations are doing that. And for example, the Aluminium Association is doing it. They have a stewardship initiative. These guys here, copper, lead, zinc, and nickel, have gone together and made some due diligence guidelines that they've all sort of subscribed to. It's not quite accreditation, but it's getting there. This project here, I was part of starting myself. It's an EIT raw materials project that's called Sarah 4-in-1. And it's basically looking at evaluation, exploration, mining processes and refining, run of mine, concentrate, primary and raw secondary materials, and finally the end products, where they are creating standards and tracking raw materials through blockchain in all of these four sort of steps. And they're trying to come up with, it's still in the early days yet, they're trying to come up with a certification that actually would be valid for any metal and not just specific to one type of metal. And then finally, of course, there's the UNFC, and it is just as confusing as it looks. So this is a mineral classification scheme sort of developed by the UN, originally used for hydrocarbons, where there was a need for nations to be able to look at their resource landscape. And this has now been translated to also be tailored towards minerals. And the idea being that it's not just about sort of grade, tonnage and the price in the market and the viability sort of financially, but it's also about other types of impact, the social impact, the environmental impact, and trying to put some quantitative measures on that so that we get 3 dimensions to describing a resource. Because in essence, and this is a little bit back to Richard's question, should we choose the stuff that's mined in the ocean or the stuff that's mined by a 9-year-old? When we choose not to mine in our backyard, we are in essence choosing to mine somewhere else. And I think that's a really, really important thing, maybe not so much for us, but for politicians to acknowledge that we are choosing to mine somewhere else when we're choosing not to mine here. And to make those decisions in the best possible way, we will need to understand the whole landscape of resources to be able to actually have the smart land planning usage of where do we go and mine, where do we find the cost benefit analysis to be coming out in the best possible way, because there is of course going to be impact from mining. It does have environmental impact, just like everything else has environmental impact. Being in this building has environmental impact as well. So how do we talk about it in the future? I think this is the way to go. I hope that we'll see much more of this, not necessarily as in many, many more types of accreditation, but accreditations coming together and it becoming mainstream. That of course we care about where our resources come from. Of course we care that they've been sourced in a way that we can live with and that we talk about just the way we talk about whether we eat wild salmon or farm salmon and organic milk and that sort of thing. So I think the time is right for us to start having this conversation with the companies that we actually buy products from, so that we can achieve all of these things, not just for ourselves, but also for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Yeah, so if I can invite the previous 2 speakers back up to join us at the front for a panel. I'm a little bit conscious of time, so I'm going to.
We all ran over, didn't we?
It's okay. We'll speed people up afterwards with some a burst of caffeine in the coffee break. But if I can take a question from the floor for any of our speakers or for a point of discussion, if you just hold on for the microphone.
Peter Dolan, excuse me. I come from the oil and gas sector, so I'll admit that to start. I've taken the conveners to task on not having oil and gas represented in the energy transition more. And that is exemplified, Karen, by your cartoon, which showed the energy transition in a cartoon, in a nutshell. Where was oil and gas? We're going to need it for the next 40 or 50 years, and we need young people competent to continue with that transition. In fact, it's not a transition, it's a rebalancing. Can you comment?
Yes, I completely agree. It's actually interesting that you ask it, because I was thinking about it this morning, that it is actually an oversight that it is not still on that figure, because you're absolutely right. It is a transition and we will be needing hydrocarbons for the foreseeable future. So I completely agree.
Another question from the floor?
one of the things you also said, Karen, was that you said we have the skills to do this for mining going forward, but do we really have the skills? Because in the mining sector, geoscience graduates in the mining sector has totally collapsed. I think there's only one course in the UK actually doing it at the moment with the Camborne School of Mines significantly. And the same is true for subsurface geoscience in general and engineering. So will we have the skills to do this going forward, do you think?
That's a really good question. And I think maybe tomorrow we'll have a session on skills as well. And the skills need going forward. I think we do have the skills, but I think you're absolutely right. And I think we are in danger of losing them. That's why it's so important that we actually have this conversation. I think if you still look at mining technologies, for example, everywhere in the world, most of the mining technologies that are actually in mines are produced in Europe, or certainly designed in Europe by companies from Sweden and Austria and elsewhere. So there's still a large sort of support and knowledge industry for mining in Europe. But you're right, I think we're sort of on the verge of saying we no longer need those skills. And I think that is an issue.
To follow up on, we do have a session tomorrow on skills, but I'm going to ask a follow-up question on skills and aim it at Richard and Catherine. So in your talks, you talked about stuff other than the rocks that mining companies and exploration companies need to know about. Do geoscientists need those skills, or do people from social sciences, for example, need to know more about mining and natural resources? How do we bridge some of those skills gaps on biodiversity, nature-based solutions in natural resources and in industry and the social and governance aspects of natural resources supply? So I'll come to Richard first and then Catherine.
Yeah, well, maybe I can talk. Yes, I completely agree. It's a bigger conversation that needs to be had. And yes, the geoscientist does need to know about the other skills that are on display. And it's actually the geologist is usually the first person on the ground in a project. And if you don't go in there armed with the ability to see the social side, but I'll speak about the biodiversity, you've got to do that stuff really early on. So we do need to educate our scientists to have that, and engineers to have that perception. But we also need to for people to understand this, the biologists to understand the application of their science to that, and that's something we're working at the museum. And when we broaden out this idea that that we're looking at a sustainable use of natural resources, both grown and there's that old adage: if you can't grow it, you've got to mine it. And if the those groups get together, then we can start to work out that complex interplay. So that's another set of skills that the geoscientists and the engineers need to have, is that recognition that everything that they do will have an impact, and therefore you've got to make sure you do that baseline work to pick out where we are before we start, and then what do we need to put in there moving forward. So it's not taught that well in universities, but it's one of the things that we perhaps should talk about, making sure our geoscientists and engineers have that built into their education.
I'll come to Catherine on that and see if you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to echo really what Richard said, and I've had sort of conversations, with people in this room and others. It is about where and what should the geologists, the exploration geologists know. I mean, but as Richard says, it's as soon as you go with your hammer, you are having an impact, and whether it be a social impact or an environmental impact, and it's how you manage that. And also there's the legacy of what you do wrong as well, stays with that project for a very, very long time. So it's almost, it starts with academia, it starts with initial training, but then it should go on through the life of professional development as well, in terms of sort of gaining those skills and development if they're not available at university. But it's about knowing what you don't know as well as knowing what you do know. And it's almost that identification that you don't know everything. And that there are sort of skills that can be taught to enable you to to be a responsible geologist or a responsible mining engineer as well.
I'll come to Dick first, and then we'll take a question online.
Yeah, just to follow up to that, really. I mean, I agree that all these peripheral skills are going to be very beneficial, but what geoscientists need to know is more about rocks. That basically is what the future is all about. We're looking for something like lithium, plenty of resources out there. Sorry.
Yeah, if we're looking for lithium, plenty of resources. All we've got to do is have the investment to find them and put them into production. But when it comes to copper, we really don't have those resources, and the only way we're going to find them is not just by throwing money at it. We need people with innovative ideas that are going to develop new concepts to find those deposits, and that comes down to education and making sure we get the best minds involved in geology, and having them do the job for the next generation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that absolutely. We're expecting all our geoscientists to do more things, but there is this problem that the basic skill set, if we're not careful, we'll lose that, and maybe we're expecting too much out of single mines, but there are metals like copper which need intellectual geoscience to discover new resource. I completely agree.
I also think it's not just, I mean, it's not just skill. It's perhaps more understanding that skill is needed, and it can be by working with someone who has different skills than yourself. Because I agree, the only ones that know how to look at a rock, the only people who know how to look at a microscope, that sort of thing, those are geologists. So no one else is going to come help us do that. We need to retain that expertise and build that expertise. But at the same time, we need to understand, the geologists need to understand that there are other parts of the puzzle that needs to be satisfied, perhaps by other people.
Yeah, but I still come back to the fundamental part is being able to develop new concepts so we can find these things. I mean, we're never going to find more copper using the concepts that we're currently using.
I agree, and I'll give you another example, if I may here, of something similar, is that being at a geological survey, sometimes you get the question about geological mapping. And geological mapping is one of these things that 20 years ago or 25 years ago, everyone stopped doing geological mapping because it's like, well, we have our geological maps, who needs a geological map? But the fact actually is, if you're looking for, and if you're a mineral exploration company and you go into a new area, the first thing you're looking for is a map. And you're looking for people who know how to read a map. And you're not going to know how to read a geological map if you don't know how to make a geological map. So geological maps is a thing, it's a resource, and it's something that you can look at and take with you, but it's actually also a skill, because if you don't know how to read it, it's useless. So that's another basic skill that no one else has, and we need to retain that.
You're talking to the converted here, but there's a lot of people out there that need to hear the message.
Can we take a question from online, Ellen?
So just going back to the quick discussion around maps, a really interesting question came in online. So Catherine, you obviously showed us a great map, and as a room full of geologists, we absolutely love that. So we were just wondering, do you find that maps, and this is obviously for everyone, are a really good way to communicate information, or can we end up in a place where we rely too heavily upon them?
I think all visual tools are really useful. They cross boundaries, all boundaries, and a picture paints 1,000 words. It's been, people are a lot cleverer than me in the past to have come up with these ideas. And yeah, a natural resource use map is a very good way of understanding what people do in a given area. Whether you use like a map like we did, which is just an A0 sort of printed copy of a map, or you get people to map themselves. But also in terms of geology and skills, a lot of, definitely in the world of gold exploration, a lot of the gold that has been discovered has come through geologists going out and mapping the activities of the artisanal miners. And what are they doing and where are they doing it, which again brings it back sort of to mapping. So I think mapping is a fantastic tool, and I think it crosses all disciplines.
perhaps come to Richard on that. You showed some maps of biodiversity and land use. Do you feel that when you speak to policymakers or present stuff like that at COP26 or Davos to those decision makers and the strategic people, do they understand the implications of those maps and the role that perhaps brownfield exploration or old world exploration might have?
Yeah, I mean, I think to me that's one of those layers. You know, these days we're used to GIS systems, aren't we, with layered map information where you can pull different layers down. Yeah, I mean, let's not get away with the basic skill set needs to be there. You know, the copper, you've got to find the new deposits, but as part of the policy decision making, the map I showed there on that biodiversity intactness surely should be part of the decision making, because it's then, you know, I mean, there's the Fraser Institute that they produce, you know, which are the best countries to explore in. That biodiversity index intactness map could be one of those that, you know, what is the point if you're going to go into an area where there's absolutely no chance that you're going to be able to do something because it's got so many endangered species or so on. Learn about that at the beginning rather than discover that at the end. And I think that's the kind of, we're at that point with the deep ocean. We need to get those kind of maps available to allow then decision making as to, you know, where you might explore. So that's definitely one for the policymakers, not for the geoscientists, because we clear our geoscience data, but it's a layer there in that decision making and the policy making that should be considered, I think.
A question from Stuart.
Thanks. A question for Richard, really. I'm interested in the McDonough concept of cradle to cradle. But one of the points I think I got out of his book was that you're actually, when you're recycling, we're usually downcycling material. So that if you reuse steel, you get a less pure steel, which is less valuable. If you reuse copper, you get a less pure copper. So how realistic is the concept of recycling, which everybody's drawn on in this session? And that really pushes the problem onto some other recycling geek's desk outside our expertise. So it's really handy to get rid of it. But does anybody know if this is realistic or not, thinking 50 years into the future or 100 years into the future?
Yeah, I mean, that is a really good point, because quality during recycling is a problem. I mean, I was talking to the BMW guys about they don't want recycled aluminium because it's got too much copper in it and therefore it corrodes. So they, you know, they're drawn towards newly mined aluminium. So that is something to address. So my feeling is, we should be reusing a lot. You know, so if you make a really good alloy, you don't have to throw that back in the recycling pot. You could retool it. So you've got to be rather clever in that. And I mean, we see that with like lithium and rare earths. Nobody wants to recycle those because actually it's a lot cheaper to go back and get the new raw material. It's going to be a big issue for lithium actually, as to whether people really get recycling of lithium off and running because of that problem, that actually lithium from black mass is harder to get out than it is to go and find lithium in a sedimentary basin somewhere. So that's one for those technologists to tackle, but it's absolutely true what you're saying.
It's also a technology, a design thing, because I think you're mainly a designer in some ways, that stuff is not designed to be disassembled and taken apart into its component elements. So we've got, you know, if you think about, if you've got your phone or your electronic gadget, there's, you know, there's 60 different elements in there, and you're never going to get them apart again. So the problem is more than just us as well. The problem's into design people, and that's a really difficult thing to do.
It is, and actually it could be about ownership of that. You know, for example, an old battery in your phone. Why should you own that old battery? I mean, the person best placed to have that battery back is the person who made it, because they could then take it apart. So there's a whole question in there about the ownership of those things, and I think that's a bigger debate than we've got here. But that's the only way that you'll tackle that, is for the manufacturer to take responsibility of the product back when we finished with them.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask one quick question to all of you for a super quick answer, then we can go and get some coffee. And I noticed a few hands come up, so hopefully people can intercept you while you're slurping your caffeine. What can we do, reflecting on the question of the conference, what can we do as geoscientists or a geoscience community to meet a more sustainable transition to net zero in the context of responsible resource stewardship? If you had one important thing that we needed to take away, what would be our take-home message? I'll come to Catherine first.
Thank you. I think be a responsible consumer. I think that is the one thing, and responsible in terms understanding where your materials come from and how they've been produced, and whether it be looking so they are being produced in an environmentally and a socially responsible way, and then you're going a long way towards it. And tying in, I really like what you said about circular economy, and it isn't a closed circle, it can't be a closed circle, but we can, our pockets are the only way that we can actually sort of make change happen, and we should do.
Karen, same question.
I agree with that. I also think that we need to be the adults in the room, in the sense that we need to be the ones that say it as it is, so that we can perhaps push people to make difficult decisions. So I think really bringing it on the agenda, and that's maybe again not losing our expertise, but taking the conversation into different rooms of people who will actually help make decisions on this, and then of course we can vote.
And Richard?
Mine would be to get the best minds together in all of these areas, and so but it's a joint exercise. So we need to have the best. So what we shouldn't be doing is degrading the skill sets of the experts in each of those areas. And I guess I'm not suggesting we create people that do the whole stuff around the whole thing of the social, the environmental, and the geoscience. But we find a way of getting those best minds to work together as collaborative teams. And I think there's communication issues, and there's a lot of nice projects getting people to work the best in these areas to work together, but we need to strive to have the best minds in each of the science and social science areas to work together, I think, across the piece.
And set standards.
Set standards, yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to thank our panelists and speakers for some fascinating talks and some really engaging answers to the questions. And I'm sorry for those of you that still have questions yet to fire away. We'll do that in the coffee break, which is now. So we've got at least 15 minutes for coffee. Say again, sorry? 4 o'clock we're resuming. I believe for the people that are joining us online, there will be some micro talks, which we will mirror and stream through in here. So if any of you want to come and watch some additional presentations while you're having your coffee and your biscuit, you can come back in here and see some more content. Okay, thanks very much.
Going on all through lunch. You can have a
Brilliant. So thank you very much to everybody in the main room there. Whilst everybody goes off to get their coffee, of course, when we're online, we can do that. We can do that in parallel because we can multitask. As just advertised by the fabulous Dan, we're now going to take a look at some micro talks that were very kindly submitted, I think just last week, with regards to this topic area. If anybody out there would like to submit a micro talk overnight, I'm going to make Rose fall over now because she'll say, no, Sarah, don't do it. Do feel free to send us through just a 2-minute video on your thoughts, and we can then get them up on the website. And so we can preserve them for posterity and also share them tomorrow. Just to show you all where the micro talks are on the website. So if I just share my screen now, I'll be able to show all of this to you so you can go back and watch all of these in your own time. So this, of course, is the main conference page that we're looking at here. If you go into program, and what you will find, in fact, no, that's the wrong one. If you go into abstracts and bios, even in there, you will see there's a little button that's called micro talk. Click on there and you'll see that Umberto and Michael, their micro talks have already been uploaded and shared here. If you click on their areas, you will see that there are some abstracts with regards to those micro talks. So we're going to start off the first micro talk from Umberto. So you can see here that Umberto studied in Italy, has been a research scientist at INGV for a little while now. In fact, Umberto, are you here? If you are here in the online session, then please do raise your hand now, because then we'll be able to upgrade you and invite anybody to pose any questions to you. I would encourage everybody just go and take a little look at Umberto's biography and also abstract here. So everybody just go and take a little look at that. But what I'm going to do is just going to stop sharing and flip over to a slightly higher resolution version of Umberto's video. So we'll be able to take a look at it now and watch his micro talk. So let me just select the right one and hit play. Off we go.
During the 1970s and 80s, one of the figures who proved instrumental in the hydrocarbon discovery beneath the Po Plain in Italy was a geoscientist, you'll argue. Of course, there were many, but this particular guy was a philosopher, a logician, in fact, with a philosophy degree from the University of Milan. He was charged in fine-tuning the decision matrix employed by the geophysical team at ENI, devoted to interpreting seismic lines. So, quite a responsibility. When I first heard the story, almost 10 years ago, firsthand from the guy involved, I was very surprised. Today, I would find it plainly logical, or just unavoidable. So what should complement the toolbox of tomorrow's geoscientists? Among many things, number one, languages, languages, languages. Not merely English, but Arabic, Chinese, Portuguese, Russian. Heinrich Schliemann, the explorer of ancient Troy, in the late 1800s was fluent in German, Russian, French, Greek, Italian. Number two, cross-disciplinarity, not just interdisciplinarity, was at the heart of nascent geology back in the days of Hutton and Lyell, and so is and will be in the coming years and decades. Number three, venturing outside one's scientific comfort zone. While publishing always in the same sector as so far enhanced the chances of tenure or grants, the flexibility to dialogue with scholars from social sciences, economics, or intelligence will be pivotal. So if we aim at discovering something of purpose for the gargantuan efforts of a concrete transition across resources and futures, we'll better be flexible among languages and concepts and across disciplines and stakeholders to forge and straddle novel intellectual vocabularies and scientific boundaries. Thank you.
Brilliant. So a massive thank you to Umberto for sharing that micro talk with us. As you can see, micro talks are short and sweet and a mechanism just to get across some of those key points that we feel are really important to share with one another. Just to show you again, if you want to go back and watch that again at a later date, the place to go and find it is on the webpage. So you can go there and you'll see that we do have within the abstracts and the biographies a little micro talk section. And so we've inserted both Umberto and Michael's talks in there. So next, just while everybody is having their coffee, let's come to Michael's talk. So let's just click on Michael's talk here. You can see that Michael is a student from Zambia studying at Camborne School of Mines. So fantastic. I've just checked the attendance list and Michael's not here with us this afternoon. But if either Umberto or Michael dial in tomorrow, if anybody gets the message to them, we would be delighted to bring them in so they can answer some questions with regards to their micro talks, should they desire. Now, Michael's talk is pitched, I think, well, basically, we're going to dive into the wonderful world of rare earth elements and some of the geology that sits behind them. I thought Umberto's talk was fantastic, but Michael's talk, I've personally been doing quite a lot of work recently with regards to rare earth elements. So I'm very much looking forward to hear what Michael has to say. So again, for those of you online, please do feel free to go and check this out. Of course, the little micro talk, just 2.5 minute video is loaded on there, as well as some fabulous content with regards regards to the abstract. And Michael, well done, Michael, has produced a map as well. And of course, as we've just been talking about in the last sessions, all of us as geoscientists love a bit of a map. So just to switch across to that and to get a higher resolution version of this micro talk video for all of you, let me reshare the screen. There we go. And hopefully you'll be able to hear Michael's content now.
Welcome to my presentation. My name is Michael Msialike. I'm a PhD student studying geology at the University of Exeter. My research is focused on carbonatite deposits that are found in the eastern part of Zambia, where I actually come from. So carbonatite rocks are the world's largest resources of rare earth elements. Currently, slightly over 500 carbonatite deposits have been discovered around the world, and almost half of those are found in Africa, especially along the East African rift system. As the demand for rare earth element rises in response to the energy transition, the world is going to need more of these very important raw materials for the clean energy sector. Maybe Africa could step up and be a supplier of these crucial raw materials. But before that happens, there is need for us to study more about these carbonatite systems and how they actually form rare element deposits. My research is aimed at shedding more light on the carbonatites that are found in the southeastern part of Zambia. In the past, very little studies were carried out on these carbonatites because they are located in a very remote part of Zambia. So why should we learn about these carbonatites in Zambia? It is now believed that these carbonatites, together with those in neighboring Malawi and Mozambique, form an area where it could be possible to reconstruct a cross-section through a carbonatite system with rare earth mineralization. This cross-section can be extended from the surface all the way down very deep underground. My research, it is hoped, therefore, is going to add more knowledge to what we know about these carbonatite systems, which are going to play a very crucial role in the clean energy sector. Thank you for your attention.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much to Michael for submitting that micro talk. I think this is excellent with regards to this. I don't know if there is anybody here from Camborne School of Mines or somebody who's involved in Michael's research who wants to stick their hand up and tell us anything more with regards to the area. Of course, if you can, because I'm sure there's lots of proprietary knowledge that you have within that. From a personal perspective, so once upon a time, I used to live and work right in the middle of Brazil on a carbonatite complex there. We were primarily extracting niobium and phosphate from the ground, which was really interesting because trying to process the niobium is always exciting because it's quite a special element. And then the phosphate, of course, which was going primarily into different types of fertilizer, required really interesting chemical plants. So I got to brush up certainly with regards to a lot of my engineering whilst I lived and worked there. And being a carbonatite, of course, there were lots of lovely rare earth elements. The cool thing about that time, so that was about 2010, 2011, when the price of rare earth elements went through the roof, in part because at that point in time, about 95% of those rare earth elements were being mined and processed in China. That has now changed as far as I'm aware. So now it's nearer to the kind of 60, 65% of rare earth elements are mined in China. The rest of them are now mined in other parts of the world, including the likes of Australia. But still now, the vast majority of those rare earth elements are processed. So with regards to the final bit of separation of them, that still happens within Chinese borders. So it's a really fascinating area to get involved in with regards to the geology, because of course those elements are so similar to one another. Actually being able to separate them out from one another can be really, really difficult. So massive congratulations to Michael for that fabulous talk, and good luck with regards to the carbonatites. So with regards to that, and again, if anybody does want to pop into the discussion now, so Pauline, I don't know if you want to come in and talk. I know that you had your hand up a little bit earlier. Just send me a message into chat if you want to come in and join me in this little room that we have here. But just while I'm keeping an eye on our message screen, just to go back into the conference website again, just to show you how this has been updated during the course of today. So you can see the little micro talks area that we've been in just now. But if I go into the reading corner, you will see there's lots of material that has been added in here over the course of the last few hours. So a big, 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 big thank you to the wonderful Rose Clark, who has been sitting doing this in the background, and a massive thank you as well to all of you who've been submitting all of those suggestions. So for example, Girls into Geoscience, here we go, there's the link to the website. So if you want to go and find out more information with regards to that, we've managed to link all of these together. Also, let's just take a look at another one here. Of course, I mean, I'm going to make a pitch for the Responsible Raw Materials Conference again. So here's the Responsible Raw Materials website with a link to the conference, which again is happening from the 9th to the 13th of May. And what do we have here? We've got the little infographic that we put together for the conference. So unlocking a just transition. What is the role of responsible mining with regards to this? For those of you who do more work with regards to, say, oil and gas, so maybe not so involved with the mining sector, this is still incredibly relevant for all of you. And we do encourage everybody to get as involved as possible with regards to this conference. Now, I've just heard the bell go. So everybody who's been having a cup of coffee, I suspect they'll be filtering back into the main room again for this afternoon session. Just to remind everybody with regards to what the program is. So we've spent earlier on today, obviously hearing a fantastic overview with regards to geoscience and the energy transition from Myles Allen, and then from Frida's Cameron Johansson. So they really set the scene nicely for us. And by the way, everything has been recorded. Everything is up there on YouTube. If you missed something, I think already you can go backwards and forwards through the recording to go and check up on all of this. Then we went into our first session, which was all around mining and metals for a low carbon economy. So Simon Gardner-Bond from TechMet kicked that discussion off, and was quickly followed by Georgie Hallett from the London Metals Exchange. And I think it's really exciting what the LME are up to with regards to ensuring that those companies that sell, for example, their metals through the LME, the sustainability credentials, etc., that are being rolled into all of that. Then Georgie and Simon were joined by Julian Kettle from Wood Mackenzie and Mike Armitage, who, as Dan, I think, put it, has more chairs than his kitchen table with regards to everything that's going on there. So really good discussion, really good panel session, really trying to explore, okay, what needs to happen with regards to mining and metals for the low carbon economy. That then kicked us into lunchtime, where we were joined in quite an ad hoc style. So a massive thank you to Pauline, Damien, John, and Natasha for joining us for our ad hoc panel session over lunch, really picking up on some of the discussion points that have been held earlier on in the day. And it was during that I think we were inundated with different links to learning resources that can be used for individuals of all age groups. And those are the resources that we've uploaded already onto the website. So a massive thank you to everybody in that panel session at lunchtime. And also, of course, we were joined by the fantastic Catherine McCallan, who gave us a little bit of a insight with regards to some of what she then went on to speak about in the session that we've just had previous to this coffee break. So who did we just hear now? Well, we heard from the fabulous Richard Harrington, and in fact, Richard, Catherine and Karen, just the three of them being in a session together, there's a very good reason that we let that run on, because I think all three of them are such deep sources of knowledge. I have the immense privilege of working a lot with Catherine, and me being a geoscientist and Catherine coming very much from the social science perspective, I've learned so much from Catherine over the years. So it's been really great to have Catherine here, along of course with Karen and Richard as well. So now we are heading into the final session. I can't see anybody at the front of the room yet, but as soon as they appear, I will begin to hand over to the chair for the final session, who I think is going to be Megan, which is really exciting. And so this final session for today is all about what does geoscience need to do to enable the just transition. So we've been talking a little bit, we've been talking about this all day, of course we have, but we've been focusing in on mining and metals, and then more recently focused in on responsible resource stewardship. Tomorrow we'll be talking more about things like decarbonisation, the management of waste, carbon capture, storage, etc. But now we're going to be joined by some fabulous speakers who will really focus in on, okay, so what do we actually need to do about some of these different areas? As per usual, those of you who are joining us online, please do make sure that you pop all of your lovely ideas into chat. And I can see that Christopher has already given us yet another link. So yes, we'll be busy during this final session of today, uploading even more links with regards to this. And so I can see there that Christopher, you've given us some really good information with regards to that carbon capture, storage, etc., which is brilliant. I'll definitely be taking a really good look with regards to all of that. Also, as well, at some point in time, we will be revealing what you have all been putting into that word cloud, which Megan launched earlier on today. I'm being told I'm not allowed to show you all yet, but we will be showing you what you have been suggesting to us as well, which is absolutely fantastic. Now, I can see in my tiny little video screen in front of me that we do actually have Megan and Nick standing at the front of the room. Megan and Nick, give me a wave or a thumbs up if you guys are ready to go, or if you would like me to keep spieling.
Ignoring you.
Is that keep spieling? You really want to hear my banter go for even longer? Okay, that's it. You released it. Okay, so I think coming back then to the infographic that is on the screen in front of you, this is the central infographic that's being used for the Responsible Raw Materials Conference that is happening from the 9th to the 13th of May. We've got a whole load of sessions, some of them early in the morning so that the Australians can get up and join us, and some of them later on in the afternoon, early evening, so that all of those lovely people in the likes of Vancouver and of course Santiago, etc., can dial in and join us there. So please do feel free to sign up to that conference. And if not, just go and take a look at the infographic because we think it's pretty cool. Megan, are you ready, lovely lady? Fantastic. So with that, everybody, I hand you over to the one, the only Megan. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Sarah, and thank you for filling in a small delay while we figure out some of our technical issues. We're going to take foray into the true meaning of a hybrid panel session for a session called What Does Geoscience Need to Do to Enable a Just Transition? We've got two speakers dialing in from online and another, Kate, joining us here. But before we start that session, I want to ask you guys to do another thing for me. So some more end of the day homework you're going to dread every time I come up on this stage now. So I'm asking another question of you all, and this is again another question to try and help us do the work that we do, help me understand what the community needs and where you think we are missing things. So hopefully there's a slide that was just here. I don't have the, oh yeah, I do. Thank you. I've got another Menti poll for you all, which is asking this time, who should we geoscientists be working with that we're not yet currently? to achieve a sustainable and, in the context of this session, a just energy transition. So if you head to menti.com and use the same code as earlier, there'll be a new question up on your screen. And we'd like you to put in organizations, people, individuals, groups, networks that we maybe aren't working with, that we need to be working with in order to deliver this goal that we're trying to achieve, that we're talking about today and tomorrow. And this one is going to be open all for the rest of today. If this session inspires you to put anything in there that wasn't in there at the beginning, I'll flash this up again at the end and you can contribute that. It's going to be open again until tomorrow when I bring your third question or third piece of homework for you all. So please feel free to continue to contribute to that as we have this session. And to begin, I'd like to invite Dr. Kate Moore up to the stage, and also Nick Gardner to come and sit with us, who's going to be our roving reporter for any questions, last minute questions from the audience. And then I'd also like to welcome, fingers crossed, online, Professor Tavis Potts and Professor Benjamin Sovacool. So hopefully, all willing, we have 2 online speakers and 2 sitting here in the audience. I can see we have Ben, so that's a good start.
Tavis.
Super. So the way that this session is going to work, I'll just let you know while we're waiting on Tavis, who is joining us, I believe, from Australia. Oh no, Aberdeen.
Aberdeen.
Sorry.
Almost as
Originally
far.
from Australia, but it does take equally as long to get here from there. While we're waiting on Tavis, I'll let you know that we're going to run this a little bit like the end of each of the previous sessions. So we're going to have a brief introduction from each of our panelists about their background and what they think a just transition means and what geoscience needs to do to contribute to it. And then after those quick sort of round robin introductions, we're going to go to an open question and answer, and we will be able to field questions from all of you online and you guys in the audience as well. I think without further ado, I may just kick off and you guys can let me know. Sarah, maybe you can nod or shake your head if that's a good or bad idea. Oh, good idea. Okay, great. So to begin, Kate, I'll begin with you if you don't mind. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Kate Moore. She's a senior lecturer in critical and green technology metals at the Camborne School of Mines. Kate is a geologist with ongoing interests in carbonatites and alkaline rocks, the scales of mining and diffusion of innovation. And she leads transdisciplinary research about technical and societal innovations towards sustainable futures. So I'd like to invite you, Kate, to maybe just say a few words about your work and what you do, and also perhaps to start off with telling everybody in the audience what you think a just transition means.
Okay, what I think a just transition means is changing the way society and industry and everybody within it think about consumption and production, and how that is equitably distributed and accessed by all stakeholders, which I'm sure is not the technical definition of a just transition, but before coming to this meeting, I actually looked it up. And essentially, everybody has a different definition of a just transition, depending on their particular position within the whole. So you will find a definition for the just transition for the World Development Bank from Greenpeace, which is very focused on transferring workers from oil and gas sectors into other sectors. You find a different definition depending on whether it's NGOs working on behalf of artisanal miners. So I tend to have a rather European-centric view, because they've been my funding body in recent years. So I guess in talking about my background, I wanted to talk about a particular project that I thought was relevant to today, which was a project that ran from 2016 to 2020 and got stuck a little bit at the end with the pandemic. But what we did is we tried to work out why we have limited access to all the raw materials that are geologically available in Europe. And what we did is we designed, built, and deployed small-scale underground cutting tools, comminution equipment, and a gravity-based processing plant. And we deployed that on a bulk metal mine which was the Oliver lead mine in Bosnia, and we produced lead concentrate. And then we picked it up and we moved it to Serbia, and we produced an antimony critical metal concentrate to show that small complex deposits can be brought online very rapidly in response to changes in demand and changes in price volatility, and that it can be done environmentally and socially sustainably. So we operated at the first mine without using any flotation chemicals because that was forbidden by the environmental license. We operated in a satellite mining model at the second mine because we had a license to extract, but we were refused an environmental license. So we had to move the ore to a fully licensed site. From the actual deployment and the manpower we had to put in place, we were able to extrapolate that if it was adopted and rolled out, we would be able to reduce rural unemployment at the first site by 8.8% and at the second site by 5.2%. And we also established very, very clearly that our small scale switch on, switch off mining projects would not really satisfy local expectations for a long life of mine and for generations of employment. So that was a challenge. We worked out what the limitations to automation were based on the small complex deposits. We constrained a small deposit query tool, which is open access. Anyone can look at it. It's hosted on the Minerals for EU platform run by BRGM. We very carefully tried to constrain what is meant by small scale mining, which is different to conventional descriptions. And we worked on the premise that technology includes ideas and services, not just machinery and equipment. Therefore, technology and the mining industry are human constructs in which geology is just one variable. And so in that context, what geologists speak is truth, providing information. And one of the truths we have to think about is differentiating between what's possible and what's likely, particularly given how critical the time frames are that we're working in. And the really important thing is our small scale mining approach didn't use very innovative new technologies. It used tried and trusted techniques that could be accepted, but that aren't necessarily being rolled out other than for gold. And there's a real set of reasons for that. So I think the really important thing for us is that we can enact change now if the regulatory and really importantly, the investment system can accommodate us. I think that's a really important message that we need to get out. We can make changes now in the time frame that they're needed, but the system's not really ideally designed for that.
Okay, thank you, Kate. That's fantastic. By way of introduction and welcome to Tavis from Aberdeen and not Australia, which is a joke I'm very sorry you won't get, but I'll tell you all about it later. I'd like to next welcome Benjamin Sovacool. Professor Benjamin is Professor of Energy Policy at the Science Policy Research Unit, also known as SPRU, at the University of Sussex Business School in the UK. He works as a researcher and consultant on issues pertaining to global energy policy and politics, energy security, energy justice, climate change mitigation, and climate change adaptation. More specifically, his research focuses on renewable energy and energy efficiency, the politics of large-scale energy infrastructure, designing public policy to improve energy security and access to electricity, the ethics of energy, and building adaptive capacity to the consequences of climate change. I'd like to welcome Benjamin to give us his opening words now and maybe tell us what he thinks a just transition means to him.
Yeah, and I've, in typical boring professor style, have actually got a few slides to help ground my thinking, because it's sometimes helpful to illustrate. So I think for me, the need for a just transition starts with a problem. I'm a big fan of challenges-based research. This is how a lot of the research councils now are doing their calls anyway, from Horizon Europe to the Global Challenges Research Fund. And I think we have a monumental challenge because society is so inequitable. We've done a series of studies funded by UKRI, funded by the European Commission, that find that kind of energy transitions themselves impact vulnerable groups the most in negative ways. You know, and we've done ethnographic work and field observations and community interviews with electronic waste workers, which are handling the waste streams for solar panels and EVs and fuel cells and smart meters. Or we've talked to the artisanal miners who are extracting lithium and cobalt or rare earths or graphite, nickel, copper, all of the things we need to build the infrastructure we have to utilize for net zero. We even did a study that found that French wineries are suffering from nuclear power deployment because they're changing microclimates and they're using water and they're having hazardous impacts that affect the perception of cleanliness of wine from the Rhone Valley. We've even found connections to forced labor, like the Uyghurs in solar supply chains, or forced slaves in sub-Saharan Africa who are extracting cobalt in the Congo, as well as women and children, as well as actually workers themselves, precarious workers in solar and wind supply chains who are often dispossessed. And to help provide a backdrop to this, we did a study funded by the European Commission for the Innopaths project, which was led by UCL, where we looked at 4 European transitions: French nuclear power, German solar energy, battery electric vehicles in Norway, and smart meters here in Great Britain. And everywhere in red is a place we found a global injustice. So from our interviews and our focus groups and our discussions with affected communities, everywhere in red is a place that outside of Europe was deemed vulnerable and at risk because of our transitions here. Whether it was the loss of tar sands viability in Canada, interruption of coal exports from the US, lithium mining in South America, cobalt mining in Africa, LNG exports from Australia, labor supply chains in China, interruption of profits in Gazprom and Russia, or where dirty technologies go, conventional cars, gas boilers, when they're displaced from markets in the UK, they go to Eastern Europe or other places. So we did a very long-term review here, 20 years of work, 198 articles, 332 case studies. This was very large NQCA, qualitative case analysis. And in that evidence base, we identified all of the, quote, losers to the right. So every time that evidence base said there's a particular group that's negatively impacted, we cataloged it across all 20 years of that research. And you can see the surprising frequency by which we're harming other human, non-human species. So this is where climate change action interferes with land use, water use, pollution, emissions, et cetera, or interferes with local communities. So in more than 3/4 of the examples, the hosting communities themselves are prone to vulnerability, which is very odd because these communities are supposed to be empowered and kind of assisted with energy democracy. Almost 1/3 of the time to more than 1/3 of the time, these transitions are interfering with farming, rural poverty, occupational work, indigenous groups, future generations. And the rest of the list is also quite sobering. You even see a connection to prostitution because boom and bust cycles for dams and wind farms actually generate increased incentives for prostitutes, and alcoholics, because a lot of the health impacts that sex workers and artisanal miners cope with, they don't go to doctors, they cope by alcohol. So you see a very wicked connection between decarbonization and vulnerable groups. And I want to have a special call out to indigenous groups, ethnic minorities, Aboriginal groups, and First Nations communities, because we actually cataloged more than 60 of those that are also under threat by our decarbonization processes, many of which, like Chile, Bolivia, are under threat from multiple technology transitions. And this list is so large, it doesn't even fit on one slide. It has to go across 3 separate slides that capture all of the ways in which indigenous groups are dispossessed by decarbonization. We even have a manuscript under review at the journal Joule, which is an energy journal, that calculates that the disruption caused by extractive industries for decarbonization, so all of the added metals and minerals we will need, will be 14 times greater than the disruption of the phase out of coal. So what we're phasing in, the mineral backbone behind decarbonization could be more disruptive for mining communities than actually the phase out of coal. And I think that's why we absolutely need to handle what a just transition is. And we need to recognize that decarbonization has very pernicious impacts on ethics, morality, equality, equity, and social justice. And these will definitely be very complex across space and time, making them extremely context dependent. What's just for one community will not be just for another community. And it also thinks, that we can draw from inspiration from the rise of just transitions commissions. And so the IPCC report, which was just released 3 weeks ago, actually has a cross-chapter text box on just transitions that showcases all around the world these very serious commissions and task forces and dialogues, many of which are also here in Europe. We have the Just Transitions Fund, we have the Platform for Coal Regions in Transition. So this is the hopeful part, that we're just beginning to recognize this, and there seems to be cross-party consensus among many different types of economies and cultures that a just transition is essential to making sure that decarbonization doesn't leave anyone behind and also improves its efficacy and its social acceptance. So to conclude, my last point, I think for me, a just transition is essential because low carbon transitions are not benefiting everyone. They are perpetuating toxic pollution, exploitation of labor, patriarchy, ethnic discrimination, and the patent destruction of the environment. Many of these issues are procedural, so they intersect with policy and governance, which many people in this room are involved in trying to advocate on behalf of BEIS, the Committee on Climate Change, Industrial Strategy. I'm very much troubled that how we currently secure global energy is trading off with too many other SDGs. So SDG 7 is the one for energy, but it's currently trading off with SDGs related to gender and poverty and education, life above land, life below water. But I think just transition is perhaps the remedy that we need, because it at least begins to offer a framework for how we can better identify and then actually address injustices. And that is why Just Transitions for me is about that nexus between research and action. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. That's fantastic. And last but very not least, I'll introduce Professor Tavis Potts. Professor Potts is Chair in Sustainable Development and Coordinator of the Just Transition Lab at the University of Aberdeen. He's interested in how communities and institutions address sustainability in terms of social acceptance, norms and behaviours, and social innovation, governance and politics, and challenges around enacting concepts of environmental and energy justice into daily life. His research over the past 2 decades explores topics such as coastal and marine policy and governance, social attitudes to the environment, the political ecology of energy, and applying natural capital concepts and practices to community development. Welcome, Tavis. Would you like to say a few words just to kick us off and maybe tell us what you think a just transition means to you before we go into a bit of a roundtable discussion?
Yeah, thanks very much. I've been really enjoying the talks on YouTube, actually, and I had to remind myself to quickly jump onto Zoom because I was engrossed in the topic material. So it's getting late in the day, and it's been a long day, and I'm sure you're all feeling quite tired. So I want to keep this fairly light touch and conversational actually. And for me, it's simply just transition is ensuring that this deep process of change that we're going through at all levels, from an individual to a community to a planet, is fair, inclusive, and accountable. And then principally that the opportunities that we have to achieve net zero do not accrue to a few, that they're spread broadly in a democratic and open way, and that in principle they do not impact those with the least ability to pay or the least ability to adapt. And I think we're a long way from that at the moment. I just want to share, I've only got 2 slides, but just a couple of images that I wanted to share very briefly. I'll just pop them up now. So the first image here, you can see a series of pictures. I'll just maximize that. So the first is the top left-hand corner of the screen, the miners' protests in Scotland back in the late 70s and 80s around the closure of the coal mines in the Central Belt in Scotland. And we see these debates, these social movements perpetuating still today around the transition away from things such as coal. The one in the bottom left is a picture from my region, Australia. I come from I'm a third generation of a family of my grandfather was a coal miner. My dad is recently retired in working in coal as a building and operating and managing turbines and coal power stations. Obviously, something must have gone wrong in the family lineage, because now I'm very much a just transition scholar and an environmental scientist. But these issues around how regions change, what the opportunities are for people, are critically important from all around the world, not just in the North, but critical all around the world, and how we manage and adjust and adapt to these systems going forward. My hometown now, Aberdeen, is facing an existential question of what does it do? How does it approach this question of the transition? How does it approach the issues of good, decent green jobs and shifting away from oil and gas workers? But also, I think the focus on jobs is also one that is quite a limiting factor. It's a key important factor, but a just transition is so much more. It's about the process of change. It's about how we engage with communities of practice across the board. And Ben has really illustrated that succinctly with the huge array of different parts of communities, of people and society that are affected by these changes. We see a lot of definitions of what a just transition is working in this space. There are many debates about that. There are many different conflicting views around that, different models around this. One that I find I come back to quite a lot is one that's been developed from a social justice angle. This is developed from the Climate Justice Alliance in the US. And I think there's quite a busy conceptual idea here, but it envisages this process of change. And it definitely brings up the fact that a just transition is inherently a political process, a process of empowerment, a process around both energy, societal, and climate justice hardwired into it. So if you just look at the resources box here on the left and right, it's moving from this linear, and we've heard a lot about circular economy today, but these linear extract, dig, burn, dump, pollute approach to resources, which is so prolific around the world, to one that's more based on regenerative cycles, on circular economy principles, that the purpose of the economy shouldn't be the enclosure of wealth and power, but actually around governance and democracy and ecological and social well-being. In fact, the just transition, this model in particular, but a just transition in general, does very much focus on the drawing down of resources and of power and economic control to communities, and to democratizing the process of change, democratizing energy, advancing ecological restoration and diversity and social justice. I'll just stop sharing this. And those are some of the ideas embedded in here. And since this workshop, this conference is about what should geoscientists do, I just have a couple of views. The first is that we're facing very much three crises in the planet. One is that of, we're facing many, but three key ones at the moment. One is the cost of living crisis around energy, with spiraling energy costs for consumers. We face a geopolitical crisis with the war in Ukraine, and we face a climate crisis. And all these crises share a common factor: the widespread use and burning of fossil fuels, including coal, oil, and gas for energy. So one thing to think about as a geoscientist as we approach 5 p.m. and the relief of the networking session is, where are you placed? And how do you respond to the current configuration of the energy system and the challenges that it faces? And how do you face this as a person, as human, as a professional, and as a member of society? And I think as geoscientists, you have in-depth, insightful, and inside knowledge of the energy system from all the various perspectives about the subsurface and Earth system processes and resource use. And I've been particularly inspired today by a paper from Professor David Waltham in The Conversation last December, where he calls for a halt on the exploration and the development of new oil and gas fields as fundamentally incompatible with achieving the 1.5-degree target, building on recent works from the IEA and the recent Nature paper about unextractable fossil fuels. So this question of a just transition is, how do we implement this in a way that's fair and transparent at multiple scales? How do we consider the needs of those in energy poverty, or the needs of a region highly dependent on the current configuration of the energy system, a place like Aberdeen or places like South Africa, and the need to move away from high carbon sources of energy which undermine planetary stability? So a just transition is central to this dialogue of change. And it's really important to have geoscientists at the table to help us evaluate these choices and for you to enter public debate. My second brief point is that we need much more closer integration and collaboration and interdisciplinary engagement between geoscientists and the social and natural sciences community. And there are a whole range of trends we've seen today, particularly around critical minerals, storage for renewable dominated systems, assessing wind and solar power systems, development of the hydrogen economy, CCUS. And we do need to really get our heads around the technical dimensions, but also how do these entwine with the core just transition issues such as social acceptability and social license, the impact of operations through the life cycle, improving participation and governance, and diversifying opportunities and equality of access, social justice dimensions around fuel poverty, land rights, gender equality, and biodiversity. So these are really, really big issues to squeeze into 5 minutes, but they require a deep collaboration between earth scientists and social scientists, between economists and the humanities. And it requires a different type of research, one that's engaged, one that's political and action focused, and very much built around social justice. It's a very exciting opportunity and a very exciting future for collaboration moving towards a just and sustainable future. So just that's my brief comments for today. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Tavis. That's fantastic. So you've heard from everybody about what a just transition means to them. And I'd like to ask you all the exact same question, because I think that your perspectives and what you've spoken about briefly this afternoon, you might have slightly different views on all of this, and it could start an interesting discussion. So you each mentioned different types of trade-offs, and just meaning achieving some form of balance in that sort of transition that we're looking to do. How do we make sure that the people deciding what's fair and what's just, and that the science backing up what's driving us towards what we each perceive to be a just transition is delivering for each of these communities that are the ones experiencing those trade-offs that you each mentioned? And Kate, I'll ask you first. Yeah.
Okay, so I was thinking while the others were talking about all the things I could be saying, I thought that there's some things I need to say as well.
Please feel free to start with those.
But I think one of the things that jumps back to my mind, the very first line of the geoethical promise is that I shall put society foremost in my work. And I think that's really powerful, because if we think environment, that is actually also putting society first, because society is so utterly dependent on environment. So I don't think putting society centrally is in conflict with thinking geologically or thinking environmentally. And I was privileged in the Balkans to work with a really forward-thinking mining company who were letting us deploy on their mine sites, the first of which was the first underground mine since the Balkans War. So they were working in a very challenging situation, a post-conflict situation, where the mine they'd taken over had had the war roll over it, bomb the tailings dams, utter destruction. The mining and engineering community had formed a diaspora that had fled the war all around the world. So what they had to do in setting up their operations in order to operate safely, they had to reinstall the tailings facility. They had to work with the Forestry Commission to clear the landmines so that they could have safe passage across the mountainsides. They had to repatriate Balkans geology, exploration and mining expertise back into country. They had to try and reverse the internal migration that had happened from rural settings to cities because of the loss of forestry and mining jobs. So they'd set up a process of preferential employment to those who had families in the local district. So they were reuniting families, repopulating this emptied rural space. And that was all necessary for their operations and very transparent. And because of that, and because the community had the memory of state-sponsored mining, which was now a gap, a void that was being filled by international mining, they were able to actually be on board with what the mining company were doing. But you asked about decision-making, and that was a really important thing. So in the second month of the project, we ran a workshop, half of which was technical and half of which was about ethics. And we made, well, I made a conscious decision that I will run the ethics part of the workshop first, so all the technical guys have to sit through it. And they said, you can't say that, you can't do that. I said, I just did. So they sat through it, and at the end of it, the mining company and an equipment developer came up to me and said, that's the best day I ever spent at a workshop. And the mining company said, I need to think about the operational model. Can I employ more people for longer and do it so that the bottom line isn't affected? And so we, I said we had this tension with automation. How much automation can you afford to put in a low capex operation where you're trying to run a consistent OPEX and generate your own internal revenue? And the answer is there's a limit to what you can do. So we developed this debate about automation. Who puts automation in place and why? And when you go to conferences and they're plugging automation, often the rationale is it removes workers from harm. It removes workers from the working face. It provides more skilled jobs. But the reality on the ground is for an operation to get up and running, you need a skills mix. And automation replaces the lower to mid-tier skills workforce. And so what happens is you have a highly trained workforce that often fly in, fly out, and the local community is bypassed. So why are they promoting this as the better social solution? And the answer is it's actually increasing inequality. It's improving the bottom line for investors and shareholders. It's increasing the inequality of wealth distribution. So I think we need to be always pushing each other for who's making this decision and why. Is it in the benefits of the community? I was really thrilled about your Akobo group working with the artisanal miners, because I've been, this is quite a few years ago now, fortunately, I've been in a trust meeting where a mature gentleman said to me, you're never going to solve the problem of artisanal mining. And I thought, well, I know what the problem is with artisanal mining, and it's not the same one as you see with artisanal mining. It's how many people benefit. And in that context, mining is really valuable. And the way we were also thinking is, how can mining act as a catalyst? We were also thinking about what's the co-developed industry. And initially they were thinking rhubarb and mushrooms, but actually it turned out to be renewable energy, because it was international, usually German companies were coming into the Balkans, stripping their forests for biomass, taking the biomass pellets back to Germany. And Sarajevo and other places had terrible smog and are still burning fossil fuels. So by the mining company instigating renewable energy solutions, those can be left in place and the community has a replacement industry. So these kinds of ways of thinking, by putting society, jobs, the skills base, the human resource development, the sustainable training, which is something we also worked on, putting all of those things in is possible even with small scale mining operations, and perhaps easier with small scale mining operations that are maybe slightly less threatening.
No, a real need to be thoughtful about each part of every process to do with the transition. Ben, I wonder if you could share some reflections on, I guess, that balance of trade-offs and how we make sure that just means just.
Well, I think it actually is an answer that also cuts across a great question we had in the chat, which was about how the geosciences can engage with politicians. And I think the answer is kind of the same. You often can't monitor or measure what you actually don't know about. So I think the first step is to at least analyze what trade-offs exist. And I think the two ways that you can do this quite well, Scotland has a Just Transitions Commission, headed by Jim Skee, actually, does a great job looking at vulnerability. What jobs are lost, what jobs are gained, what's the quality of jobs, what's the spatial location of those jobs, and what can we do within Scotland to help minimize those vulnerabilities? There's a kind of, at least starts to understand the trade-offs and what solutions you have to them. The other are very similar to citizens' assemblies, but you can do what are called just transitions roadmaps. So this is where you do consultations with unions, community groups, mayors, MPs, and you get a sense, so you work with the politicians to co-create these roadmaps. And I'm actually very honored to be research co-director of IDRIC, which is the Industrial Decarbonization Research and Innovation Center, which is helping 6 clusters in the UK reach net zero by 2035, 2040. And these are some of the areas in the UK that are the most not leveled up. It's the Humber and Merseyside and Teesside, and South Wales and Port Talbot, Black Country, these types of areas. And so we're working with those clusters to co-develop these just transition roadmaps. And again, it's kind of bringing people together, collecting data, and helping analyze those trade-offs, not from our desks, but from actual field research. I think those two things, the roadmaps and the Just Transitions Commissions, are a good first step at this mapping out and then trying to remediate the injustices.
Great, thank you. And Tavis, any reflections on just meaning just?
You have to give communities the power and the resources and the capacity to answer these questions themselves and to develop their own infrastructure, to develop their own knowledge, to develop their own relationships. In Scotland, we're doing really well. As Ben points out, we've got the Just Transition Commission and emerging strategies. We love a good plan. But it's about what actually where the real change is happening. And I've spent half the day today working directly with communities in the Northeast, and have done so over the past 12 months, where there is a very strong feeling that the parameters and the direction of a just transition is not determined by them. They don't even really have a seat at the table. That it's determined by, for example, the major energy industries and global companies that are based in the region. They determine the parameters of the just transition in a place like the northeast of Scotland. And so a lot of the work that we've been doing is trying to even up this imbalance. And so the governance of the just transition is very important. And various mechanisms that we have, climate assemblies, just transition roadmaps are really good in this space. But what things that we're dealing with now, after having talked through with communities for the past year on this, is actually how do we end volunteerism as a major way of increasing capacity of communities to actually make the energy choices and changes they need to do. Volunteerism is fantastic, and it does a lot. It has a lot of benefit, but we find that community groups who are at the front edge of the transition question don't have that capacity to, for example, develop infrastructure, write grants, have negotiations with businesses. And so how do we actually empower communities directly? So the roadmaps and the plans and the climate assemblies are excellent. But what I would like to see is actually a legally binding requirement for decision makers to take into account the recommendations that come out of those roadmaps and those plans and those climate assemblies, because at present they don't. They just sit in lovely reports. So I want to see the governance of just transitions really reformed, and that involves actually enabling communities and local authorities to make some of those changes and evening up some of the debates. So I think a real bottom-up approach is emerging, is growing, but there's still a long way to go on that front.
Thank you, that's fantastic. To close, I'm going to take one quick question and slightly tweak it from the online session. So I'd like to ask you all, I mean, there's a clear call for a lot of work in this area, and there's huge amounts to be done to take us from the planning, the measuring, the assessing, and the talking stage to some sort of actionable just transition. But I guess to bring it back to geology and to bring it back to geoscience, and to ask, you know, everybody in the room and everybody listening online, is there something that you three would call upon geoscientists to do to be able to actually take us from that talk into action, and to be able to turn, you know, to bring about that change or to bring about that reformation in the governance that's affecting these things? You know, almost a call to action, if you like, that people could leave today with, knowing that that would be of value to focus on. Anybody who has an answer is welcome to begin.
Well, I can go first since there's shocking silence from the panel. I would only say, as a non-geosciences person, I'm a social scientist, so my background is, you know, philosophy and history and sociology. To me, I mean, all of us can contribute towards just transitions research, but each of us has our niches, right? Like, we wouldn't expect you all to be doing discourse analysis, right, in the same way that perhaps someone in the arts and humanities were. So my sense is that the geosciences, your core is on the subsurface. And so anytime we have these debates about shale gas, geothermal, can they contribute towards a just transition? And more importantly, a net zero world, which has a large amount of CDR, a large amount of carbon storage, a large amount of perhaps direct air capture, enhanced weathering. These technologies that all exploit subsurface dimensions are critical, right? I think the IPCC report estimates that, you know, we may need CDR to capture up to half of our emissions by mid-century. Half of global emissions have got to go from there to there. That's your domain. So I guess don't be afraid to look at the geosciences aspect of what a net zero world looks like, because you have the expertise that almost no one else has. So I guess the kind of key messages: differentiate to your area of expertise and connect it well with justice issues. That's all I got.
I think I've got something now. I think I would add to that. I mean, the collaboration has been talked about repeatedly today. I think that's got to be here again. We need to seek out the people we can work with, but also the people who will challenge us to do better, to speak truths in a different way. So leading from the collaboration, we have a communication job to do. I have a strong sense that, particularly with the public, science dissemination does not work. I think explaining our results, if people are already averse to geology and mining, trying to explain to them actually serves to alienate them further frequently. So I think new narratives are required, some creative narratives are required. So we need to talk to social scientists, humanities, engineers. We need to also talk to some psychologists, to writers, to artists. We need to be able to ask people questions that enable them to find their way to their geological truths. I think that's really important. And in speaking of truths, I think we need to combat techno-optimism, that some of these innovative solutions will resolve the crises that we face. I mean, you know, if we think of in situ chemical leaching of critical metals, we know that that has contaminated groundwaters. We know that some of these environmentally sustainable solutions can result in environmental misadventure and are unlikely to get licenses. So we have a fundamental conflict in that, in order to explore these ideas, we have to write impact statements. We have to state what the possibilities of our research are. And that's a requirement to investigate it. But there is a problem that that can then be taken up and touted as a solution. And, you know, obviously I know some other European projects. There's a great one that I love. It's called Robo-Miners. And they're developing self-building underground mining robots based on insect kind of morphologies. And it's out there, it's futuristic. But what they've done really, really nicely is they've created a timeline of possible development. And they're not even going to be ready to start properly trialing it environmentally till about 2050. You know, it's an end of the century kind of a solution. And if people don't see that timeline, then they can latch on to these innovative ideas and use them in order to stall on putting in place the proactive, reasonable, presently available solutions. So I think we need to find a way to create realistic impact statements that combat techno-optimism that's going to be potentially negative in terms of just transitions.
Thank you, Kate. And last but very not least, Tavis, would you like to close us off with some thoughts on perhaps what the geoscience community can do to act on some of the calls in your previous answer?
That's a couple of hard gigs to follow there. They were beautifully articulated, so I can't add a huge amount more to what was said. I'm a social scientist who is in a geosciences school. So, you know, I really, really value the conversations and the collaborations that I have with my geosciences colleagues. They bring and can articulate, you know, a deep understanding of Earth system processes that I can barely conceive of. And likewise, there's a mutual relationship there of how I operate in a world of understanding political ecologies and social justice and social research methods. When you bring those two things together, it's a very, very powerful mix. And I'd like to see a lot more of that collaboration happen. But to collaborate, we need to learn each other's languages. And to collaborate, we need to build trust. And so I'd really like to do more of that and to encourage energetic and imaginative and creative ways of moving forward. I think geoscientists are really important in helping to articulate what a net zero future looks like, where one, that we do move away from oil and gas and coal as the fundamentals of our energy system. And the articulation of that, and this, I have mentioned the conversation article by Professor Waltham, the IEA article, the Nature article, these really help in articulating to both the public and to practitioners what that future can look like. So more collaboration, more imagination, more engagement, and I think the world's in safe hands. I really look forward to working together with you all.
Thank you so much. I think the ending on a session which has one geologist and two social scientists in it is a really good start at that collaboration that we're all really looking for. And I think that this forum that we have in our new strategic science themes and the energy transition and events like this are a really great place to begin that collaboration and have those really valuable conversations outside our own schools and organizations. So I'm really grateful to you all for being here. And to everybody joining online. Sorry, Kate, do you want to say something?
Shameless plug.
Of course.
It just occurred to me after that answer I gave, I couldn't bring them because they were too heavy for this, but we've got lots and lots of books that were produced at the end of that project. There's a book called Of Earth, For Earth, The Meaning of a Mine, which is a collaboration between artists, engineers, geoscientists, a couple of indigenous writers as well, basically all writing their own perspective on resources, consumption, production and mining with some beautiful images from an art exhibition that we sponsored as well. So if you're interested in that, feel free to just go on Waterstones, look it up, or send me an email and I can post you out a copy.
That sounds great. Remind us of the title.
Of Earth, for Earth, the meaning of a mine.
Perfect, thank you. So if anybody has any questions about any of that, they can contact Kate or any of us at the Geological Society and we can put you in touch. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Nick to close off today's sessions. And thank you all for being here, both online and in person, for our final panel session. Thank you again to our speakers.
Thanks, Megan. Thanks, everyone. So, Sarah, where is she? Oh, there you are. Yeah, sorry, it's a bit fun. Yeah. So while we've been eating those chocolate brownies, there's been lots of online stuff. Are you going to give us a summary of what's?
Yeah, there has. So just in case you missed something during the course of today, you can go home tonight, you can watch it all over again. Both those of you who are online and those of you who are in here in the room. So we've had a good 100 people or so interacting with us all day online via Zoom and via YouTube and a number of different media as well. Had some really good discussions. So key areas that have come out of this are, firstly, if you go on the website, there's the most amazing array of links that have been put together on how to talk about geoscience, how to talk about the energy transition, how to talk about the just transition with different people. So there's been a big collation of good learning bits and pieces that have been put together. So that's happened online. We've had a good discussion, actually, just working backwards from just now. It was fabulous hearing from our three panelists just now. And I think that some of the discussion that was going on, maybe not actually in the public chat, some of this was going on behind the scenes, which was really interesting to see where things go from public to private, which was around, yes, there have been some horrific things that have happened in mining in the past and actually go on to today. But there's a massive opportunity with regards to the just transition, which is to say, if we can get this right, the good that can be done in the world is absolutely phenomenal. And that's where I think the social scientists and the scientists and engineers and technologists and politicians and everybody else coming together really with that, you know, optimistic viewpoint rather than a pessimistic viewpoint, I think is absolutely vital. And that's been coming through very clearly in that last discussion. Other aspects as well, so really saying how can we get geoscience, etc., more into education. So we spoke quite a lot with regards to that. And also as well, really looking forward to tomorrow with regards to saying, okay, so today's been quite heavy on the mining side. Well, what about things like decarbonisation and CCS, etc.? So really bringing those into the play. So a massive thank you to everybody who's been engaging online. It is 100% free. Unfortunately, we cannot ship the food and the alcohol to you. That would come with quite a significant carbon footprint, I feel. But a massive thank you to all of you with regards to that. Thanks, Nick.
Great. Okay, thanks, Sarah. It's almost 5 o'clock. I'm not going to do a lengthy sum up. I mean, there's some themes that have come out today on that point, you know, that the mining industry, for example, perhaps hasn't been loud enough about some of the good things that it has done. There's a perception issue in terms of mining and maybe also in terms of geoscience, you know, in my own role running an MSc and in terms of getting people to come and do geosciences, you know, that's a real hot potato topic at the moment. But I'm not going to dwell on these things because we have a great lineup tomorrow. There is hopefully some Rhone red that hasn't been affected by nuclear fallout to an earlier speaker. So I'd like to thank you all again for turning up and hopefully see you tomorrow as well. And for those in the room, there's some refreshments in the library. So thank you again. Thanks very much.
Brilliant. And whilst everybody in the room is filtering next door to go and get some refreshment, it falls to me to say again directly to everybody online, yes, I have just very carefully walked down the corridor to the Arthur Holmes room. Thank you so much to all of you who have been engaging with us here today. Tomorrow morning, we are due to start again. So the main face-to-face conference starts at 9:15 UK time. So we'll start the online conference at 8:45 UK time. So that will give us half an hour for those of us online just to kind of really digest what have we heard today, share some of our thoughts, some of our expectations that we perhaps perhaps are wanting to look for going into what we might hear during the course of Wednesday. I think Rose has put our emails into chat. So if anybody does have any epiphanies overnight or different resources that we should be looking for, we greatly welcome, especially those resources that come from outside the geosciences as well. So Ben, Tavis, if you guys are still there, any links, any materials, we're very, very, very keen to get our hands on them. But a massive thank you to all of you on the other side of those video screens and those muted microphones. So big round of applause. Thank you very much, and see you all tomorrow. Brilliant. Thanks very much, everybody.